You
the level of aggression that they have uh, puts them in a position where they are getting you know treated like men. Yeah, I don't agree with it, but with their level of dysfunction, it's not it's not unusual.
yeah. Um. Let me also welcome into the show, Shadow. What is your thoughts on this topic as well?
My thoughts is you're gaslighting me. It's driving me crazy right now.
Go ahead,
Like
explain.
that
So which
man
part
just
of
said, hold
gaslighting? The
on,
fact
I'm
that
about
hold
to.
on, hold on,
You
hold
asked
on.
me to explain. Okay. Okay, I got you.
Okay, go ahead.
So here's the issue that he just said. He's saying that there are women who are jumping in men's faces like other men would, and then being responded to as if they were a man. And what he said is, if you don't want to be treated like a man, don't act like one or put yourself in the position of one. So you're like, well, what does it mean to be a woman? It's okay for a woman to defend herself or to even stand up for herself. But standing up for yourself and blatant aggression are not the same thing. Aggression, specifically aggression, is a very toxic masculine trait. It's one of the things people complain about men for. And now you're saying, oh, no, well, it's okay for this to happen. It's not.
So now
Because,
that trait that
hold
you're
on.
talking now that trait that you're
Yes.
talking about, are we saying that's the majority of black women?
No, but I'm saying it's a lot more
Okay, so
often. It's a lot,
now
hold
that
on, it's
so
a lot
hold
more
on, no,
common
hold
than
on.
you're trying to present it to.
Hold on. So now that we know that's not the majority of black women, and I'm
Okay.
talking about the majority of black women, like for example, that 20% that black women in Milwaukee, they get assaulted at a 20% higher clip than any other race in that city. There's no need to bring up the fact that there is some cases of a black woman being aggressive towards a man that ran down the street.
Actually, yes, there is. And there's an actual direct correlation to it. So let's talk about real numbers since we're talking statistics. In the last 10 to 15 years, there has been a stark growth in aggressive females. Specifically, I don't know if the rise in if the rise in attacks against black women increased with said aggression. But even if it was, at the end of the day, attacking a woman, period, isn't okay. But that's not, I'm saying that if there's a direct correlation, it would be the correlation between the growth of that aggression and the overall actions of the men who are responding. And again, you're also not adding how much of these crimes that are being reported are black women against black women. Like, I feel like you're making and again, I could be wrong and correct me if I am. You're making a blanket statement saying black women need to be protected, but you're not saying who they need to be protected from. Because most crimes against, I'm going to recant that because I realize that's not true. A lot of crimes, standard assault crimes that are done against women are typically with other women that are being reported. Domestic violence, obviously, typically is male, female, but even in that case, two women have a higher domestic violence rate than men and women do. So, I mean, who do we need to protect black women from?
Okay,
I guess
perfect.
that's what my initial question should be.
So now, this I don't know why we bring it up. Relationships that involve same sex is a little bit weird to me because that is a very small population of the world. Welcome to the show, Supreme Goddess PhD. How you doing? Would you like to answer that question, or you want me to keep on going?
What's the question?
He's concerned about women on women violence instead of the whole overarching
That's
point.
not what I said. Say what I said. I'm gonna send you a gas bill today. Don't gaslight me. I'm on one day.
I think it's interesting. I think it's very interesting to me that when I'm talking about that black women still to this day, after Malcolm X said it decades ago, and even today in 2026, black women are still the least protected in America. And the two things that John Gold and Shadow is bringing up is that it is some women that are aggressive and they could possibly beat up a man or they beat up some man before. It's wild to me. Because that's the overarching point, even though they don't want to admit it.
Too bad you didn't actually quote me because I was very specific. Diva, I said that there's a direct correlation between the increase in aggressive women versus the increase in attacks from men. There's a direct correlation between the two. And John made the point that women who are fighting like men are starting to get fought like men. That's what I said.
So you said the increase in women's aggression is, there's a correlation between that and what now?
Specifically hyperaggression, like, wanting to fight, actually physical confrontation attacks. There's an increase based on the amount of women who are getting assaulted versus the amount of women who are increasing those attacks. I'm saying
what type
that
of
you
assaults?
can relate the two. I guess just say just random assault, A and B, verbal assault because harassments, especially property damage.
Okay, so harassment is like stalking. And so are you saying that men are stalking women more because women are more aggressive?
No, not. I'm not talking stalking specifically. Stalking is
That's
more
harassment
specifically
a lot of
predatory.
times.
Right.
Right?
That's a
When
level of harassment. Yes, ma'am.
right. So, I mean, typically, like, we have to be in sustained proximity with people to harass them, right? So I don't know. That one just kind of stuck out as kind of odd to me. All I could think about is like, what are we talking about stalking? But okay. I think some of the issue is the fact that a lot of these things were not tracked for a long time, right? So at one point, a man couldn't assault his wife, and so that wouldn't be tracked in assault statistics. So we really can't put a finger on how many women were being assaulted, if that makes sense. Like in the past, for a lot of the time period. Um, but at the same time, I don't know. To me, that just seems uh not a sufficient explanation, just because society has gotten more violent in general. The world has gotten more violent, but we can look at societies where women are very um you know uh, quote unquote feminine and soft spoken and all that other stuff, and we see that there are extreme levels of violence perpetrated against them too. And so I just don't think that it is, women jumping up in people's faces. And now that does happen more now, right? There are women. I saw a video a couple days ago where I was like, really, interesting that she would just go and approach the man that way, but she ended up beating him up. So, but that still doesn't negate the fact that a lot of the times it is the black man being the aggressor, right? I had a black man threaten to assault me because I didn't hold the door open for him. And so we can't sit here and act like it's just these, huge groups of rogue black women, roaming the streets, hopping up in everybody's face, because that's not really what's
But no
happening.
one said that, PhD Diva. No
Well,
one's
I'm just
said that.
saying, because we're talking about, women being so aggressive, and
But no
that
one's
really
even
isn't
come
the
close to
case.
that. No one has
That
even
is
ventured
what
near that. No
That's
one's
what
come close
he
to even
just
saying that.
told
We got you,
me.
John.
That's
You'll
what
get a
he
chance to
just told
respond
me.
to her right now, John. Let her finish and you get a chance to respond, John. Go ahead,
That's
Diva.
literally what he just said. I'm responding to what Shadow just said to me. He linked the increase in violence against black women to an increase in violence from black women, violence and aggression from black women. So that is what he said.
Yes, that is exactly what I said. So yes, ma'am.
Right. So shut your stupid ass up, John.
I didn't hear him say groups of black
Okay, well,
women were
I
going
heard
around.
him
Correct. So
say
now,
it,
now
and
that
he
you
just
so,
said he
so
said
now
it.
that
So
you
shut
repeated
your
it
stupid
and
ass
Shadow
up, John.
agreed, so hold on, you could so hopefully now, John, you can move forward and understand that he did say it and she's addressing what he actually said. Go ahead, Diva.
Right. So, and as one of those aggressive women, right? I'm verbally aggressive. I will get with you. So now, what y'all saying? These men should be going across my head, Shadow.
Okay.
So, Diva, what I'm saying, hold on. I want to
Answer
make
that
2
question
points clear.
first.
Hold on,
Once it,
I am,
okay.
because caveat, I don't believe men should ever go over a woman's head. So, starting there, regardless of what you're doing, I shouldn't respond based on your actions, unless, again, now you got to caveat that. But Diva, if you're saying that you run up and punch men and don't expect them to punch you back, that's that's strange to me, because that's an act of aggression that you're expecting not to be met with another act of aggression, or even not even just a man, but a woman close to you.
Yeah, but I just
You see
think
what I
that
mean?
I think it's weird that we would even imply or suggest that a lot of the violence from black men towards black women is coming from black women running up and punching black men in the head, right? It's just
No,
not
and
happening
right,
like that for the most
I don't
part.
mean to say it like that either. Like, that's not what I'm implying. I'm implying that aggression begets aggression, violence begets violence. There's a
Right.
lot of people who are, there's a lot, especially nowadays, there's a lot more younger women who are willing to choose violence first, because a lot of them believe that it's not going to be responsive. And now there's a lot of BAN dudes who are like, yeah, equal rights, equal lefts. Like,
Right.
and I don't agree with that. But I do agree, if somebody attacks you, attack them.
Mhm.
And like,
Well, so
but
even
that
if
is,
we
sorry.
go along with the younger women are, more aggressive,
Mhm.
I might even be willing to give you that one. That still wouldn't explain the uptick in violence and aggression against middle-aged and older black women, right? And
Mhm.
so again, this notion or theory that, the impetus for all of this is really an increase in violence from black women. It's just, you can't substantiate that. You're not going to be able to substantiate that.
And that's fair. That's what I'm saying. I'm not blaming it all on one scenario. I'm not correlating it all into one unique situation. I'm saying that as of right now, we can see an active correlation of aggression versus aggressive responses. You can see how even like dudes aren't even fighting dudes anymore. They're just escalating to extreme violence. So now dudes, where they would fight each other and then maybe escalate later, it's, we're just going to escalate now and avoid the whole situation. But when a woman comes up, we're going to fight that woman like a man. And
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think that has even caused more women to want to go to fighting first. I think a lot of people are choosing violence initially. Like,
Right. But
oh, you
again,
don't like what I'm saying?
Shadow, it's just crazy that you sitting here trying to position it as if,
As
it's these women being the initiators of the aggression. When again, we can even look back in history and see black women have always had the highest rates of violence, right?
against them. Mhm.
Well,
Right.
what that sounds like to me, what you're saying, PhD, is that these people have more or less been at war with each other, black men and black women. There's always been some strife there. What I see going in and out their
Actually, what I'm
houses.
saying is y'all always been weak degenerates. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, fair enough. But what I see is uh, an inability to resolve conflicts between each other. Something as small as you ate the last hot dog or something can result in like a throwdown fight, and part of that
Right,
is
but
probably
that's
that.
y'all MO. That's y'all MO. Y'all the ones who know and got a
Well,
reputation for shooting people because they stepped on your shoes.
well,
Right?
I'm
And
I'm
so
I'm
that's
talking
how
about.
y'all always have conducted yourselves. So now to sit here and try to act like there's been some extreme increase in aggression from the women and that's what's leading to all of this is crazy. When again, you all have always been the ones who take very minute things and act out and lash out irrationally from it, right? And so again, y'all are also the ones who we got a long documented history of the fact that you cannot think into the future,
Mm.
right?
You know,
You cannot delay your
I'm not disagreeing.
gratification. You are very impulse, you lacking in impulse control.
You know, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. You know, there have been many studies about black people
No.
that point to those things, and I think that that very well could play a part in it. You know, the lack of conflict
No, that's
resolution.
it. That it ain't
Okay,
playing no
okay,
part. It's
okay,
it.
sure, okay, that's it. And then if you layer on other externalities like they're not many black men have a hard time in this economy. Uh, I guess the black women have a hard time too. I mean, that's pretty much a powder keg for violence between the groups. Uh, you know,
You didn't
uh,
need that powder keg though. You
well, you
always
got it.
been
You didn't
violent.
need it, but you got it,
Right. But I'm
right?
saying, so if you've always been violent, then the powder keg, right? That's your
Well, this makes it
standard.
this much
That's your
more
norm.
explosive. But wouldn't you
Right.
agree
But
this would
you
make it this
always
much more?
that.
Okay, but Sharon is saying DEI jobs are being taken. Presumably, those are from women. So this going to put
White
some stress
women.
on the. Well,
White
hold on, Diva.
women.
Hold on, Diva.
Those
Okay, white
DEI
women.
jobs got taken from white
But
women,
I'm sure
not
they
black
didn't just
women.
get taken from white women. I'm sure
Yeah,
some
it
black
was the
women.
vast majority was white
Okay, but
women.
but if the vast
But
majority, that
Sharon
means there was at
presented it
least
as
one.
black.
That means there
Like,
was at least one
okay, hold
black
on, hold
woman.
on, hold on, hold on. So let's slow it down. So what what we understand is that 300,000 were attacked by who? Right? We understand that, right? So what I'm saying is that, like, yes, maybe the majority of it happened to white women. But that's not my concern on today's topic. My concern on today's topic is that black women are still, even after Malcolm X said, it's still the least protected in 2026. So they have their jobs being targeted. In Milwaukee, they are at a 20% higher clip to be assaulted than anybody else in that city. Just recently, Black Lives Matter chapter leader, he assaulted a black woman for just bringing up the fact that he was stealing money. Also, Chicago Gorilla sent me a video of a young man waving a gun, shooting in his own apartment, forcing this young lady to agree to have a baby with him. So those are the things that I brought up, and neither one of those two women that I brought up were being aggressive, but y'all decided to find some kind of way, somehow, some way to find a violent woman as your representation of black women. And this is why we have an issue with black men protecting black women, because y'all already think like a colonized white Republican to go ahead and look for the most negative black woman you could find and use that to paint black women as a whole. I want to introduce MJ into the conversation real quick, Beachy, because I know she don't really have that much time, and
Hey,
she got
Sharon,
you good. And hold on, John. So I want to get MJ to get her full thoughts. I'm not sure how much time she has. Welcome into the show, the beautiful MJ.
Yeah, what up, bro? I don't got that much time, but I'm glad that you're covering the topic. I much appreciate it. It just goes to show that, when it comes down to be solution oriented, it's not there, right? We had two men come on the panel, and instead of just addressing the issue, not saying that the nuances of violent women is not increasing, right? But just to speak on the topic of loan, like, hey, what should we be doing, or what can we do to lower these numbers that showing that black women, especially in America, are getting killed at alarming rates? Instead, it's, well, this small minute of a group that is are acting quote unquote masculine, or approaching men in masculine ways. This is the reason why it's an uptick against black women. The funny thing about it is the stats doesn't say whether the women are violent or not. The stats prove that this is happening to a particular group. So now you want to change the conversation into this smaller group that you don't really even have stats on. That is apparently why this extra amount of violence and hostility is being towards this group as a collective is beyond nerve-wracking to me. It's really, really insane, because it's the same type of talk in Playbook when it's called about per capita, when they want to talk about Black people crime in America, that because we're a smaller percentage and it seems that we do the most crimes, that we're the most violent people, when in fact, if you go out of per capita, the majority will be the most violent people in the fucking country because they have the most numbers, right? And it's just insane to see it in, you know, real time. The same time of gaslighting to have you worry about another issue than actually the topic at hand. Where is the solution? What? Just give me one solution in a way that it can help with Black women not, you know, being targeted. And it seems like they're being targeted more than anybody else, any other woman or any other demographic. How can we lower that numbers? Because we know it's not going to go away, right? Because there's going to be violent people, whether which gender they are, whether which race they are. But why is our numbers that high, and what can we do to lower it? I'm looking for solutions. I'm not looking for nobody to point a fucking finger at a low number of individuals and saying, well, that's the cause of the fucking problem, because it's not. Something is happening where it's a collective mindset subconsciously, whether we want to admit it or not, that this is happening. I'm done.
Good day. Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day.
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room. Peace and love to the queens on the panel, man. The Supreme Goddess, PH Diva.
Peace and love.
Conversations with MJ and
Hey,
the
Brownsville.
Queen Beachy. And peace and love to all the queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracey, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Shiesty Bum, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue, C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, Zero Tolerance, Victorious One, Dawn, Keisha G, Renee, Maya Reed, the Real Prism, Reese, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Oh, listen, Cuzzo, this is an interesting topic, right? You know, and still in 2026, Black women are the least protected, which is a fact, right?
Yeah.
But that's not all. El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, better known as Malcolm X, said. He said that Black women was also the most neglected, right? Which is still 100% fact. And he also said that Black women were the most disrespected, right? And we seen it on display, as the Queen MJ pointed it out, right here on your show when the first two brothers came to speak on the matter, right? You see, Cuzzo, Malcolm X also talked about that, right? He talked about in 1963 about the dichotomy between Black men who were interested in protecting the interests of Black people and Black men who were disinterested in protecting the interests of Black people, right? He described one side as the house Negro and one side as the field Negro, right? He said the field Negro, you know, they wanted freedom. They were actively engaging in trying to figure out how to get freedom, right? They hated their slave masters. But the house Negro, they loved their slave masters. They would try to convince the other slaves that they should love the slave masters too. In fact, they loved the slave masters more than they loved themselves. And they were actively ratting out any type of rebellion or anything in order to hold the people back, right? And if Malcolm X was listening to this conversation today, that's exactly how he would describe John Galt and Shadow the Titan Wasp, right? Exactly. Because they're out of touch with reality when it comes to the plight of Black women in this situation, right? And then you could clearly see it, and I'm gonna give you 3 examples, then I'm a mute, right? You look at the Diddy trial, right? Now, Cuzzo, you know this, there was numerous Black women who was coming out accusing Diddy of sexual misconduct well before Cassie, right? You got Dawn Richards, you got Joe Dickinson Neal, who was his choreographer, right? And several others, right? And what did Black men do and what did the world do? They ignored it, right? And it wasn't until a Hispanic woman came out and accused him of these improprieties. Now, all of a sudden, he has a trial, right? You look at Meg Thee Stallion, right? She got shot, Cuzzo, and she wasn't no woman out there like John Galt would say, or Shadow the Titan Wasp would say. I never heard Meg Thee Stallion out there fighting people, out there playing with guns, out there being violent, doing those kind of things, right? She's an educated woman, right? She's a talented artist. And I don't agree with, you know, the salaciousness of her music, but that doesn't mean she deserves to get shot, right? She accused Tory Lanez of shooting her. It was an investigation. He was convicted, right? But now you got Black men actively engaging and advocating for his release. They don't care that a Black woman got shot. They don't care that whether she gets justice or not. They just want to advocate for the Black men, right? Then you got this dichotomy that's going on in this political sphere, right? I've seen multiple Black men, Cuzzo, attempting to dance on a political grave of Jasmine Crockett, right? You know she lost the primary, right? But her political career isn't over. Nevertheless, I've seen a lot of Black men laughing, joking, happy about it, things of that nature, right? When Nancy Mace, right, challenged her to a physical fight because she cooked her up using her articulation, right, and her knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the law, Nancy Mace, a white woman, say, hey, let's go outside. And you know what Black men did? They took Nancy Mace's side. They tried to describe Jasmine Crockett as a ghetto Black woman who doesn't understand decorum, right? And they don't realize that Nancy Mace got elected to Congress before she even had a bachelor's degree, Cuzzo. Jasmine Crockett has a law degree. Highly intelligent, highly educated, right? Knows what she's talking about and worked hard to get the position she got, right? But instead of Black men talking about these white women like Marjorie Flip Flop Green, who came on, you know, as a big MAGA supporter. Now she flip flop because she fell out with the MAGA leader, and now she's trying to do other things. They don't want to talk about her. They don't want to talk about Nancy Mace. They want to still try to discredit the Queen Jasmine Crockett, right? And a lot of Black men most likely didn't go out and vote for her, right? See, the reason why what Malcolm X said still rings true is because Black men, yes, us Black men, we aren't doing our job and due diligence when it comes to protecting our Black women, lifting our Black woman up, stop neglecting Black women, right? And stop disrespecting Black women. I've been saying this on your show, Cuzzo, this is the 3rd year now, right? And I've been called a simp. I've been called a panderer. I've been called any derogatory name you can be called just because I'm trying to tell men to hold themselves to a higher standard and listen to the brother Malcolm X when he tells you we got problems in our community. So I'm just tired of it, man. You look at Clarissa Shields, right? And I'm gonna land it here. Clarissa Shields, very decorated boxer, right? Olympic gold medalist 2 times, right? A 4 division boxing champion, right? Shattered multiple records. She is the GOAT, the greatest woman of all time, the GOAT, right? But you still got other ladies, right? Like Ronda Rousey, who's more popular than her. And she doesn't even have the 10th of the statistics and accomplishments that Clarissa Shields had, right? And Clarissa Shields, still to this day, she's looked at as the angry black woman. She's looked at as ghetto. She's looked at as a malcontent, right? And black men are furthering these stigmas and stereotypes, right? And I need black men to start looking themselves in the mirror and realizing that they are the problem, right? The John Galts of the world who have this identity crisis and have this need to beg and plead for the white people to accept you. You're the problem, sir. Shadow the Titan Wasp, who obviously wasn't raised in a black household, but when he looks in the mirror, he's black. Sir, you need to figure out your roots. I know you was adopted, but you need to figure out your roots, my brother, and understand that we have an issue in our community. When it comes, hold on, my brother. You're gonna get your opportunity to speak. I'm gonna mute up right now. But when it comes to protecting our black woman, when it comes to lifting our black woman up, when it comes to making sure our black women aren't neglected, right? You have a duty, a calling, right? To go ahead and help in that cause. Because guess what? One day you're probably going to have a black daughter, right? And you're going to want somebody to do that for her. Peace and love, man. I'm on mute.
All right, I'm gonna jump in here. Y'all mind? Hey, good morning, y'all.
Good day to you. Welcome to the show. What's your thoughts?
I'm happy to be here on your show. I'm very happy to be here. Diva, hey, I spoke earlier, but you probably didn't hear me. And Lady MJ, y'all are absolutely right, Diva and MJ. I don't know what y'all came here to do, but what y'all not gonna do on this Vainglorious Thursday is act like these stats aren't statting. Now, whoever said something about they're not interracial and who's doing it, it clearly states that 91%, we're in the 90%, y'all, of being attacked, assaulted, every type of violence you could think against us. It's in the 90% across the board. And it also, that same 90% is most likely to be in the interracial. Interracial means y'all doing it to us. So I don't know why there's being not understood that I'm most likely, I have a 90% chance of one of you all hurting me than the other people. We can't undo that. That's a fact. So when you ask, well, who is it that's assaulting them? Who's attacking them? You are. You whooping me. You doing this. It's 90%. I have a small percentage of the other side's doing it. You know why? Because I'm more likely you're in my demographics. We ain't mingling over there with the other folks like that on a large scale. So don't pretend that you're not the ones that are hurting us. You're not going to pretend it's not. You are. You're the ones hurting us. You're not going to. It's in the 90% across the board. Interracial violence of black women, both SA assaulted and just basic violence. One's 91% and the other's 92% of us even being killed by y'all. That's high. So I don't know why you're acting like, well, who's doing it? You are, my brother. Y'all killing us. You're taking us out. You're doing this to us. We're not doing it to ourselves. 92% of black women aren't provoking y'all to unalive us. It does, while you're doing it doesn't matter, because truth be told, walking in manhood, I would expect a man to be able to de-escalate. If I'm in a situation where I'm losing, I'm crashing out, I expect my brother to say, come on, B, hold on. Let's take it down. Take it down, okay? I hear you. I don't expect to get taken out. Even if I'm having a bad moment, I'm sorry, you're not going to get up here and pretend we're doing something so egregious when we got a little extra spice in our DNA that warrants us just being wiped off the planet. Sorry, we're not going. I digress.
I like it.
Ready? Can I go?
Yes.
I'm actually going to address both Brownville and Beachy. So, Beachy, I want to make a couple things very clear. First and foremost, I'm not saying y'all are ever warranted to be assaulted, attacked, or any of the above. I am saying that when you decide, not having a bad moment, not having an emotional fit, when you decide, but what's bothering me is because I know y'all know better. Y'all are like, oh yeah, no, it's just men coming up and attacking women. The fact that you're being disingenuous about that bothers me, because I just had to I typed it in YouTube, aggressive black women. I got 1.5 million hits. The do you mean, bro? Stop playing. No, do not insult intelligence like that. I understand.
Did you attacking aggressive black men?
Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm not done yet. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be aggressive with your mama, but this pissed me off because we're being disingenuous. I do believe we need to fix the problem, but I believe the problem is a two-pronged problem. And Shrine, wait a minute, before I continue, did you get that super chat so I can make sure I can let my tongue fly?
That should not be the reason I let your tongue fly, but yes, I did get the super chat. And just give me 1 second before you let your tongue fly. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Somebody brand new. How you doing, Tony? Good day to you. How you doing? This is my first time seeing how you doing.
Oh, what up, man? How's it going?
I'm right. I'm just checking and making sure you're a real person, making sure you're not gonna do nothing nefarious on the show. That's all. What's your thoughts, real quick? Before I pass it back to Shadow.
Hold on, man. Hey, man, I'm glad you come on early as you do, because as soon as I punch you in the word, you be right there on point. Here's my thing. A long time ago, somebody told me most black men are afraid of the white man. So who do they go after? That's next beside them is a black woman.
Damn.
All right, so I got to let you go. I'm going to keep listening. Thanks for letting me up.
Hey, appreciate you, Tony. Thank you so much, man. All right, go ahead, Shadow. Finish your thought.
Okay, so first of all, Clarissa Shields is one of the best, not just female boxers, all-around boxing champions ever. And most black men can acknowledge that in a heartbeat. The reason why people say that she's mouthy and aggressive is because that's her personality type. She stands on that. Stop bullshitting and acting like that's not a thing. The reason why people keep calling Brownsville a panderer is because he says dumbass shit like that. Yes, we're actually saying based on her archetype. The archetype she chose as her personality in her fucking boxing life. So stop acting like when we're responding to what you're intentionally giving out, we're doing something wrong. No, that's what she wants to be, because she even said, yeah, I'm actually like that. So if you really want to fight me, come get it. Her words. Yeah, that's cool, because that's what she does. And guess what? She backs that shit up. So I don't ever like being called a house nigga. So that's why I'm pissed off about that. Secondary, just because I was raised by white people, nigga, I knew I've been black my whole life. So fuck all that dumb shit. Like, period. Like, everybody around me look different than me. The fuck you mean? But at the end of the day, when you put real shit together, and again, I said what I said for a fucking reason. Apples, number one, the fact that you can actually see a total increase in fucking aggressive maneuvering from women. And not just black women, because white women do it too. And then you expect men to just be like, oh, no, it's cool, when a bunch of bitch-ass dudes are being raised by these same women doing it. So
yeah,
guess
but
what?
y'all been doing it.
Hold up, but they're
Y'all
responding. I get that. No, I get that
okay,
too.
So you acting like that's what got y'all doing it, and it's not.
No. If niggas are being niggas, then that's what they're doing. Like, niggas are niggas. That's what it is. There's some bitch-ass shit. That's what happens. That needs to be resolved. But just saying, oh no, y'all are just dirty ass niggas. No, you can't fix the problem like that. The problem is boys are not being raised into men. Instead, boys are being turned into big boys and responding like big boys. Oh, this woman just came up and punched me in the mouth. So you know what he did? Body slammed her. Because first of all, he's 100 pounds heavier than you. Sit your little ass down and stop. If he's doing something out of pocket, get the fuck out that situation. That's something we need to start teaching people to do. Do not allow somebody to fucking harass you. Do not allow somebody to put their goddamn hands on you. Do not. I teach my fucking child, do not put your, hey, if a man puts his hands on you, shoot that motherfucker in the face. Don't argue with him. Don't talk to him. Daddy will come get you. Because if you don't, I will. I will never allow a man to ever put his hands on any of my kids. I don't teach them that it's okay for that to happen. I told, if you have a problem with somebody and you feel like you need to put your hands on them, you don't need to be there because your freedom's not worth that. Start teaching that lesson. That's how we fix that fucking problem. Yeah, I'm done. Fucking dumbass shit.
Can I say
You see,
something?
Cuzzo?
Oh, go ahead, Brownsville. I wanted to say something because I was about to dip. But
Go ahead, Queen. Go ahead, Queen.
Yeah, so what I also wanted to say is that, yeah, these stats, they're just showing that what's been happening for the past 20 years, 30 years is still remain the same, that we're still in the highest level of being unalived or sexually assaulted or sex trafficked or harassed. That's what it's showing, right? This is not something that was an uptick due to, I guess, women position themselves more in a masculine way or being more aggressive initially before a situation occur. Okay. I did a live stream maybe 3 years ago about how in Chicago they had a serial killer and that was specifically targeting Black women, right? They also said that there was 30,000 Black young girls and young adults that were missing, right? That live stream didn't do well. I only had 500 views on that one, right? That's before my channel actually started to take off when I started doing true crime. There is so many other stats that's proving that this is something that's been happening for a very, very long time. And it did not just start when you now have World Star and all these things pointing out particular situations where a Black woman or a young Black girl, whatever not, is acting egregious, and then a situation occur where she might have gotten hurt in that matter, right? This has been playing out for a very, very long time. Even in New York, in Brownsville, and Sharon can, confirm this. We have a museum for sexual assault, right? In the Museum of Sexual Assault, they put women's clothing that they were sexually assaulted in. Okay, it doesn't have anything. Most of those women's clothes, they were wearing jeans, they were wearing school clothing, uniforms, nursing uniforms, hijabs, everything, right? Very few of the clothing in that museum is a woman being promiscuous or what would be deemed promiscuous with her body all shown out and anything of that sort, right? So we have to stop. I understand that there is an issue where women are being a little bit more physically confrontational, willing to be confrontational physically with men now more than I guess ever before. But the violence towards women has remained the same. And in fact, it has been publicized more and also desensitized, right? That people are expecting women to be pushed through fucking walls, their head thrown through windows, slapped across their face, or even jumped by numerous of men trying to bite at her fucking eye just because she didn't want to allow them to purchase alcohol for her. Okay, because that happened in New York too, right? The woman was coming home from work. She went to go get her a bottle of wine. A group of guys was outside the liquor store. One of them came in, asked her, hey, can I buy that for you, trying to holler? She said, no, thank you. She came out. They was like, oh, you bitch, you think you all that. And a group of guys jumped her in the street and one of them tried to bite out her eye. So again, there is an element of hate towards women and that men are showing that's being more aggressive and egregious, right? The fact that Sharon even pointed out a story about how a man wanted to hold his supposed I guess girlfriend hostage with a gun in the house and tried to force her to have his child. Force her to have his child. This is where we at right now. Now, like I said, I'm all about solutions because, like I said, we're not going to change the world in one night. Shit, we ain't going to change the world in 50 fucking years. Excuse my language. I'll give you $2, Sharon. We're not going to change all this, and probably not even in our lifetime. However, I think that we have the capability of the people today to start setting the foundation so we can change it for 60 plus and 70 plus years, right? Because I have a child and I don't want him to grow up in this type of environment where he gets around other individuals who had ancient parents who would also help him, teach him thinking that this is the way he's supposed to think when in regards of being in a relationship with a woman or even just sharing the society with women. I don't want him to be corrupted in that way, right? So there's something that we all can do to help better our future because we're fucked. Excuse my language. I'll give you another $2. We're fucked going forward.
Charge it to me.
When it comes down to us. All right. So my thing is let's set the stones for the future. That's all I wanted to say. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. That was really good. And let me read a couple of the cash apps.
Charge those to me.
Let me read a couple of the cash apps. It says for Titan, even though he don't tick with me. Shout out to that. Also, we have Cash App. It says, damn, black man needs some representation or go move. Also, we have, it's crazy to say men always been one way.
Violent? No, it's not. We can go through history and look at it. Also, in the chat, Clapzo, if you want to come up here, you're more than welcome to hit the link and come and express yourself.
Yeah, let me put that link. They
rather
over
than
there
talking all that shit in the chat.
Sharon, okay, I got it. I'm sorry. Let me. I'm about to
Okay. Also, we got a couple of super chats, Diva.
All right. Shadow the Titan Wops, $2. Sending you gas bill today. Conversations with MJ, $5. Is the bounties on? Like, seriously.
Damn.
Kim West, $5. Hey, Kim. When Josh was a stalker, was any of his victims black?
Shit.
Shadow the Titan Wasp with the 50 ball. Great talk. Shiesty Bum, who's been a member for 6 months. Thank you, ma'am. These biz gotta be slow for asking black men for anything, especially protection, when they can't even protect themselves. Absolutely. Aron to Lucas, $5. You severely misunderstood those stats. Do better analysis. You can't use the percentage of a percentage as a majority.
We're gonna wait till she get back. All right, so Diva, you just broke up. You severely misunderstood those stats. Do better analysis. You can't use a percentage of a percentage of a percentage as a majority representation.
Yeah, cuzzo. And take note here, right? That when we talk about solutions, there's never a solution that I get from these brothers that hold men accountable, right? It's always either they want to hold the woman accountable or they want to hold both sides accountable. You know what I'm saying? It's all lives matter. All of a sudden, when we're having a conversation where we're talking about protecting black women. So take note on that, right? Now, we also talked about black women being neglected and black women being disrespected, right? And I gave clear examples. I talked about Jasmine Crockett, how black men are dancing on her political grave. I talked about Megan Thee Stallion, how she was shot by a black man, and black men are advocating for his release as we speak, right? I talked about how many black women accused Diddy of sexual misconduct and violence way before Cassie came out, right? But when Shadow, the Titan Wasp, gets his opportunity for a rebuttal or retort, what does he respond with? The lowest hanging fruit, right? Which is Clarissa Shields, who's a boxer, right? Boxers are supposed to be aggressive. Boxers are supposed to be rambunctious. Boxers are supposed to intimidate the people who they're competing against, right? But you never can point out to Clarissa Shields getting in trouble, getting arrested, and doing things outside of the competition in sports, right? All he wants to talk about is her attitude. And that's what I'm saying. When it comes to these brothers that have the house Negro mentality, they'll always try to cling on to the lowest hanging fruit and find something to blame black women for, right? But he'll never say, oh, well, Ronda Rousey used to talk crazy too. Ronda Rousey used to try to intimidate the woman who she was competing against. He didn't mention that, right? He didn't mention any of that, right? But all he wants to do is point the finger back at black women, right? So if we really want a solution, here's the solution. I need my black brothers to get out of their soft guy era, right? Look themselves in the mirror and find their confidence back. Find their spirit to persevere back, right? And stop blaming black women for the plight of black people, and understand that the reason why we're successful today, a lot of it has to do with the black woman stepping up, right? So instead of you trying to put them down and you trying to castigate them and you're trying to make all these assertions that they are the reason why they aren't protected, it's really ridiculous, my brother. And it's alarming that so many of my brothers have the exact same mentality as you. Peace and love.
Go ahead. Before you go, Kulu, before Kulu and Shadow, go ahead, read this real quick, PH Diva. You there, Diva? Diva probably still having bad reception. Shadow the Time Wasp with $10. Let's get it, Brownsville. All right.
Hey, Shadow.
Nah, nigga. Nah, fuck that noise.
He asked for it. He paid for it. Let him get his oh, damn. I don't know where he goes. So go ahead, Kulu. I guess you could go ahead while he gets reception back. Go ahead, Kulu.
Yeah, man, I'll be real quick as I got to leave. But as I agree with Brownsville, it seems like the people that bring up the statistics of both sides or lesbian relationships or whatever, they don't never have solutions. Brownsville just gave one. I'm gonna give at least two. And like I said, like we should be like having a think tank about the different ways that we can help combat this. Right. So one method is prioritize martial arts training, right? Like mixed martial arts, karate for our young black women in childhood, right? So maybe instead of cheerleading and other things that we do, maybe add, a couple martial arts classes and get them skilled in how to protect themselves and train themselves, because there's going to be situations to where they're going to have to, and they're going to need it, right? Another thing that we could do is change the laws and policies and making assaults on women and specifically black women more harsher, right? So instead of getting like a misdemeanor or a ticket or out of jail, right, make it a type 1 or type 2 felony harsh penalty, right? To where start scaring people and making them think, especially men, twice about putting their hands on a woman if they know that they're going to get a felony and potentially prison time, right? So those are just two quick solutions that I could think of. But yeah, Josh, man, come on, bro. As you can do.
No,
better,
I'm going in. Fuck that noise. I'm not trying to hear none of that bullshit right now because I realized I just got cut off. No, Brownsville, I'm going after this dumbass shit. So let me bring up why I brought up Clarissa Shields. Because, nigga, you brought her up. You brought her up trying to make a goofy-ass point that you couldn't substantiate. She's a goddamn... Everything I said, you agreed with and said, oh, that's why you brought up Clarissa Shields. You know why I didn't bring up fucking Ronda Rousey? Because you didn't. The fuck does she have to do with black conversations? Man, quit using dumbass logic to try to pander. That's goofy playing right there. You ask why people say you're pandering? That's why. You literally pulled some shit out your ass trying to make it sound good, and it didn't. So now we're gonna actually talk about Jasmine Crockett, because hey, case in point, something that a lot of people don't know. I actually do have my voting rights back, and I voted for Jasmine Crockett because she's my people. So fuck everything you're saying, like all of that noise. But get this, she cosplays being ghetto. She does that shit intentionally because she says, I know how to code switch. At the end of the day, she's still she's a lawyer and a good one. So miss me with all that extra shit you're trying to say. Now we're going to bring up Megan Thee Stallion since you keep bringing up dumbass points. Megan Thee Stallion literally talks about fighting people all the time. In interviews. My nigga, quit playing. You're just saying shit because you think it sounds good. Bro, talk about, if we're going to make some valid points, then make points with people who are actually innocent. Meg is actually about that life. She's Houston for real. So, yeah, all that dumbass shit you're trying to say, all that house nigga shit, you can miss me with all that bullshit, bro. So I'm gonna go even further. So I'm gonna now egg in your point. You wanna know the reason why we're not getting accountability? Because niggas like you keep turning around telling people, oh yeah, well, we don't need to worry about the women who are actually engaging in conduct that is detrimental to them. You wanna know how we fix fucking problems? By actually working to fix them with everybody associated with the goddamn problem, sir. All that dumbass shit you're saying, you're just trying to pander to queens. That's cool. Women need to be lifted up. Women need to be brought into better spaces. But nigga, you lying to them isn't helping. Stop saying that they're not a fucking problem when they actually are. Yeah, miss me with that dumbass shit.
Is he done?
Yeah, I believe he's
I'm done.
Yeah. It's okay, Beachy.
Okay.
I think Brownsville got it, Beachy. I'm gonna get you in there again, Beachy. Don't worry. Go ahead, Brownsville.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna be quick, and I'm gonna have very less emotion as the brother Titan Watts Shadow, right? You see, the issue is, I brought up also victims, right? People who were victims of P. Diddy. You didn't mention them, right? Anytime I brought up Ronda Rousey, right, to show the dichotomy of how white women who act the exact same way as black women are represented versus black women, right? You didn't want to talk about Ronda Rousey acting ghetto and talking crazy and making threats and all these different kind of things she was doing when she was actively engaging in competition, right? But you did with Clarissa Shields, right? You brought up Jasmine Crockett and you said you voted for her, my brother. But I also brought up two white women who were staunchly against her and who were acting way more ghetto, way more aggressive than she ever did, right? You never brought them up. I didn't hear you say nothing about Nancy Mace. I didn't hear you say nothing about Margie Flip-Flopping Green, right? I brought them up to show how we disrespect black women, but we just blindly respect white women, right? And you're an embodiment of that, right? Because you refuse to admit and you refuse to talk about how what I'm saying is true, right? Then you want to say, oh, well, I agree with you, Brownsville. Black women do deserve to be lifted up. Black women do deserve protection and all these different things, right? You're double-minded, my brother, because if you agreed with me, right, all you had to do was say, Brownsville, you know what, you're right. My bad. When I hit the panel, I wasn't respecting black women. When I hit the panel, I wasn't prioritizing black women being protected. When I hit the panel, I didn't admit that, yes, black women are the most neglected. You didn't mention any of those things. You know what you mentioned, Shadow the Titan Watts? You mentioned how black women are the problem because they are aggressive. And then you went to woman-on-woman violence in relationships, right? So I'm gonna let you have it, my brother, because obviously when you go down these rabbit holes and you get the mirror put in front of your face and you realize
no, we're not gonna do the mirror shit. Let's go.
That you gotta see the error in your ways, then it's going to cause you to have this type of response to
yeah,
where
my nigga, you can't gaslight me.
Use all this profanity.
Man,
you're gonna get all emotional, right? but you can't stay on topic and speak to the topic, right?
Nigga, I'm bringing up your fucking topic. I'm bringing up
See,
what you said.
I didn't
Man,
cut
fuck
you
that
off.
dumbass shit. You're not gonna gaslight me, homie.
I didn't cut
Play
you
that
off,
shit with
my
somebody
brother.
else.
I didn't cut you off, right? I waited until you was done, and I asked, "Are you done?" And you said yes, right? So the lack of self-control and lack of decorum that you're displaying right now is an example why Black women are still being disrespected and still being neglected today, right? Because you don't understand emotional regulation and empathy when it comes to conversations that surround the plight of Black women. You want to make everything about you and your feelings, right? And it's not just you, my brother, but it's the majority of Black men today. They respond and react the exact same way. Peace and love.
Man, fuck that. So, no,
Let me
here's
jump
what you're
in.
trying to
Shadow.
do. Oh, okay, yes, ma'am.
I just got three. I want to tell y'all, in case y'all have forgotten, as a king rises and falls, so shall his people. And if y'all want to be kings, you do realize the representation of how well men are going to do are judged by their women. And if y'all keep on doing this to us, you're going to end up wiping yourselves out. If the more you hold us down, to beat on us, dog on us, talk about us, hate on all the hate you putting on us, it's only transferring back to you. You will never be greater than we are. You cannot be great without us, nor can us with you. We stuck with each other. So you all want to be kings. Remember, as you rise and fall, so do your people. That's never going to change for across the board, regardless of what color you are. But you will not be men in leadership and winning out here in the world and get the respects that you want and treat it well as long as you dog your women out. Because since the beginning of time, from Genesis to now, you cannot do any greater than it is how your women are. So keep on putting us down, keep on tearing us up and unaliving us, and see where you're going to end up. And then also look at where you are now and why some of y'all can't rise out that pit and get ahead. Well, look at how you're doing your women. You're not going to get past us or around us. So love us or not, just know by hating us, you're just hating yourselves and you're doomed for failure. I digress.
Let me see before I bring in a couple of more people. I got somebody waiting in the back. If you can, come up. This is my first time seeing you. Diva, are you back? Is your reception better? Stanley Cross, 6,000 member for 2 months. So Brownville thinks he is respected enough to talk about accountability. Tell that young man to sit down and listen more then yap like a pup. All right, Stanley. Shout out to Stanley. Thank you so much. Virgo Girl M5F with the 2 ball. It ain't safe out here for Black women and girls. That's a scary thing for We got to realize that our women are saying that. We got to start really thinking about and having the empathy about what our women are actually communicating with us. Aaron Toluca with the 5 ball. In order to come up with a solution, you need to analyze and process of DV. How does it happen step by step? Then you pick the steps to correct it. Virgo Girl M5F with the $2. It ain't safe out here for Black women and girls. She doubled up on it. Aaron 2 Lucas with the 5 ball. Thank y'all so much. Shout out to the 200 people that's watching. Make sure y'all hit that like and the share button. This is how we keep conversations moving in the right direction so we can get an understanding of how everybody's moving. And then maybe after we get all our thoughts out there, all our feelings out there, then we can have empathy towards each other and we can start getting things moving in the proper direction. It's not about how you act. It's about how it's marketed. Perhaps Ronda Rousey has better management. I don't know. Shit. I think it's a little bit deeper. Let me welcome into the show. K Laps. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Hello, bro. I'm from London. What, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well.
All right, bro. Right, so tell me one of the points and I'll speak on it. Or do you just want me to freestyle?
Yeah, the conversation is about Black women are the least protected in 2026. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
Least protected. See, I'll just agree, because I'll agree in a sense that, like, they're probably the least protected, but it's by their own doing. Like, you can't really believe that they want to be protected, in my opinion, because all you have to do is just look at what they're doing. There's women out here selling themselves. There's women out here, but I don't have my points together, so I'm just freestyling. I can't laugh. But yeah.
So you think the majority of women is out there selling their body?
No, I'm not saying majority.
All right, so the majority of Black women are not selling their body, correct?
Now, see, you can't just put all Black women in the same category. Like, you have to split them up, because not everyone's the same. See, I'm talking about the wretches, the same ones that be saying Black men are this, Black men are that. Those are the ones that be selling themselves. That's who I'm talking about.
Okay, so you don't want to protect those Black women. What about the majority of Black women that are not saying those things? Can we protect them?
Yeah, because there's a lot of women out here that want to be married, and they are like the pick-me's. See, I would want to pick me, because a pick-me is actually gonna listen and do what the fuck you want her to do. But try to grab like one of these other women, like the wretches I'm talking about, but they're not going for none of that. So you can't really do nothing with them.
So if you are looking for a woman that's going to, whatever the case is, why are you even concern yourself with the so-called ratchet women?
Because the wretches want to paint all Black men in one category, when, like what I just said, you can't really put everyone in one category like that.
But you are attempting to put Black women in one category as a ratchet. When I'm talking about Black women in general, and I'm talking, hold on, let me finish my statement. So I'm talking about Black women in general.
Wait, did you not?
Hold on 1 second. Okay. What I'm saying is that I'm talking about Black women in general, but you keep going to the lowest denominator and saying that that's what you want to have a conversation.
Okay, what I'm saying is you can't put them in general, because no one's the same. You can't put all Black women in general when there's Black women doing this and there's other Black women doing that. So you can't put them together and say, oh, this is what they want, when there's two different groups that don't even want to get married anyway. Like, they don't want nothing you're talking about.
Okay, so protection is about what somebody else wants. So if a little kid tell you they don't care. Hold on. Do kids hold on. So we can get an understanding. So you're saying because these type of women, these small number of women that are doing ratchet things, they don't want protection. So therefore you want to put that on all Black women, saying all Black women don't want protection.
Well, I never said all Black women though. I'm talking about
okay, you didn't say all. However, when I'm talking about the majority of women, right? You say I cannot talk about it because they got this sector of women that do not want to be protected. I'm trying to protect the majority, but you are using the example of these ratchet women, why women do not want to be protected.
All right, you're confusing me. What's the question you're trying to ask me?
The question is that should we as Black men start thinking about how we could protect the majority of Black women in 2026, because they've been the least protected since Malcolm X said it decades ago.
What if the majority wants to come together and actually do what we want them to do? Then that could happen. But as of now,
pause there. Nah. So they got to do who is going to be deciding what you want them to do? Who's the decision maker of that?
Black men.
So each individual Black men or the majority of Black men?
Well, each individual Black men in their own individual relationships.
Okay. So now when this man, he gets with a Black woman and he is not good for her because he has a mindset that he wants to control her, what should we tell that black woman to do? So he find this beautiful black man, she does, and then now he is trying to control her in a negative way, because control can be positive or negative, right?
Well,
So
that's
he's
the
trying to
weakest
control
thing I
her
ever
in a
heard, bro.
negative way.
What
What
other group of men are not controlling their women though? Like, what you're saying is just weak, in my opinion. Like, what's it? We already have these wretches running around doing what the fuck they want to do. Like,
right, you went back to ratchet women again. All right, so let's level the playing field. Do you yourself, are you a married man?
nah, bro, I'm 22.
Okay. Do you have a significant other that you've been with for some period of time, 1 or 2 years?
Yeah, I had a girl for like 3 years, but no.
Oh, you had it, so you don't have her anymore?
Nah, I've seen her last month though, but.
Okay, so you're 22 years old. So what I'm trying to get you to understand, my young brother, is that your mentality is going to push a proper woman away from you because of your ideology. Because no woman actually wants to be controlled in a negative way, the way how you are explaining it right now. I don't know the full understanding of what you're saying, but from what I'm hearing so far, it sounds like you are trying to control a woman in a negative way.
Okay, but what
because
would you say is control in a negative way? And explain to me what the positive way is. Or do you just think control in general is just bad?
No, you can productively control a situation, right? By giving somebody full autonomy, right? By giving them proper direction, by giving them the tools to protect themselves outside of your covering, because you're not going to be around them at all times. This is the type of things that we do for our loved ones, right? We attempt to control the situations by putting them in and surround them around great places where they could succeed and be safe. So one way how you control is by moving you and your family from a dangerous neighborhood to a less dangerous neighborhood, right? That is a form of control. Another form of control is going ahead and educating yourself, be a better communicator, being somebody that is willing to love with empathy, and show love and compassion towards your family. That's another way you can control. The control is with yourself, not with the other. Hold on, the control. Hold on, let me land it. I got you. Let me land it real quick. So the control. Hold on, K. The control.
Do I have to do?
The control is with yourself.
We have to fucking love them, bro.
Okay, control is with yourself, not with the other person. Not controlling the woman. You got to control yourself. Go ahead. That's positive control.
You're trying to say I can't control myself,
right? Because you're talking while I'm talking.
Toward them.
So, do you disagree with any of the things that I said about controlling yourself?
Yeah, I do.
What part of that you don't? What part of that you disagree with, young man?
Well, you're saying I have an issue with controlling myself, but I don't think you're really that guy to determine that decision, or even say that. I
can tell. So, all right. So I have a way of listening to human beings communicate, and from the words that you are saying at your young age, I can see you have this idea that you're supposed to control your woman.
Well, you don't know control. You have to govern them.
Do you believe you should control your woman? So this way, I don't have to speculate anymore. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I believe you have to govern them, or they'll just turn wild.
And what does that mean to you, govern them? Explain.
Well, first off, you need to look at their character. You need to see what kind of woman they are in the first place, and if you're.
So we're not talking about. Hold on. Again, we're talking about the woman you choose. So you chose this woman, right? What are you going to do to govern her?
All right. Firstly, let me think. All right.
And this is when the patriarchy starts to fall apart. And we got to stop with the talking points. And we got to start thinking critical about what we are saying.
Oh, how are you a man talking about the patriarchy, bro? That's the weakest shit I've ever heard. But that's some shit women say, talking about the patriarchy. Bro. What are you talking about?
You think the patriarchy helps you?
Bro, the patriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
What is this? So you're saying the patriarchy is bad for women? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's bad for you.
How is it bad?
How's it bad for you? Because it doesn't help you to critically think for yourself. You're not able to actually form your own thoughts so you can understand
Okay,
what is
so
going to be best.
what is the alternative? So you're saying it should be a monarchy, something that's never fucking been done before.
Monarchies have been done before, but no, I have not represented it as you should go ahead and do a monarch. No, I have not said that. That is you not critically thinking, right? You assuming things.
Oh, you don't know what you're
hold
talking
on.
about.
You went straight to the opposite. What I'm telling you to do is that you need to learn how to self-control yourself before
How
you
can
worry
you say
about
a
controlling somebody
patriarchy
else.
is
So
bad?
this is what, hold on, right? I'm telling you. So this way you can understand what I'm trying to communicate with you.
There's nowhere you could point to where what you're saying is where it fucking works. That okay, so you said there's no monarchy, but you're
No, I did
saying
not
that
say that.
patriarchy is bad. So which is it?
Right. So the patriarchy is bad for you because you sound like a black man. So the patriarchy in
Yeah,
history,
I'm black, by the way.
yeah. So the patriarchy has not helped black men no time in history. You understand?
Okay.
Okay. So that's why I'm telling you that the patriarchy is not a good
Okay, but who are you
representation
to
for
say
you
that?
as a man.
What are you even basing that
off of history?
Okay, you could point to any point in history and just say anything about anything about anything.
Right. What I'm trying to get you to understand that the patriarchy has not helped you as a black man nowhere in history. Unless you could point out a time when in history where black men actually got better because of patriarchy. Can
Okay,
you?
so if you could say one thing is bad, then point us to where it works. Like what talk about Africa.
Okay, good. What you want to talk about?
No, make your point, because you said
I'm
this
attempting to make my
this
point, but
segment of
you are
history is
arguing.
bad.
Hold on.
So point us to
Hold on.
where
Stop,
it
stop.
fucking
Hold
works.
on. Before I make my point, I need to understand. Do you have a reference point in history where black people, black men specifically, has gotten better in life from the patriarchy?
No, but if you don't have anything
Okay, you
to
said no.
say
So
that
that's why. Okay, so you said no.
it's
And
good.
this is why, hold on. This is why, my brother, you need to release the patriarchy from your value system, because it has not helped black men where you from. It hasn't helped black men in America. The patriarchy is actually a system for racist men to keep on control. They keep slavery moving forward in different terms. That's what it actually does. It doesn't help you as a black man, my brother. And so I'm trying to get you to understand that. I'm attempting to get you to critically think for yourself that the best representation that you have is control of yourself. You need to change your value system and the way how you move and think. You got to be able to critically think. Do not go off of talking points, because it's not going to benefit you or the people that you decide to try to be with. Once you start to do these things, you'll start to communicate differently. You'll start to understand your own thoughts. Where did you get your thoughts from that the patriarchy is actually good for you as a black man, where there's no proof in history over 400, 500, 7,000 years, however many years you want to go back, that's been proven that it was good for you as a black man. You have no reference point of it.
Bro, but you can't just say that out of nothing. Like, what are you even basing that on?
History.
Okay, so tell me a good point in history that
So,
you based that on. Like this reality you're talking about,
yes.
where has it been done before?
That what's been done before? That the patriarchy has been used to oppress black people.
Yeah, if it's
The
been
patriarchy
used,
has been used to oppress black people throughout the whole world, sir. In London, in America, in Africa, all these different places where black people are at, the patriarchy is used to control black men.
all right, maybe back then, but you can't really say that for right now.
If you say so, fine. Do you have proof that the patriarchy helped you?
You're putting me on the spot, bro. I don't have my points together.
Because I want you to critically think. This is what we need our young men to start learning how to do. You got to start learning how to critically think and get these talking points out your head, because it's not beneficial to you to move forward. You got to understand that if you want your community to do better, you're going to have to start critically thinking better. You got to start evaluating, where did you get this idea that the patriarchy actually helped you as an individual? Where did the patriarchy actually help us as Black brothers? Start thinking, where did I get this idea from that this thing helped me? Where did I get this idea that I need to control my woman? Where did I get this idea from? Because when you start critically thinking, you can move better. What you need to learn how to do is control yourself, because once you do better, you will find a woman that is willing to rock with you. It's not when I'm trying to get you to understand, your woman is supposed to be beside you, not behind you. You got to get all of these ideas out of your mind. She's supposed to be side by side with you, not behind you. Y'all supposed to work together. It's a family. You
can't just conflate 2 points together.
I'm not conflating anything. I'm saying something very direct to you. And once you start critically thinking, don't just say what I'm doing. Communicate what I'm saying. Please.
And say you shouldn't govern women.
All right. So we're gonna just pass the mic a little bit, because I don't think so. Hopefully you're thinking about the things that I'm saying, so you can actually understand where you're getting your thoughts from.
No, I'm gonna get my points together, then I'll come back.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Get your thoughts together, write them down, do whatever you got to do, so this way you can have a clear, coherent thought pattern. Please, I want to have this conversation with you, young man, because I do have a son myself. He is 26. I have a young daughter. She is 25. So I want to continue to speak to young brothers like yourself, because a lot of our young youth, they are not brainwashed. They are not trained to critically think for themselves on where they got their own thoughts from and start challenging these ideas. Let me welcome into the show Rush. Good day, Rush. What is your thoughts on the topic?
Yo, salute to you and the whole panel. Yo, my thoughts on this subject matter y'all expounding on. The young man got a point, man. The women within our demographic, they choose to be not protected. It's based off their action towards Black men. Most Black women don't respect Black men, period.
Hold on, pause. Is that majority, or are you talking about a very small percentage of women?
Nah, I say majority. Majority of Black women don't respect Black men. I mean, you can tell by the words and verbiage that they use towards us. You know what I mean? Even when the ones that's doing good, like they don't big us up. So they kind of letting you know they don't want to be protected by us. You know what I mean? And you know, I mean, it is what it is, man. You know, ain't no love lost, man. It is what it is, you know.
So yeah, you all just have to. The problem is that like we hear a lot of people use that talking points, but it's just not in real life.
It's not a talking point. It's for real, you know. Like, yo, I mean, hey man, like yo, ain't nobody's gonna force you to, I mean, take advice or you know, go out their way to, you know, protect you when you just have, you know, nasty vibes towards your own people. Know what I mean?
Right. So I don't have this. So me personally, I don't have this experience. And when I'm having these conversations with Black women, do not see this idea of this attempting to disrespect Black men. This idea that I think a lot of Black men have is that y'all disrespectful ones, y'all can say whatever y'all want to say, and the woman is not supposed to get out of some kind of character. She's supposed to always take abuse from y'all. I think that is the problem that y'all misinterpret. You cannot be disrespectful and then expect the person to not react. You see how Shadow is stressed right now, right? He feels like things is going a certain way, and then he gets aggravated, right? That's just what it is. So if somebody's being disrespectful, right? Eventually, the other person is going to react out of frustration, and people are using these small examples of the internet of them searching for black women to be aggressive,
Nah,
and they
I'm talking about
form that.
real life. Man. I'm not talking about the internet. In real life,
Yeah.
most black women don't respect black men, and it's okay. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Ain't no love lost, man. Like
That's
you
no
see
problem.
what
So now, hold on. So let me get this correct. So,
Mhm.
do you believe Jasmine Crockett disrespect black men?
I don't even know who that is, man.
Perfect. Do you think Oprah Winfrey disrespect black men?
Not overtly, you know what I mean, but
Okay.
she'll
Do you think
indirect, you know what I mean, say
okay,
slick
that's fine.
comments.
You might not know. Do you think Queen Latifah disrespect black men?
Nah, she cool.
Okay. Do you think Mary J. Blige disrespect black men?
Nah, she cool.
Do you think Clarissa Shields disrespect black men?
Nah, she cool.
So
Wow, he's just
what I'm
a
trying to
freak.
get you to understand, to critically think, right, is that it is a perception that you have that is focused on
It's like
negative.
4 heads, man. You just mentioned 4 heads, man.
You
That's
want me to
not.
keep? You want me to? So the problem is, now, can you give me the opposites? Can you say some names that is overtly in the world disrespecting black men? Go ahead, because
I mean, you're talking about celebs. I'm talking about real life engagement with real people in my vicinity. You know what I mean? Like, as far as like, you know, celebs, man, I don't really keep up with celebs like that. I mean,
that's perfect. That's fine. So now, when you this is why I'm saying that you maybe are in a focus group on these negative stereotype of black women, and that's why it formed your mind to believe that this is the majority
I'm
of
not
black
the
women.
only black guy that says this.
It's
You
very
know what I mean?
Hold on,
Like,
Russ.
I'm not
Russ.
the only one that says this, man. Know what I
Right,
mean?
that's fine that you're not the only one that said it. That's because you're not the only one that is stuck in this world star hip hop of imagery of black women. Again, so a police officer, they will look at the world in a negative light because they are always dealing with criminals. Would you agree with that?
I mean, they're not always dealing with criminals because they don't work 24 hours. I mean, they have a regular life. So outside of their professional occupation or whatever, I mean, they deal with real people, and they'll say the same thing I'm saying. That mean?
I don't know what you mean. We're gonna get back to it, Rush. We're gonna get back to it. Black one with the 10 bars. Since our black women are the most educated and intelligent, and I think that the measure of intelligence is the ability to problem solve, then our woman should be able to solve this no problem easy. Shout out to Black. Thank you. I appreciate you. Conversation MJ with the fiber for my cousin. Girl, you know you fine. We got CJ Brooks. Facts and receipts with the fireball. Where is the access to high vibe, educated black women here? All I hear is stereotypes. And that is a real issue, is that a lot of our brothers only talk about stereotypes. That's because a lot of our brothers, they fall into the patriarchy remedial rhetoric. That's the issue that we keep having. We keep telling them to give us examples, even when we go to crime statistics, when we're not talking about celebrities, it's still not showing they talking point to be true. The beautiful at the verbal assassin, F around and find out what the fiber. Well, you sound like your vicinity is ghetto. So there's that. Man, shout out to the 215 people watching. Make sure y'all hit that like and the share button. Let's keep it going. Let's get these tough conversations out there. Thank you and appreciate y'all. Hey, Beachy, would you like to jump in on what Russ said before he get back into it and say his part of the conversation as well? Would you like to comment on anything?
I need a minute. I got to bury myself for just a little bit because Clap really really tried it, my guy. Like, hold on, like he really came up here and played in your face Like he not over here in the comments saying all type of stuff. I don't know if you're coming in from Twitter, but why aren't you keeping that same energy, Clap? Why didn't you tell Sharon what you said about he's the dumbest effing panel you've ever seen? And how do you men stand on these women who are so stupid? Why didn't you come up here and say any of that? Why didn't you say that they're retarded, they're stupid, I don't know what they're talking about? You help the brothers see the light and leave the panels.
Bro,
Basically, you are
I thought
calling
you were retarded.
divas
Bro, you're dumb.
commentary, MJ's commentary, and anything I had to say. You are attacking us in the
Hold on,
comments.
Clap.
But when you hit the link, you didn't have none of that energy. When you hit the link, you could barely get a word out. You stumbling all over the place. You didn't have any of that energy. So I'm trying to figure out, who are you? Are you this guy that's saying we ain't ish, we deserve what we get, we dumb women? You attacking us over here, right here in black and white. But I dropped the link, and you come up here and you stuttering all over the place. You don't understand what's going on. What's going on? That's all I want to know. Stay that person that you are in the comments. I'm dead to the bullshit.
All right, so Gag Claps, you get a chance. Hey, Claps, hold on. Let me give you some rules. When somebody else is talking, do not interrupt. So this way we can get their full thought out, and this way you can get the same. Okay, even if you disagree, let the other person fully talk. Gag Claps, you get the chance to rebuttal. Go ahead.
All right. Well, that's not really what I've been saying in those comments. You know, she likes to, you know, conflate a lot of things.
Okay, so you think that so she got the actual proof of you saying these things. So did you say them or not?
First state what I said, then I'll say if I said it.
Sir, it's in black and white in the comment section. I don't need to do that. What? Are you okay? Because I know I'm over here. I done just stepped into Grim Reaper spirit, because I don't know what else to do. So we just gonna start taking people out in another way. But sir, you're not. Okay, this is why I gotta be a Reaper today. What do you mean? Let me know that I said it's right here in black and white. We can read it. Diva was seeing it in the chat. Do you understand what you're typing? Everyone sees it. You calling us pygmies, we ratchet, we stupid, you calling the men dumb, you doing all of this. Black women pick Section 8 to support, like you're doing a lot. All of these are your comments. All of these. So what do you mean? Yeah, you don't know if you said it. You literally typed it. I put the link because Diva said, hey buddy, come up and say what you got to say. I put the link, and then you come up and didn't say any of that. So either you playing real, what type of games you playing here? Women
like you making these dumb panels, bro, I can't lie.
Are you gonna address the things that you said, sir?
Yeah, I don't even watch lives like that. Like when I watch lives, it's normally, you know, from other black men. But when I just saw this on my feed, and I was like, okay, let me click on it, and I just saw some dumb shit that's just been said.
Okay, so what is dumb that has been? Okay, hold on, slow down, claps.
But to any other guy, bro, you'd be so annoyed, bro. Especially the way they're talking about black men, bro.
Claps. Can you please express with words what is dumb?
What is dumb?
Yes.
All right. When I first came in, there was a bag of black men just agreeing with anything, any bullshit they were saying. Like, I think she said something like 99% of black women are just getting assaulted. Like, bro,
91 and 92%, yeah. Bro, so what's dumb about that? What's dumb about 92% of us being assaulted by our interracial?
92% is.
Hold on. So Claps, do you have any alternative stats that proves her wrong?
Bro, it takes
yes or no?
Critical thinking to know that's fucking bullshit.
Okay, do you have stats to prove that what she's saying is wrong? Yes or no?
Well, all it takes is one Google search.
You got it. My brother, my young man, I need you to understand what I'm asking you so you can answer it. Do you have stats that is opposite of what Beachy is saying to prove her wrong? Yes or no?
Bro, everyone has Google. All it takes is one.
Okay, so again, do you? Okay, so okay, hold on, Claps. Again, I'm gonna ask you one more time. I don't want you to give me no explanation. Do you have alternative statistics? Yes or no?
But it's one Google search away.
So that's a
Everyone
yes, or is it a no?
So yes, everyone has
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
All right, so it's $20 for you to come back. So you could. I don't even understand why it's so that y'all men got to learn how to answer questions. The real prison with the 20 boy says, "Bye claps. Go eat some blood sausage and beans." God damn it! Does anybody want to hear this man not answer questions? All the men out there that cape for other men. Shout out to all my lovers of men. You want to hear him not explain anything? It's sad. It bothers me a little bit because he's a young man and he doesn't realize that he's not answering questions. He doesn't realize that he's not rebuttaling what is being said. Just calling something dumb and not actually having the words to express those things. I do not understand how so many of our brothers have alexithymia. You ain't never been to war. How you don't have the words to explain and express your actual thoughts? We need our brothers to learn how to communicate, use proper words, have clear lines of thought. Please don't just say things that you cannot back up. Learn how to critically think. Why do I have this thought in my head and I have no proof of it? Why I don't want to answer a very simple question? Do you have stats that is alternative to what Beachy presented? All you have to do is say yes or no, and clearly the answer is no. Go ahead, Browns. I see you was trying to jump in there.
Yeah, so it's sad. And it kind of reminds me of a conversation I was having a couple of days ago about our young men lacking interpersonal skills, right? They don't know how to properly communicate. They don't know how to articulate, and they don't understand how to critically think in the moment and follow a conversation. But yet, these are the same brothers demanding respect from women. It's ridiculous. So I want to ask my brother Rush Labuto, right? I want to ask my brother Rush Labuto a question. Because brother Rush Labuto, you mentioned that in your anecdotal experience, the majority of Black women don't respect Black men, right? So I'm going to ask you a question. Do you believe that respect should be given or earned?
Definitely earned. And by the way, my name is just Rush. Labuto Network is the name of my channel.
Okay,
You
okay.
can just call me Rush.
Okay, brother Rush, right? So you said definitely earned, right? So do you believe that ways to earn respect is to display that you have knowledge, wisdom, and understanding? You have self-respect, self-confidence, self-control, self-discipline. You have your value systems aligned, right? Do you believe that those are ways to gain respect?
Of course.
Right. So if, because I heard you mention that you didn't know who Jasmine Crockett was, right?
Right.
So that kind of shows the world that you kind of lack knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of what's going on in your political environment of the country that you live in, right? Because Jasmine Crockett is a well-known congresswoman, right? Prior to that, she practiced law, but she's went viral several times on her questioning different people on Capitol Hill, right? She's a Black woman. And so as a Black man, when you express the thought that you are unaware, right? That raises an alarm, right? To your lack of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding on, things that you should be paying attention to. Also,
listen, like you see, this is the problem with our people within our demographic. You do a lot of worshiping, man. You know what I mean? Sound like you worship this broad, man.
It sounds like I'm worshiping her by
Yeah,
just explaining to you.
you're making the assumption that I don't know anything because I don't know one individual. You know what I mean?
No,
And
so
that's just kind of crazy for you to even make that assumption.
but Brother Rush, I made no such assumption. What I said specifically is you are an American, right?
Right.
And you should be aware of your politicians in your own government that's making laws, that's advocating for things for or against you, things of that nature. And you said you didn't know who this woman was, right? So I was just making it clear that you were lacking knowledge, wisdom, and understanding on important things.
Not knowing one person, I lack knowledge and wisdom because I don't lack one person.
Knowing who is making laws that's going to affect you and your family. Yes. You don't think that's a priority?
Nah, she don't pay my bills, man. But get to the point.
Right. So back to the point. The point is, right, what have you done to garner respect from women? Because obviously, if your experience is the majority of women who you encounter don't respect you, that shows more about you than those women, right? Because Sharon, right, the host of this channel, he said, hey, he doesn't have that experience where the majority of women aren't respecting him, right? And I've never had that experience where the majority of women were not respecting me. And I'm sure the majority of men who hit this panel, they're going to share that same anecdotal experience.
Yeah, you sound like a simp, but yeah, carry on.
So I'm asking you, right? What have you done to put yourself in a position to where the majority of women you encounter don't respect you?
Hey, man, I'm a respectable brother. I respect everybody. I mean, just majority of black women, they don't respect black men. And like I said before, ain't no love lost, man. I mean,
but but that's not what you're actually articulating, right? Because you came up and you hit the link on a show that we're having in regards to black women being the least protected. We brought up different stats about how they're being physically harmed.
And I informed the host that most black women don't want to be protected. I mean, so if a woman don't want to be saved, I mean, you let her do what you want to do. I mean,
right? But see, you're not aware, Brother Rush, that because of your experience, right, of black women not respecting you, you're speaking on this topic from a position of bitterness.
I'm not bitter.
But see, and that's the thing, right? Because
you're making the assumption that I'm bitter, but I'm not bitter.
Right, but you're expressing yourself as somebody who's bitter towards women.
I'm not bitter towards women. What are you talking about?
But that is how, see, and that's the thing, right? Because, you know, oftentimes when we look in the mirror, we can't really see everything that's right and wrong with us, right? And when we get around people and we start communicating and we start you know, doing certain things and saying certain things that display our character, that's when we can be informed that, hey man, you're coming across very bitter. You're coming across as a scorned man because woman.
How am I coming off as a scorned? I've never, you know, said anything disrespectful towards a certain group of people. So how am I bitter and scorned? Like, I'm just telling you what it is.
Because what it is in your anecdotal experience, my brother, you've articulated the thought that
I'm not the only black man that says this.
No, but
clearly there's some truth to this. You know what I mean?
Right. But you're displaying it today, and you're the only black man that's displaying that today. So
because you was right. You was man, a panderer, man. And you was sucker.
That's fine.
Right.
That's fine. I mean, listen, what you say, that don't bother me. But let's stick on the
Right.
topic, right? The topic is, you made the point that in your life, the majority of black women don't respect you. So that's what we need
They
to
don't
get to the
respect black
bottom
men,
of.
period. You know what I
Because I
mean?
don't have that problem.
Because
And
you were
what I'm
sucking the simp, man. You a panderer, man. You know what I mean?
All right, so hold on. Let me understand this. So, Rush, you are saying the men that do not get disrespected by women are panderers and simps?
Yeah.
So I'm a simp because I get respected by women?
You cater to them, man. Like your
That's not
whole
what I asked you.
your whole style of, you know, put dispersing content is a real biased perspective on dealing with both men and women. I mean, you show more favoritism for the women. I mean, like, you got an issue with the patriarch and all that. Ain't nothing wrong with the patriarch, man. It keeps order in line. I mean,
For who?
for everybody.
Do you have a woman, Brother Rush, currently? Because
Nah.
Sharon is married. I'm married. Do you have a woman?
Nah.
We knew he didn't have nobody.
And see, and that's the thing, right? So he confirms everything that I've said, right? So, you know, I'm in a successful relationship, right? And I've
Because you
never
were
had
sucking,
an
but yeah,
issue.
go ahead.
I've never had an issue
Right.
with getting disrespected, right?
Because you were
Because
panderer.
I
Hold
demand
on,
respect.
Rush. You get it. Hold on. Rush, you'll get a chance to communicate. Just let him finish his thought. So it's where you
Pardon me,
can.
my bad.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you know, I'm in a successful relationship where I get respect because I carry myself in a respectful way, right? I have knowledge, wisdom, and understanding for things that's going to affect me and my family, right? I understand how to communicate and regulate my emotions, right? I understand that my experience doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be everybody's experience, right? But you, based upon your anecdotal experience, you don't have a woman, right? You aren't interested in having a conversation about how we can protect our women better. The only thing that you're willing to talk about is, in your anecdotal experience, the majority of women that you encounter are disrespectful to you. And what I'm trying to get y'all brothers to understand is, it's not the woman, it's you, right? You got to recalibrate your value system. You got to gain knowledge, wisdom, and understanding and situational awareness about things that's going to affect your life. You got to be able to carry yourself in a certain way that demands and commands respect. And if you do those things, then you won't have an issue with getting a woman, and you won't have issues with
I don't
women
have a problem getting
respecting
women.
you.
I don't have a problem getting women.
All right, so go ahead, Rush. You get a chance to rebuttal what he said. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I mean, yo, listen, man. Like, you know, you're just the way you talking right now, and like, you're not even being reasonable. Like, you know, you're assuming that, you know, I can't get women and all this, and I'm not knowledgeable. You know what I mean, and all this. Like, yo, I'm a respectable guy, and I show people respect. You know what I mean, you know, like, for you to make the assumption that I'm not a knowledgeable dude because I don't know one individual, and, you know, that's a congresswoman or whatever, you know, it's just absurd to me. You know what I mean? And you know, just how you coming off, man, I could tell you one of those suckers and simps that pander to women. And I'm gonna always go against the grain. You know what I mean? I'm gonna always tell the truth and be thorough on how I move in life. Period. You know what I mean?
So do you pander to men?
Nah. If you doing some sucker shit, I'm gonna let you know.
And Your interest is in only women, or you are interested in same sex as well?
Well, what kind of question is that?
An easy one to answer.
Not like that's real disrespectful. I obviously know I only deal with women. Know what I mean?
Okay, and so the issue that we are having is that when a man is talking in a productive way about a woman, and that same man that is talking in productivity about a woman, y'all call them a simp. Do you think me talking in a positive or productive way with a woman means that I'm not getting something in return? Because the definition of a simp means that I am catering to a woman without getting something in return, as in a relationship. Do you think I'm trying to be in a relationship with all of these women?
Nah, I understand what you're trying to do, but the way you coming off doing it, it's you're never going to get any results, because you want to disparage the patriarch and black men and just raise give women affirmation and pretty much exalt women to the highest degree. Know what I mean? But it's not. But
So
for
you think
the positive outcome you're looking for, it's not going to happen by you doing that. Know what I mean?
And you think the better way is to give men love and attention and
Nah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like, you gotta have balance.
Okay, you're not saying that. Hold on. So I'm confused about what
you have to have.
Hold on.
You have to have a certain amount of balance, man. To to find a positive result. By you just shitting on niggas, that's not going to give you a positive result on what you're looking for. And I understand what you're trying to do, but it's not going to work like that. I mean,
so and again, did you see me shit on men today?
Nah, but your man's is by your man's being on the panel, you talking crazy like that. I mean, you are the company that you keep. I mean,
okay, so am I keeping you company?
I mean, we just politicking.
Okay, so you on the same panel, so that means, so what does that mean now?
Not like I'm aware of this individual that's talking crazy, like he's always on your panel. So I figure like you guys got some sort of relationship outside of the YouTube space.
Okay, so you're assuming, fine. So now that we moving this thing along, if I am talking in a positive way to get my brothers to understand that our black women are not protected, what issue do you have with protecting?
I don't have an issue. I just told you my thoughts on it. I'm telling you, like, no, you can't save somebody that don't want to be saved. And I'm saying, that's cool. Know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. So I'm gonna ask you again. If I'm having a conversation about, I believe black women are the least protected, why is there a problem with having a conversation so this way we can get more?
There's no problem. There's no problem. I'm just saying that the people you're talking about that you're saying that's least protected, I'm telling you that they don't want to be protected.
By you, you do. Hold on, guys. So they don't want to be protected by who? By you?
By black men, period.
All right, so now by black men, period. And is that because majority of black men think like you?
It's not even about the mindset. It's not even about the mindset. Like,
answer the question though, please. Before you tell me the mindset, do you believe that majority of black men think like you?
No, everybody have their own thoughts. Everybody have their own perspective. But
hold on, slow down. You said that, but earlier today, you also said that majority of the black men are saying the same thing you are saying, and that's why
because they have the same experience.
All right,
because they have the same experience. But
okay, so majority of black men think like you.
Everybody have a different walk of life, man, and if everybody that has a different walk of life are saying the same thing or having the same experience, there is some truth and validity to that. You know what I mean?
So those men, hold on. So those men that think like you, well, however many of them
they don't think like me. We all come from different walks of life, man.
So
we're just explaining to y'all that we have the same experience, but we don't have the same mindset.
Okay, so the same men that talk like you believe that y'all don't have the same mindset?
Not talk like me, having the same experience like me. You know what I mean?
So the men, all right, so now you fix that. So the men that have the same experience as you, do they have the same mindsets, roughly?
No, because we all come from different walks of life, man.
So why y'all saying the same things?
Because there's some truth to it. There's a lot of truth to it.
Okay, so now all the men that are saying these things with those experience, do you think black women want protection from you?
I answered your question earlier. Nah, they don't want no protection from no black man, man.
No, they want protection, not from they want protection from men that have the same experience as you. They want protection from you. Any man that thinks like you, they don't want you to protect them because they know you are not the man that is going to protect black women. That's the issue that you are having.
No, see, you make an assumption that I wouldn't protect the black woman. That's the wrong assumption that you're making right now.
It's not an assumption. You said it out your own mouth.
I will extend a olive branch to a black woman that'll take it from me. I mean, but if you don't want it, I'm not gonna go out my way to give it to you, man. You know what I mean?
Right, so therefore, your idea of protecting a black woman comes from that she got to do something to you or for you first.
Nah, man. You gotta be you have to be accepting or have an open mind to receive help, man. Nobody's going to help you. Nobody's going to help you if you're unruly and disrespectful, man. It's not going to happen.
Right. So, for example, BTA never asked me for no protection in her life. Never. How would I know that BT is wanting or needing protection?
Yo, her husband's supposed to do that.
So again, so your idea of protection means the woman got to be giving you something.
No, man, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
that's not what I'm saying.
All right, so I just gave you an example, right? That regardless of what beachy attitude is, whether her marriage status is, whether her sexual orientation is, I would still give her a form of protection to the best of my ability.
Yo, that's you.
Whether that's just me, whether that's just the way how I move in life, the way how I communicate in life, the things that I bring up as in problems in our community. It don't even have to necessarily be physical. We are not even asking you men to be physical. We're saying that, hey, let your representation of who you are as a man be the first protection for a black woman, that you are willing to stand up, at least verbally protect the goddamn woman. Just verbally say that we are not going to lie. I'm not even asking you men to put your lives on the line. But for some reason, it is a difficult thing for y'all to just simply have the idea that you can give a verbal protection to a woman because you are not her husband, because you are not getting anything physical out of it, because you are not getting anything out of the situation is the thing that you brought up for the reason why you would not protect Beachy, because you said her husband is supposed to do that. Well, for me, it doesn't matter who or what her status is. She still is available for my protection to the best of my ability. But for my brother, you're not understanding.
I'm not gonna protect no random chick that I don't know, man. Like there has to be some type of connection. You know what I mean? Not even like on some like romantic type of connection. Like if we from the, you know, if we are in the same social circle and I know you, and you know what I mean, like
our race, Rush, it's our color. You know I mean? The title says black women. Everybody up here is a black individual. This has to do about, so I don't know where you're going or what you're not understanding. If you haven't had your cup of coffee yet, sir, but the connection is us. We are connected because of our ethnicity.
Yeah, y'all don't display.
So are you saying you're not a black man?
I didn't say I wasn't black. What are you
understanding on a black panel, and we're talking about black women, and you can't find a connection there?
I'm on Sharon's panel, not yours. You know what I'm saying? Like
you're on a black man's panel that's talking about how black women are not protected.
You're not even letting
you
me.
can exclude me out this conversation when the entire conversation is about us not being protected. So you got to deal with you're gonna have to deal with me and whatever black woman is up here, because we are speaking on us. So yes, you're on Sharon panel and he has blessed us all to be here, but you are here on the strength of protecting black women. So if you up here for any other reason than that, why are you here? Do you want us to protect you? Do you want to be the, like, what are you where you going? What is your angle? Because right now you coming off real salty because you're not the black woman. Do you want to be the one in the stats? Do you want to be the one being assaulted and attacked? And whoever got questions with the stats, come show yours. Because I got mine pulled up and where they came from. Now back to what I said, Rush. What are you trying to say? You're not making any sense. Black women, no one can say black women, y'all really being protected. We got y'all back. We're not gonna let anybody take our women and tear them down and do them dirty. You know why? Because y'all the ones doing it. Listen, I don't know what you're not understanding. No, you are. You are. And we know that, and we still love y'all though. We love y'all, but don't act like you're up here on Sharon's panel, but you can exclude what a black woman is saying in the conversation that's about black women. See, that's why you're the problem. You're the problem, sir.
No problem.
So hold on, Russ. I'm gonna bring somebody into the show. We're gonna try to keep emotions low. We're gonna allow the person to communicate. We're gonna see how this goes. Welcome to the show. Got it.
Hello,
day, sir. How
hello.
You doing?
I'm doing great. Beachy has kids by a white man, and she's asking for protection from black men. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
Yo, that's crazy. Okay,
so, all right, so that's fine. So now, hold on. So even if that is the case, that has nothing to do with if
that has everything to do. And see, this the thing that just blows my mind. Like,
that's what I'm saying, Rush.
All right, go ahead.
Right. Even just coming to throw some salt on the table, say that now because she dealt with whatever kind of man she dealt with, that doesn't mean anything that she should not be afforded any kind of protection. Because I didn't know that Beachy and Fatty had an issue. I probably should have known that, but I didn't know. So I apologize for that, Beachy. So but regardless of that, it has nothing to do with her being protected verbally and say no, she does not deserve to be pushed down in society. She does not deserve to be seen as she is supposed to be some violent person just because she's a black woman. This is insanity that men like you, Rush, believe that because she's not doing something for whatever in your eyes,
she's not even married to a black man.
She's not
by a white dude.
Be willing to say and speak up for our women. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, let me just say this, man. Like you can't scream pro-black when you are knocked up by a white dude.
Okay,
man.
pause there. I'm glad that you said that. Pause there. Do you believe you could scream pro-black while also disrespecting black?
Yo, let me know when I can speak.
Yeah, let me just say this. I'm gonna say this before I leave.
Hold on.
I'm gonna say this before.
Hold on. What's the matter? Because you don't like the way how I'm communicating?
What I'm saying is I tried to speak. I tried to speak twice, and you said no, right? And then somebody else spoke, and then you brought Fatty up, and he spoke, right? And you and him continuing to go back and forth. All I said was, let me know when I can speak. That's it.
Go ahead, Gus.
The problem is this, right? These brothers are used to being handled with kid gloves. He's speaking from a position of failure, right? Obviously, based upon his appearance, he's a middle-aged man, right? He doesn't have a woman, and he espouses an ideology that the majority of women are disrespectful, right?
That's not an ideology, fam. That's not an
Okay.
ideology.
Just let the person finish. You want to get it? You get it right after Brownsville
All right.
Rush.
No, that's
Thank you.
fine. That's fine. I'm cool with it. So, Rush, are you a father? Yes or no?
No, I ain't got no kids, man. I'm sucker free, man. Keep
Okay,
going.
you're not a father, right? How long was your last relationship?
2 years. I broke up with her 2 days after Christmas.
2 years. You broke up with her 2 days after Christmas. What's your education level?
I got an associate's degree in criminal justice science. So like, yo, what's the point of you? Like, I feel like I'm being interrogated, man. What, you work for the feds?
Well, I'm just trying to get an understanding of your status in life, right? Because usually when brothers articulate themselves the way you are articulating yourself, it's because they are bitter, not only because of women, but they're
I'm
bitter
not bitter.
because of their
I'm not
own
bitter.
life choices, right?
I'm not
And
bitter.
based upon what you express, right? You
I'm
said,
not
hey,
bitter.
you said that you desire to be with women, right? But for some strange reason, even at your old age, you can't figure out how to stay with a woman, right? And your ideology is that the majority of women are disrespectful, right? But you've also espoused opinions that suggest that you lack self-awareness and you lack situational awareness to know what's going
No,
on around you,
that's your
right?
perspective. That's your personal
It
opinion.
seems to me, and I'm just gonna be frank, right? Because I don't believe in
I know you
handling
was
brothers with
fucking
kid gloves.
simp.
It
Yo, where
seems
you
to
find
me,
these seconds, man?
Let him.
it
He's
seems,
almost. Hold on. He's almost finished. Rush. You get a chance to respond.
yeah, it seems to me that what you're suffering with is arrested development, right? Your glory days and your glory years was probably when you was a teenager, when you was 14, 15, and 16 years old,
You
running
don't
the
know me,
streets,
man.
doing
You don't
whatever
know
you
me.
was doing,
You don't
right?
know me, man.
And that was probably a time in your life where you looked at yourself as having something going on. But now, because of your own poor choices and your own failures, you have a bitter mentality towards women, and you have a bitter mentality towards men who are way more successful than you are. So what I need you to do is just recalibrate your value system. It's not too late to turn things around. It's not too late to get more education, because an associate degree now is not even equivalent to a high school diploma 20 years ago, right? So go get a higher level of education, right? Get qualified in some things that could put you in higher status and higher positions in life, and then maybe your social network can change to a degree that the women that you get around with are respecting you because you've actually accomplished something. But nobody's gonna respect a man who's almost 40 or over 40 years old.
Okay,
And
Rush.
all you have
Hold on. I
to
got you, Rush.
stand on is that you have an associate degree and you have a track record of not being able to establish prominent relationships.
All right. Go ahead, Rush. You are able to rebuttal. And Rush, somebody sent me this photo. Is that you, my brother?
Yeah, that's me.
God damn. You want to explain the
Which
picture,
one?
my brother?
Which one is you? The one with the hat or the goofy looking one?
That's my cousin. That's my blood cousin right there. So why y'all pulling up this photo?
I have no idea. Somebody sent it to me and they said this is Rush. I don't know why they want me to. You want to explain the picture? I don't know what it means.
That's my cousin.
Both of y'all look like y'all got out of jail. Y'all on the bus on the way from jail.
Bomb. They in the car, Bomb. They in the car, Bomb. Come on, Bomb. Come on. Bomb ain't shit.
Bomb ain't shit.
Bomb, you ain't. This is why I be getting in trouble right here.
Bum, they already got me up here walking around with a psych and a reaper. You got to come and add and make it worse. We are really trying to be serious about this topic, but y'all not making it easy for us. We don't have, come on, we can't, y'all not really.
One of them said they had an association in criminal, the degree. What is association? What's that?
Hold on. Before bomb question, I don't know why they said that to me, Rush. They sent it to me. Hey, listen. So, Rush, I'm gonna give you the opportunity. Please, y'all, let them go uninterrupted. Again, you could, if you want, you could rebuttal Brownsville. Go ahead, Rush.
Yo, man, ain't nothing to say to Brownsville. Like I could tell he a sucker, a simp, and a trick. But Shorty, Beachy, whatever, man. Like, yo, don't scream for protection for black men when you got knocked up by a white dude, man. Like, you can't have it both ways, man. It's either one or the other. Yo, thanks for having me, Sharon, man. I'll catch you in the flip, man.
So before you leave, so now a black person that is talking bad about black people, is that person for black people?
I ain't saying nothing negative about my folks. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm just letting you know what's going on, man.
I'm asking you a question. If a black person is talking down on black people, is that person for black people?
Yo, yes, man, I catch you on the flip, Sharon, man.
Yes or no?
Yo, be easy, man. Yo, thanks for having me.
Don't run, my brother. You good? I was joking.
Running. He's a runner. He's a track star.
Hey, welcome into the show, Royce Dog. What up, Royce Dog? And also, before you go, Royce Dog, let me read a couple of these things. It says, shout out to Jasmine Crockett. She reached out to my daughter. Salute to that. That is what's up. That is that's pretty goddamn. Shout out to the verbal assassin FAFO with the fireball. Rush. Women don't respect you. You bitter Bob, you. Ogun 618 with the fireball. Why we using his lack of a relationship as a disqualification from the conversation? Just because he doesn't have a lady doesn't mean he can't critique. The problem is he did not critique. And when we was trying to ask him straight questions, he couldn't answer them. That's the problem, Ogun. He couldn't have a clear, coherent thought. He kept just saying, it is other people that have the same experience as me. And that doesn't mean anything when we're trying to get into
can you clarify this topic isn't about relationships in black people. This is in general, just whether right, like relationships has nothing to do with black women not being protected. So I don't even know how that got brought in. And he brought that in, meaning if you're not my girl, then why should I protect you? Correct. But you don't even have a girl. Like, it's just giving what are we doing here? So you see somebody being so the whole race gonna suffer based on, well, I'm not with you. So well, if you get murked out here, like that can't be how the most of y'all think. So I don't know what that was about. I didn't see anybody really but the women giving some pushback on that type of thinking. So I'm assuming y'all just agree, right? Y'all agreed with him, except for the Sharon and the ladies in the chat. Y'all agree. And she ain't, and somebody did say in the comments, so what are y'all supposed to get out of protecting us? This is about the whole entirety of the race. What do you mean when you get out of it? You get us. You get the race to continue on, because if we gone, you gone. You do know we produce you all. So if we get taken out, you're not going to be able to continue on. So you might do want to take protecting us a little bit more serious, because I don't know who else can birth another black man but a black woman. So I'm just going to leave that there.
Shout out to Southern Charm 13 with the 499. No, I don't know what you mean. Sharon is hilarious. Thank you, Southern Charm. I appreciate you. Shout out to everybody that is here. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. It really helps the channel a lot, so we can get out these thoughts in and we can start weaning out who is actually attempting to be for and who is not. Before I bring in Bomb Cherry, Royce Dog, what is your thoughts? I ain't never hear you sound so profound, my brother. I ain't never heard you sound so profound before. Wouldn't it? That's really good. You must have been reading some books. You sound really good right now. Okay, continue your thought.
Yeah, I was just about to say, sometimes you don't even have to wait. You don't even have to wait till women give you permission to protect them. I'm gonna protect women regardless. It's like if a woman about to step into a bear trap, I see the bear trap on the ground, she don't see it, I'm gonna grab her before she even step on it. I ain't gonna ask her for permission to protect her. I'm gonna grab her before she step on it. And I wanted to address the disingenuousness of how y'all treated Rush, because I feel like he didn't say a lot of the things y'all said. He or is his position, and the thing about it is, if you online, especially if you say something that women don't agree with, then their whole opinion of you will change. So a woman might want you to protect them, and then you say something they agree with, so now they want to control you. Women be trying to control men as well. They be trying to control our opinions. So we can't tell them the truth, unless if we tell them the truth, then now we a weak man who's not qualified to protect. So we kicked out the conversation.
All right. So do you believe just because it's the truth that the other person is supposed to accept it?
No, but another woman probably would.
All right. So now if you tell somebody the truth and they don't accept it and they say, hey, that is not working for me, why is that being a negative towards the woman?
It's not. Those two people just don't align.
Okay, perfect. So now that it's shown that a lot of men are not aligned with what women actually need, and y'all thought it's not aligned with what a woman actually needs, because when y'all tell her the truth, she like, what the hell is wrong with you? That don't make no damn sense. Why would we do this? Why would, and she have more questions. So when you tell a woman the truth and she leaves you alone, that doesn't mean she doesn't want to hear the truth. It's just that your truth does not align with a woman.
That particular woman.
Fine.
It's still a whole bunch of women other than her.
Okay.
She ain't the only woman out here.
Okay, perfect. So
all these women in your chat, they're gonna align with a certain thought process, because that's the environment you foster on this channel. Another channel, they will completely understand what Rush was saying.
So you think that me saying that we should generally have some form of protection for our Black women by using our words, using our platform, vocally, our actions on a day-to-day basis, by treating them like human beings. You saying this? You disagree with that?
No, I'm saying that if you say something that Sugar Bum don't like, she's gonna tell you that you ain't shit and that you don't control shit.
That's fine.
Even though this your channel.
Perfect. So now her saying that I'm not shit and I don't control shit, what do that have to do with me protecting her overall as a situation?
In my opinion, you should still protect her.
Okay, then so why did you bring up that if she calls me an ain't shit, what does that have to do with me protecting her? Yay or nay?
Because what Rush said is that women don't want Black men to protect them. And I just need to hear any Black woman disagree with that. Any Black woman. If any Black woman disagree with it, I'll concede.
Slow down. So again, so you agree with me that regardless if she says X, Y, and Z, she says, Sharon, you ain't shit. That doesn't have anything to do with me verbally protecting Black women as a whole. That individual.
It don't.
Okay, so why
it still don't make Rush wrong? Rush is still not wrong.
Okay, so perfect. Why are you sitting here trying to argue with me that I am doing something wrong to Rush? Rush is saying that we should not.
I said
Hold on, let me
you said he was wrong, but he wasn't.
Royce. Rush is saying that we should not protect Black women as a whole.
He didn't say that. You put words in his mouth.
I did not put words in my mouth. He said we should not protect Black women because Black women don't want protection from Black men. That's what he said.
No, he said that strange Black women, or that he has no attachment to. He doesn't have. It's not his responsibility to protect them if they don't want to be protected.
Perfect. So that means all right. So that means those Black women he's not going to protect. Correct.
That's what he said.
Okay, all right. So now we in agreement. So now, what do those women not wanting you to protect them? That one woman has to do with the protection of black women as a whole.
Well, I mean, I think most black men are kind of angry at black women, so
Okay,
they're gonna look for any excuse to not. They're gonna look for any excuse.
Hold on, Royce, you're missing it.
Hello.
Those women that says I
No,
don't.
that's not true. That's not true anyway. That's not true.
Okay, hold on, because see now you're agreeing with me again. So those women that say I don't want protection as a whole, what do that have to do with black women?
Those women that saying that.
Yes, what do that have to do with the whole collective of black women? Should that mean
Where are the women that's saying that they want black men to protect them? Where are they at?
Okay, so now does that hold on. Okay, because you asked me a question instead of answering the question. I will answer your question. It doesn't matter where those women are at or not.
If you look around this apartment complex, you see this apartment complex.
Listen to what I'm saying.
If any woman is in danger around here, I'm gonna step up to go do it right now. I'm gonna go step up to protect them right now.
Listen to what I'm saying. What do she got to do with me? If I'm going to give general protection to black women as a whole, it doesn't actually have anything to do with her. Are we in agreement?
Yeah, I never disagreed with you.
But Rush disagrees with that.
He did not.
We just established how he disagreed with it. Me and you just
what did he say? What did he say about not protecting black women as a whole?
He said because women do not want protection from black men. So therefore, he's not going to protect a black woman unless he is married to her or that's his woman. That's what he said.
Also not what he said.
And if you follow the logic he said that's the ones that he has a connection to.
Right.
So I wouldn't assume that he wouldn't protect his sister, his cousin, their friends maybe. I wouldn't assume that. I wouldn't just assume that he's not going to protect any other woman that he's not connected
those are
to.
connections, right. So those all family and the one that he's sleep with, all those are connections. So now, does that protect black women as a whole?
No.
Okay.
Are you gonna protect out on the street? You gonna go out on the street and protect random black women?
I need you to slow down. So so he's only going to protect the black woman that's connected. So that means he's not protecting black women as a whole. Are we in agreement?
I mean, you didn't give him a chance to change his to recalibrate his value system.
Are we in agreement of what he is communicating, that he is only protecting black women that is connected to him? Are we in agreement? Yes or no?
If we having a genuine conversation, we have to separate protecting real life protecting and then just speaking on the internet. If we're talking about speaking on the internet, he didn't want to speak on the internet to protect black women.
Okay, do you believe communicating and verbally saying things is a form of protection?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know why we trying to act like it's not. I don't fucking get it. What is wrong? Why are you fighting and combating for somebody that do not?
I mean,
hold on. Why are you fighting?
It's easy to do that, but you confusing actually protecting in real life.
Hold on. It's easy to do it. So why more men are not doing it?
Because you're mixing it with you're bringing up a dude shooting a gun in his house and forcing a woman to have his baby. You can't speak on the internet and make that nigga stop doing that shit.
Yes, you can.
You gotta go address him in real life.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
The reason the problem is that it is more men that is willing to combat and fight me on the behalf of degenerate men. You want to try to fight for Rush, even though he's telling you that he's not willing to combat for your own people. And while I'm here fighting and combating verbally for our own people, you are fighting me.
I'm just
In real
correcting
time.
you. I'm correcting you with words. I'm not fighting you. We're just
What
talking.
correction? All right, so you saying you are correcting me with words. So what words are you trying to correct?
I need you to stop confusing physical attacks with words. We're just speaking.
I did not confuse
Everybody on this panel is safe.
You just agreed that verbal protection is a form of protection. You just agreed with that.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we are talking about. We're talking about the easy thing to do, to verbally protect your people. I'm not asking any man to go out there. I said this earlier. I'm not asking for any man to go out there and physically put themselves in harm's way. I said that earlier.
But I think a more effective way,
to think about. You idiot.
The more effective way would be to put black women in a.
I told you. This is ridiculous. And they don't understand, right? Because while they're telling the whole world that they won't protect us, it puts us in more danger, right? Even a young man may not run into a black woman's house to harm her and her children because he understands that the community is not going to put up with that. That's how it used to be back in the day. They knew they were going to have to answer to some older men in that community. But today they telling us that they won't protect us. They don't care about us. And then they saying we just too strong for them. Our mouth is too strong for them. We don't want to be protected. And that's what these men, that's why they don't understand. They don't understand. Hey, good morning.
No, they don't. And some of you all can thank yourself for all the thousands of people on Twitter listening to and witnessing black men who are literally in the real time saying, F y'all, we're not finna protect y'all. We don't care if you get murked, you get murked. That ain't our problem. They are literally witnessing this in real time. So you can thank yourselves for showing how you really feel, because YouTube ain't the only place that this is going. So thank you. You can just know that. And keep the same energy for your daughters and your moms and sisters, and explain why you think the race of women that is in your this is what you got, and you are what we have. Why you are willing to just let us be sacrificed and out, and you think that's okay, and other men are wondering what is wrong with that. That's your women. You are not going to become greater than what your women are. Like, I don't know whoever thinks that's not a real thing, it is.
And I just want to say this, Sharon. I want to say this one thing, because that man, you may not be around your mother, your daughters, the people you care about. You may not be around them when they need help. But another black man may be around him. But guess what? That other black man is not connected to them. So if they think the way you thinking, they just gonna walk by when they get attacked.
Is that Tony's background?
Oh yeah, man, I got.
Yeah, go ahead, Tony. Let's let Tony jump in there real quick because he don't have much time. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I know. Hey man, I got. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I got Tony.
I want to ask everybody on the panel, who do y'all think is the most important entity?
Somebody got to mute, cuz it's a lot of background.
That's Tony.
That's why I'm at work. I'm at work. So who do y'all think is the most important entity on this earth? Who do y'all think?
I don't know. I don't think one entity is.
Okay, no. Well, I might use the wrong word, but women are the most important thing on earth to get to this realm of earth. True story. A Muslim came and asked me. He said, "Why did Jesus have to come through a woman?" I said, "Because God made the world that we come through women to get to this realm. So women should be protected regardless." We ain't gonna argue that they shouldn't, but we all came from a woman to get to this earth. And they need our protection like never before. I gotta go, man. Appreciate you.
No doubt. Thank you, Tony.
Have a good evening, Tony.
Shout out to Tony. Good, hard-working warehouse man. Background is crazy. Before we bring in Eden, man, I believe Shadow wanted to say some things.
I want you specifically.
Oh, Lord. I want you. I'm gonna have you.
Shrine. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Look,
You talking that jail junk. That's that
oh
jail.
shit. So y'all need to understand, I'm now gonna speak from personal experience. Have y'all ever tried to actually help somebody who didn't want help? I mean, actually go through. Because I'm gonna explain what rush actually means. Because you get yourself in some shit trying to protect people that don't want to be protected. If you've never been in that situation, you can't have that conversation. I've had that conversation. I've done this shit for real. Like, I've actually played this game. So I understand what people are saying. Hey, I'm gonna protect mine because they'll accept the help. Because I'm not going to jail for nobody who ain't trying to get themselves out of a situation. Just as simple as that shit is. Because then nobody's gonna protect mine. You're saying, well, we need to be able to protect them online. Here's the issue with that sentence. Like, here's the real problem. You can't say that and then say, oh, but we need to be able to accept everything that they're doing that may put them in that situation. Yes, we need to start telling people. One thing I love about Beachy is she's gonna keep it a buck. I may not like what she says sometimes, but I know she's not lying. Get this. Yes, black women are literally drugged through the ringer regularly. But the reason a lot of that is because a lot of them choose to stay in situations that are not healthy for them. And then when people do try to help them, they don't leave. They don't do anything to stop the very situation that they're talking about. So yes, there is a level of accountability that has to come into play with that. And that level of accountability is, hey, if you want help, we'll be there for you. But if you don't want help, I'm not going to drag myself through the mud to try to help somebody who doesn't want the help. I'm sorry, it doesn't make any sense. If you want us to protect you, give me the opportunity to, and then accept it when I do.
Okay.
But
So
Sharon,
now,
the reason I keep getting mad at you for gaslighting is because people are saying things that you're not agreeing with. And I can accept that, hey, you don't like what they're saying, fine. But as they're trying to explain themselves, you're like, well, you're not explaining yourself. Here's what I'm saying. You'll say something that they're not saying and then say, but this is what you said. Like, no, Sharon, that's what you said and what you took from what I said. Well, I'm not being specific. Okay, well, then let's be general. But hold up, let's not talk generality right now. Hold up, Sharon. Now, hold on, bro. Which conversation are we having? Are we having in general? Hey, black women need to be protected as a whole. Great. Anybody who doesn't want that protection should not have it. They should still have it, but I'm not going to throw myself under a bus when I know you're going to be the one driving it. Because get this, I was at a 7-Eleven not 4 days ago, and this dude was jumping on his chick. I put myself in danger getting that dumbass nigga off of him. Guess what happened? My wife ended up getting into it with her because she's mad that I jumped on her nigga. Make that shit make sense. There were young black kids around when this assault happened. So you want to know why we're not jumping out there like that? Because of shit like that. That, yeah, it's anecdotal, but guess what? That shit happens regularly now. I'm in fucking Dallas. That shit happens regularly.
Ryan, would you mind breaking down the definition of protection? Because I don't think they're understanding what you meant about an entirety of protecting the women. Can someone? You all are taking protection and just minimize it in just a small way, like overall.
See, that was you thinking.
Break down what protection is. What all comes with protection.
All right.
It's not just saying somebody randomly at a grocery store getting attacked. It's not somebody who keeps getting attacked. Protection in its entirety.
Sorry, I got that.
It's a collective thing. You all are isolating it, and that's not what he was trying. He was using incidents and showing overall. We just keep it happens so many times. You all laugh at it, mock it, even encourage it, and we're not going to pretend that doesn't happen. I rock with y'all the long way, but I know It is. I know some situations where kind of left me out there for dead, but I still rock with y'all. I'm not gonna pretend that it's not a thing. I still rock with you, but I have been left for dead many times by you all, and y'all do not cake for us. You don't cake for your own women. You are. We look at all of us look alike on this panel. We are all the same. Like you left us out for dead. And you think that you don't want to say, you know what, we kind of have left y'all for dead. That is not a noble and honorable thing to do just as a man. Just as a man, it's not honorable and noble to leave your women out for dead. What in the world do y'all not understand that?
Just because me and you look alike don't mean me and Shadow look alike. Don't be talking about all us look the same.
Hold on.
Hey, nigga, how dare
Hold
you?
on, y'all. Hold on. I don't want Tourette's. Hold on. Aaron Tolucas with the $5. What's the separation between criticism, even judgment on one person versus lack of protection of the group as a whole? The line seems blurred often. That is what Beachy was just talking to. The lines clearly is blurred. People are trying to make protection fit their disagreement. That is the issue that we are having. They are making protection fit their disagreement. September Timber with the $5. They attack Black women with anti-education and anti-government policy. They don't care who they hurt or who they have to hurt as long as they hurt Black women most. 100% agree with that as well. That's what we talk. We talk about the overarching point, and this is the part that a lot of people are missing. That also goes towards what Aaron Tolucas super chat was saying as well. The great super chat from both brothers or sisters. I'm not even sure. The Real Prism with the 10 ball. Protection is not control. Protection is not just from violence. This is about safety. Lord have mercy. Like, I don't know why they're not understanding that point, right? Aaron Tolucas with the $5. Define the structure of the protection being offered. If a person willingly steps outside of that structure, how can they remain protected? Okay, that was a really good question as well. And I want to get to Eda Man as well. I know he got some thoughts on it. What I want to say is this. When you're working in construction, you have hand protection, your gloves. That doesn't mean your eye is protected because you got gloves on, but you still got protection on. You put eyewear on. Now you got your gloves and your eyeglasses. Now you got your eyes protected and your hands protected. It doesn't mean some other part of your body can get hurt. It doesn't mean that you can't get electrocuted. So this idea of protection is being this one blanket thing that protects every last damn thing. Y'all not understanding it. We got to have levels of protection. I'm just asking at this moment, in this whole overarching point of the conversation, can we at least put the gloves on for our Black women? Give them some form of protection. Yes, you putting them gloves on doesn't mean it's going to stop them from dying. It's not a bulletproof vest.
Sure,
I don't know
hear what I said to you?
wrong. I don't know what's the problem with the thinking with this.
Sure. Were you able to hear what I said?
And before you go, Shadow, because I know you wanted the one-on-one. And so what I'm saying, I'm not telling nobody to go out there and do what Shadow did in 7-Eleven. What I'm trying to get my brothers to understand that the protection starts not reactive. What you did was reactive. You reacted to something that happened in real time. That is not protection. That is reaction.
I get that.
You would have did that for any. You would have did that for any color. She just happened to be Black. That's great, but that's reactive. What I'm trying to get is pre-active, right? So therefore, men would change their mentality, and then once men change their mentality, then maybe we have less women getting assaulted, because like Beachy said earlier, Black women are with their men at 90% clip. So regardless of what Fatty come up here and try to say that Beachy is with whoever, it don't matter, because 90% of Black women are with Black men. That's a fact. So it doesn't matter that I'm out, I stepped out, Beachy stepped out, Eda Man stepped out, and whoever else.
We're staying with y'all, right? Don't get that.
In reality, we are the vast minority.
Right.
So bringing that up is absolutely nonsense.
Right, and that's why I didn't even plan to, because I'm like, and yet I'm here with y'all, and yet I'm still in love with y'all. I can't get away from y'all. That had no merit. He thought he was really making an apocalyptic, statement, and it didn't move, my guy. Your spade ain't spade, and what nobody moved because it still didn't make no point. Because I'm gonna still be up in you Negroes' faces. You can't get rid of me. I sure do love y'all, and then you ain't nobody gonna make me not love y'all. So I don't know what he thought he was doing, like y'all was gonna start, which I was gonna hang me to the cross and burn me alive, because it's not, no one cares like that. Like he's really bothered by that. He the only one, because the show keeps going, and I guess I'm not the only one up here. Like, look, okay, Ann, but we all up here still. Like, I know he said he don't want to look like a Shadow, but I look at y'all and I see me, and I'm sure part of me reminds you of y'all. Y'all know Shadow, that wasn't very nice to Eda, man. He should apologize to you for saying that. But I can look at Titan and say, okay, I see me in him in a type of way. I see us. I see one thing. So again, the other part don't matter. You all are the majority in my life, and you're going to stay the majority, and you're going to have to stay dealing with me. So you need to do better. Y'all need to love us right, protect us, because what you gonna do without us? What you gonna do without your mama now? You like, stop playing with the nonsense, guys. Y'all cannot be for real. You're really disappointing and hurting my heart to see that y'all don't want to just say, yes, we kind of left y'all out there on the curb and peeled off. You don't want to say, and it's okay. You can say it. We will forgive you. We're some forgiving women. We'll be forgiving y'all for abominable acts. Just own it.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go Eda Man Williams. We're gonna go Mont. Y'all gotta get ahead. Y'all can give y'all thoughts, and then me and Shaq can have our quick back and forth that he wants. Go ahead, Eda Man, then Mont. Go ahead.
So I was trying to make sure I understood the conversation. Do I believe that Black women are the least protected? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that they're not protected. It sounds like that we was trying to paint this picture that Black women are not protected. If I compare Black women to other races, absolutely. I believe that other races, especially when you look at kind of white women, I think they have the highest level of protection. Not only are they protected by their men, but they also protected by the law in the United States, right? I'm not jumping off the board saying that Black women are not protected, but they are the least protected. And it's a couple of factors that comes down to that. But I kind of want to first get into the conversation with everybody, but I do see Black women are protected. There's no Black women getting touched around me. Every Black woman know that. Like, even in the Shadow situation, him just saying something could have stopped that situation. He didn't have to act like he was Black Panther and go over there and do something. So, like, yeah. But Sharon, hold on. Sharon is correct. We have to be proactive. Being proactive, what does that mean? Hey, if Black men start taking a stance like, hey, you're not gonna touch our women are off limits, it gives people notice. Not saying that it's not crazy people out there, but it tells them that these women will be protected, versus what we're seeing. Men say, oh no, these women are on their own. They are almost an outcast from us. I think it's just a bad take altogether for men to say that.
You cleaned it up good at the end, because I was about to cook your ass up. Welcome to the show, Mont. Good day. What is your thoughts?
What's going on? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we get you well.
I tend to not be a huge fan of these conversations. However, I do like to talk, so I'm here, right? One thing that I will say is I think that in order to protect anybody or anything, I think that you need some level of leadership. The difference between me and a lot of other guys is I do think men need to worry about themselves first when it comes to what they do wrong and what they can do better. But I do think that we need to lead women. And I think that women need to be under the leadership of men. Of course, not all men, but, the men with, high character who actually have the ability to lead. I think that's how you protect. I think when I think about protecting my kids, I don't think about having somebody do something to them and then going after them after it happens. I think about teaching them all of the knowledge that I give them when I say, be home by this time, before the street lights go off. That's how I protect you. I'm not protecting you by, going to save you after something happens to you at night. I'm telling you to stay away from strangers. I'm telling you everything that I teach you throughout your entire life is how I protect you. And that's the best way for me to protect you is to educate you. So yeah.
Can I respond to that? Because I think that's
Hold on, Edie,
that's
man.
oh, go ahead.
So first of all, I think it's a logical fallacy because I heard multiple men say that Black women don't want to be protected, right? And the reality is that men and women, regardless of race, we all want to be protected, right? For example, we don't want Iran to have the capacity to drop bombs on our mainland, right? We want our government to protect us from that. So it's just, to me, like these men don't understand what protection means, right? And all it is putting forward preventative measures, right? So that people are not being harmed or infringed upon, things that they don't want happen to them, right? And you can do that. And I agree with a lot of what Mont said, right? The only thing I disagree with is he said, well, it has to be established leadership in order to provide protection, right? I believe that leadership is important, but you can also provide protection without leading them or controlling them, right? It's you can inspire other people based upon your value system, your communication style, how you live your life, the standards that you uphold, right? You can inspire other people to live that same way, and therefore now you put them in a place where they can protect somebody, whether mentally, verbally, emotionally, spiritually, and things of that nature. I think if Black men was to, by and large, agree on a certain value system, a structure on the way we're going to carry ourselves, then that is going to have a trickle down effect to where our women will be more protected going forward.
So so you think that the best way to protect somebody is not to teach them. You think that you think that the best way is the way that you're talking about.
No, the best way is, to teach. And if you are, if you have, some sense of control, right? Some sense of access to them, then that's the best way to protect them. But I think that you can also protect them without having control over them as well. By the way you carry yourself and the way you communicate, you can inspire others to live accordingly, right? And then you can protect people by proxy as well.
So it's that was an interesting part that I wanted to respond to. I think it's a myth that I have to have control over something to control a situation, right? And I hear men say this is that they have to be under my leadership for me to protect them. And then we see police protect people that's not under their leadership all the time. We see the presence of a man just being in a place where men will act certain ways with women, and those women are not underneath their leadership. So I think we just gotta. It sounds good, and I get that it's almost like a trick bag to get women under your leadership. Well, that's why you're not getting protection, is because you're not under my leadership. But if Sharon Kids was in a situation and I was there, they're not under my leadership, but they would be protected. Like they still have a level of protection for the simple fact that they are kids. And that's what Black women are asking. We should have a level of protection just because we are women. We are women. And I think men are missing that.
Got you. So this is what I hear from you, because when you give the example of, if just because it's not my kids, I'm still going to protect them, I hear physical, right? That's what I hear. I hear physical protection. I hear reactive protecting. The best way for you to protect those kids is for them to listen to you. It's for you to say, hey, Don't go over there across that street. Hey, I don't want you to go but so far from me, right? That requires a level of those kids to listen to you, right? To listen to your wisdom. Like, of course you can, if somebody try to snatch them out the car, you can run the car down and do all, yeah, you can try to do all of those types of things. But even the example that you gave, the best way to protect those children is for them to take your wisdom.
Well, no, I'm not saying, I'm not arguing that women should not listen to men in these situations. I'm arguing that women don't have to be under that man's leadership. Those are two different things. Listening is, if I say, hey, go get in the car because they about to start shooting, that doesn't mean that she's under my leadership because she went to go get in the car. Like that's the point that I'm trying to help people when they say make that exact statement that, hey, you need to be under my leadership for me to protect you. I think that statement is a fallacy.
No, I think the
agree.
statement should be, and you need to be under my dominion, because I need to have some kind of control of these situations to protect you. You even just described, you just described two situations in which you would. And he actually, and sorry, is it Monty? I don't know the other brother's name.
Yes, his name is Mont. Yeah,
All right, Mont. So what Mont's saying is, even you can't tell a kid that you have no dominion over what they need to do in order to protect them.
All right, hold on. Perfect. No, Sharon, wait, perfect.
I'm not
hold
done
on.
with the sentence.
Hold on, no, stay right there. Stay right there. So my question is, hold on. If I tell you to do something and you do it, Shadow, does that mean that I have leadership over you?
Yes, that means you're
That is
exercising
crazy.
dominion. That's what the fuck dominion means.
That is crazy. So if I tell you
Is that not a real word? So we're not using
No,
words.
no,
now,
no,
right?
no. Hold on. I
Okay,
just want to make
making
sure. If I say, hey man, you need to structure your book this way, right? You telling me now I have leadership over you for giving you advice?
Yes. In that
That
moment.
is crazy.
In that moment,
real
yes.
quick. I think
That is crazy. Mutt, you agree with that, Mutt?
No. I think that you're making a slight flaw, right? So when you say I have leadership over you, it's almost like you're saying it's some sort of involuntary control, which that's not necessarily leadership. So if I have influence over somebody, like most followers pick their leaders. They don't like, I don't force you to I don't forcefully become your leader. You look at the characteristics that I have and you say like, oh, you have some sort of wisdom. You might come around, you might ask me questions. You might be like, yo, what should I do here? What should I do in this situation? And in that situation, I am leading you, right? But I'm not like your forceful leader of like,
Perfect. So if your woman give you advice on something, you saying, and she said, hey, you need to do this a little bit different in your business. You believe, Mutt, that woman's leading you.
It's either leadership or delegation. So for example,
Wow, that's crazy.
That's what the word dominion means.
I'll tell you what I mean, right? It's either leadership or delegation. So I can either empower my woman and say, you know what? I think that this is something that fits you and you do better than me. So I'm going to delegate this task to you and I'm going to take a back seat, right? Or it can be just simply her leading. But yes, that's her life. If my woman is a great in business and I'm like, hey, like I don't know what to do here. Like, but you know everything. Like I'm all ears. Let me tell me, show me the way.
So like if Sharon's good at his job and I'm good and I take his advice, he's taking my advice, we're trading leadership back and forth.
That's a very interesting way to interesting way to put
absolutely.
it.
That is crazy. That's not how leadership.
Hold on. So let me have a understanding with Shadow. So you protected that lady in a 7-Eleven. You had control over her?
No, I took control of that situation. I led that situation.
Thank you.
Hold on. It's still fucking
no,
leading.
it's no need to expound. Don't expound. It's going to make it sound crazy.
No, because you're about to try.
Leave it there. Leave it there.
Siobhan.
Leave it there. Trust me when I'm telling you.
That's why
I'm
people
your brother. I'm your brother. Trust me. Leave it there. Leave it there. And that's all we are saying. Right? That is all we are saying. That you don't actually need control over the woman at all.
You just exhibited leadership, and I took your suggestion. Guess what? That was leadership, sir.
Why you gonna kill your?
No, I'm agreeing with you now.
It's okay. I'm talking.
But yeah, hello. I'm learning, Sharon, that people really don't understand what leadership is. Just because I give somebody advice doesn't mean that I'm leading them.
Well, giving someone advice is just you giving them advice. I can give you something. That doesn't mean I lead you.
That's the point that I was making. If your woman say, hey, I think we should do this versus this, she gave you advice, and now y'all painting a picture that she's leading you.
I think we're being hyperbolic when we talk about one singular situation of somebody saying like, yo, I think that these chips you should get today, like that, of course, right? But we're not talking about in a singular situation where somebody just giving you a tidbit of advice. I think that's unreasonable.
Well, that's how protection works. When I tell you to go get in the car, that's a one situation. It's not me leading you. That was my point.
Are you not taking control? Wait, are you not taking dominion of that situation?
Hold on, y'all.
No, he's acting like he doesn't fucking understand
hold
English.
on.
That's pissing
I'm
me off.
asking you to hold on, relax. Shit. Let me run the show as well. I know we want to get our thoughts out. Black one with the two don't see us, see yourself. Elite Belzo with the $10. Super sticker. Thank you so much, Elite Belzo. Always holding me down. Thank you so much. Also, we have on the PayPal, it says support for the show. Thank you so much. I don't want to tell your name. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Also, I missed a Cash App earlier. It says buy Space Teeth Kick Rush. My bad. I was involved in cursing them out at the time. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. I just seen it. I was a little late. Also, Robin M with the $4.99. Sharon. Yes. Can you ask them what are Black women being held accountable for? The question never gets answered. We're going to start with Mont, not loud ass Josh. Go ahead, Mont. Answer the question.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Can you ask them what are Black women being held accountable for?
Yeah.
And I guess I don't fully understand the question or the perspective that it's coming from. Do you know? Maybe you can give me some context.
No, that's the question. Answer it the best way you can.
Okay, because she put 3 question marks, so it just kind of gives me pause. But what are Black women currently being held accountable for? I think that I've been in a lot of red pill spaces recently, and I think they are a lot of men are attempting to hold them accountable for a lot of things, even if it's unreasonable. They're we're holding them accountable for, well, at least in this space, the baby daddy things, not being married, things like that. But I guess I wanted context, because when you say what are they being held accountable for, like, is she saying, like, literally for me to list a couple things that we want to hold them accountable for, or like the society is holding them?
Yeah, however you see it. Yeah, whatever your thoughts is. Yeah.
Well, I think we just I guess the things I just said. So
Okay. Also, yes, I did miss this one. Thank you, Aaron. 2 looks with the $5. If you're in construction and refuse to wear that helmet, you can't blame the contractor if you get a head injury. That is a lie.
And the contractor, hold on, this is important. The contractor got to provide the helmet.
Bar. And not only that, the person, like, so when I'm on, I gotta always tell my workers, hey, put your hard hat on. So regardless if they don't want to wear it or not, it doesn't mean that I don't tell them to put it back on. I don't want to wear.
What if they are wearing the hard hat and they still get injured?
It's hard for me to get in these spots because I don't care. Put the protection on.
And a great contractor would tell them to leave the site if they don't put the helmet on, because he's not going to risk their contract.
So, I think I'm glad that he did bring that up. It was great that he brought that up, because it is able to expound in other places as well, the thought, because I think way too often men only believe in protection as a physicality and controlling and violence. Protection extends further than that. Protection extends as far as us just getting men to think differently so they won't be acting violently in the first place. Let me slow down my speech. Let me drink some water. Alex Brennan, that's you. Good day. Welcome to the show. What's your thoughts?
Good evening, everyone, and good evening to you, and Sharon. I I'm going to say this because again, you know, I get black men have egos, but sometimes their egos can be way too big and it hurts the people around them. And that's something that black men do not want to hear because they do not want to hear the truth about themselves. Now, now think about this. The red pill men in the manosphere. I really want you to think about this. They may be telling you that you should control the woman, this and that and the third. But the more you lead with that ego and the more you lead with your ego, it's going to drive the women away, whether y'all want to hear it or not. And that's the problem with today's black men. They do not like to hear that women do not. Yeah, are there women out there that prefer to have men with egos? Yes, but there are those out there that do not want that. And I'm also going to say this too. I'm starting to see things more clearly now. Like, okay, you know, oh, we are the leaders, this and that and the third. How are you going to be a leader and you can't even control your ego and listen for 1 minute? How are you going to be a leader and you're up here interrupting people when they're trying to speak? How are you going to be a leader when the woman is telling you that she doesn't feel safe? That's the problem with black men today.
Okay. Thank you so much, Alex. Also, let me welcome into the show. Cool Nerd, what are your thoughts?
Hey, y'all gotta, cause you misconstruing some of what I'm saying. Hey, what I said in my super chat about the construction helmet, yes, I'm implying that the contractor told them, provided the helmet, and when they didn't have that on, they told them to leave. I'm applying that. I don't know if that's so. If that person still doesn't have the helmet on, and they refuse to leave, and they get a head injury, you cannot blame that contractor for that.
Okay, so that we asked him to leave. So that's fine. So the one that we asked to leave, he could still get blamed in court, whatever. That'd be a court case, right? So now you're saying the one that you gave the protection, you also tried to enforce the protection, and that person was refusing protection. And now when we translate that into what the conversation is, that is a black woman that is combative. She's gone out there fighting, and then after you go ahead and give her the protection, she goes back to that man she was fighting. That would be the correlation.
Well, yeah, that or even other areas. Like, hey, I'm like, let's say you at your job and there's some situation happening at your job, and I say, hey, you know what? I get it, and you come to me, you know, you say you ask my advice on it. I say, you know what? You should probably do X, Y, and Z, right? But you refuse to do that. You say, you know what? I'm going to do A, B, and C because I think I should do A, B, and C, right? Mm-hmm. You can't sit there and say I didn't offer you protection, right? You have to say that, hey, he offered me protection, but I felt like I'm going to do something else, right? So you
what was you protecting her from?
But it still remains the same that you still gave that person protection even though they refused it.
Yeah. So, but you can't go back.
And that's what the overarching point is, Kuna, that we should be offering some form of protection. Us being the contractor providing a helmet doesn't mean anything else but protecting your head and saying, hey, that is for anybody that works with me. That's for anybody on a job site. That's for any and everyone on the job site. And so now when we talk about the job site is all or majority of the black women, right? So now when we got that preface in mind, we should be providing the bare minimum, which is a hard hat.
Yes, and I think what I'm saying is I think that is being provided. What I'm saying is oftentimes we're in this world where people gonna do what they want. People are going to do what they want to do, right? And despite because it feels good or for whatever reason, they're just going to do what they want to do. And at some point, I think this is what people are trying to point out. At some point, people are just going to say, "I'm going to do what I got to do," and then they put their hand on the stove, and then they're mad at the person who was supposed to be protecting them. But we told you not to put your hands on the stove when you did it.
But that's two different things, because it's men that saying that they're outright is not going to provide the hard hat at all. They said that, hey, if they're not under their leadership, they're not their problem. What we're saying is we supposed to at least offer the protection. Now, whether they accept it or reject it, at that point, we have did our minimum as men. Now it's on them to either receive the protection or receive whatever's going on. So that was the difference that we was talking about.
You know, and I get that, and I understand what you're saying on that. I get that. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. What I'm saying is also happening in addition to that is people are being offered protection, and they're refusing the protection. And then when they get their hand burned, then they're saying, "Oh, no one's protecting me." No, people protected you. You're trying to use plausible deniability at that point.
We don't see no woman whining about y'all not protecting us after you tried to protect us. You're openly saying you're not going to protect us. And women are now saying, yeah, we're the least protected. So stop bringing up these stories of workplace, because women are in the workplace and they're doing just fine, right? Women out in trying their best to take care of their kids alone, right? You don't even want to protect the children. If you're not protecting the woman while she's trying her best, the best she can, you're then pointing at her. You're not only not protecting her, but then you're putting her in danger and you're blaming her.
Now, I'm glad you brought up children, because you brought up children and taking care of children. There's a lot of men out there who's like, I want to see my child. I want to have my child under my cover. There's also a lot of men who say, yo, I want to stay in a relationship. And then they and that relationship gets broken up, right? So that's leaving the protection and then blaming them for the protection not being there.
No, that's leaving your control. You want to control the woman. You want to control what she does with her body and her time, right? And then you're going to point back and say, see, I'm not going to help you with them kids. And you're going to get online and complain about she not letting you see the kids.
No.
I'm trying. I want to understand. Hold on. This is important.
Hold up, I want Bomb and Cool to finish they conversation. Either man want to jump in and Mont want to jump in as well. So I want to have the ability for everybody to finish out their thoughts. Go ahead.
No, because there's actually it's the opposite in a lot of those situations, because sometimes there's a situation where, hey, she's like, she wants X, Y, and Z. He's like, well, I'm going to give you A, B, and C because this is what's necessary, but you want the extra stuff because you want control, right? And then
are you speaking from experience? Do you have children, or because you're just telling me you now you resulted to X, Y, Z, and A, B, and C?
Yeah, because
I don't even know how to have a conversation with X, Y, Z.
You know why I'm doing that, Bob? Because what I've seen, what you just did, or when you first got into conversation, and you take examples and you try to break the example down rather than breaking down the point. So that's why I say X, Y, and Z. So you can't break down the example; you can only break down the point.
I gave you something for you to combat, and then you gave me X, Y, Z, and so that's why you did that. So we can't have the discussion anymore.
No. So we can break down the point.
Win?
We can break down the point and not the details of the example.
Okay.
Okay. I got either man, then Mont, so we could. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't understand men thought process. Like, if me and my wife wasn't together, she still will always have my protection. Like, I don't understand the mindset of, hey, since we're not living under the same roof, I would let something happen to this woman. Like it's flawed in their thinking. And that's the same thing with, I guess, somebody baby mama. I ain't got no baby mama. But if that's the mother of your child, why wouldn't you want to protect them? Because it's actually in the best interest. Like, you have an invested interest to protect this woman, and this not even a random woman. So that idea of a woman walking away from her family because she don't want to be in a romantic relationship should not take away her protection. I think it's flawed.
I'm gonna give you a specific example, because I think you tend to be able to breakdown. You could see the point rather than an example. Okay, so let's say you and your wife get divorced for whatever reason, right? She gets the next man, right? The next man is abusive, and you're like, hey, you need to leave this situation. You need to like, or bring the kids over here if you're gonna stay, right? And she's like, no, I'm not gonna do any of that, right?
But you gave an example just in that point of me providing the protection and she actually reject the protection. We're not saying that you should continue providing protection after the protection is rejected. That's not our argument. We saying that I should, since that is my kids in that situation, I should definitely provide the protection and I should put it in her court whether she want to take the protection or not. That's the argument I think that you're missing.
Yes, and I think that's what I'm saying. I think plenty of men offer the protection. I think a lot of times it's ignored, or it is seen in its, or it's interpreted in a different light than it actually is.
But it'd be one thing if we had men coming up here saying we offer protection is being rejected. We have men coming up here saying that they're not providing the protection at all. If they're not under our leadership or that's not our problem. So that's what we're pushing back on. But we're right. If a man offer a woman protection and she rejected, he shouldn't keep trying to offer her protection. He should go on by his way. But they should at least offer. That should be the first step of me offering to protect, especially my wife. At the bare minimum, we talking wife and your baby mama, but also women that do not have relations with you.
Guys, let me ask y'all a question, because I think a lot of you, not all, are missing what Sharon was doing with the stream. So let's look at it this way: throughout all of existence of humanity, or even other galaxies and dimensions, whenever it was war or intrusion or some type of attack, what is the first group of people that they protected and put into hiding? Was it not women and children? Yes. Hasn't it always been protect the women and children? Or even with certain invaders and conquerors, they would say, enslaved women and children, don't kill them because we want to use them for our needs, but kill the men out. Like, it's always been understood, protect the women and children. This is not something new. But for some reason in our race, we're not, y'all aren't getting, it's an understood part of your existence, protect the women and children. Not do more harm and inflict more pain on us and throw us out there with other races like those are y'all women. Why aren't y'all protecting them? It's not a relationship thing and, well, I'm with E, so he got to protect me. It's collectively as a total. You guys are not understanding it. Why is our race understanding protect the women and children goes all the way across the board, all the way on the panel? We just, that ain't my problem. Like, no one has ever done that in the history of their women and said, yo, that ain't my bitch, that ain't my woman. I ain't got nothing. No, everybody in the village, the community collectively hid and protected their women and children. But you all don't understand that, and it's perplexed in my body.
They say F them kids. They say F them kids, F the commuter tie. That's what they started saying about 9-10 years ago. And that's what these black men are.
Well, maybe the issue is the fact that we don't actually have men, right? And just because you're an adult male, and I do, so in the sense that we're saying, in order to be able to play that male or man role, when have they, throughout history, they haven't been capable of doing that. And so I think the ask should be, hey, you just don't harm us. You leave us alone. But to ask them to do something that they just not capable of.
So to that point,
hold on, Kunal. Mott was trying to get in, so we're gonna go Mott, then Kunal. Go ahead.
And then I want to go after Kunal.
Got you. So I don't fully disagree with Beachy or Eat a Man or Bombshell, right? My thing is this, right? Because I want to be in a world where we protect women and things like that. But the problem is, I think that they want the juice and not the fiber, right? What is it? So we expect men to protect us, right? Whether you with somebody or not. Men have an inherent responsibility just by being in this world and being born. Okay, cool. What is the woman's responsibility just by being in this world and being born? What is your responsibility to men? And I think that's a
to
lot of
carry and birth children. To carry and birth children.
Come on, let's be
Y'all
respectful,
can't do
please.
any parts of that.
Can we be respectful, please? Can y'all hear me? Also, I don't see my move. So you're telling us what your role is, and you're saying that you're not going to do anything else. I'm going to pop these children out and be happy with that. So respectfully, I think within reason, men aren't accepting that, right? They want a little bit more. They want a little bit more cooperation. They want to come to the table and say like, yo, okay, I'm willing to do this for you. What can we expect from you also? And I think that's a fair question. And if it's not, let me know.
It's not, but we're gonna let it go around first. Gad Kunert, Brownsville, and then PhD will get a chance to expound. But I want to answer what Mon said. Why is it not a fair question? But go ahead, Kunert, then Brownsville.
So just want to answer Beachy. I think Beachy said, yes, you're correct in that, but then you also have to look at it and say on the other side, when in history has women said, we don't need you, we don't want anything to do with you. You ain't doing enough, so we're gonna do it on our own. I could do bad all by myself, and then saying you're not protecting me. If you're gonna say that we should protect you, that's fine. But then at the same time, you can't say I could do bad all by myself, and I don't need you. And it's not even for. It's one thing to say it for bad situations like abusive situations, or you got life-threatening situations, or somebody just neglecting you. I get that, but then y'all are saying that for other things too, for things that are of luxury, of this man's just not making enough money, so I could just do bad all by myself, right? So when we extend it to that point, you cannot therefore be mad at the fact that you stepped outside of the protection zone, and then you are not protected.
Okay. But protection is not just for relationships.
Yes,
I thought we had said that, y'all. So
I don't know why that's being missed, but that's the only way they can prove their point is by they bring it into hold on, because they're bringing it into a personal relationship.
I brought it in communication. I brought it in, going to the store at night. I brought it in all the situations.
But she just mentioned having kids. So I assume that you don't just have kids with strangers, right? You have kids with the man that you're with, and then she brought that up. That's the only reason that we have to open it up to, like, you bring it to the the relationship thing. She said their responsibilities. We pop out kids. Well, you pop out kids for your man, not me, and not any other man.
For society, right? That's why government right now is trying to force women to have children. Right?
So you think that
one of the problems
that a
with
woman should
black
be able to
men
be
is
forced to have
that y'all
kids?
have such a very individualistic mindset, and you too stupid to know what's going on around you, because nobody's playing that individual game, and that's why y'all ass is losing.
So you think that you should be forced to have kids? Because if that's the case, if that is the case, then what you're saying is extremely reasonable. Then if you said that you have kids for society, meaning that you have a kid out of something bigger
I
than you
didn't
and
say
greater
I
than you.
have kids for society.
You said that women.
I
I'm
said
sorry.
society is trying to force us to have children.
How?
By the different things that they've been enacting, right? They went back on being able to get an abortion. They trying to put stuff through now where it disadvantages married women. They talking about having it where only the man in the family could vote. All these weird things that they want to try to do. Okay, you talking or you let me answer your question? And see, this is the problem with you, Aaron.
You didn't answer the question.
No. You have a problem, like something wrong with you, right? And you are a smart guy, but you always like, what is that called? Is it ADHD or something? I don't know. But you can't just sit there and hold your mule.
I'm trying to see, because like you said all the things about abortion, all that stuff. You already
That's how they're trying to force women to have kids. Ain't that the most obvious way? If you say you can't have an abortion, then you got to have kids if you get pregnant.
Forcing you to have kids would be they injected you with semen and they said
no,
you got
it's not. No, it's forcing you to have the child, to carry and birth the child. You can get pregnant and get rid of it. They're forcing you to carry and birth the child. Which is why we saw a black woman laid up in a hospital for months and she was already fucking dead, mentally, brain dead, until she delivered that baby. So nigga, shut the fuck up, you stuttering bastard.
That's still not forcing you to have kids. Forcing you to have kids would mean they injected you.
She was forced to have that child.
Okay, hold on. So let me get the argument straight. So Kuna, you saying that if we're not using it in the literal sense of having somebody locked up in a dungeon and inseminating them, then therefore that is not forcing women to have children?
No, I think.
Okay, then so now you understand the overarching point. So what I'm saying is this. Hold on. What I'm saying is this. So you understand how overarching point of them trying to slowly take away these things to force women into having children. So don't try to conflate the thing into turn it into a literal saying that hey, they are locking women up, put them in chains, impregnate them, and then take them from their breast milk like they cows. We understand that is not happening. But all these things that they are persistently doing is forcing women to not have the ability to make a decision if they want to have the child or not if they become pregnant, is what she was saying. So that's
the decision. The decision was made by that person already.
Say that again?
When you decide to get pregnant, that's a
so the problem is, Aaron, right? Because you're saying when she decides to get pregnant.
When she decided to get pregnant. No one forced her.
She didn't decide that.
Yes,
He decided to.
No, she did not. The man decides that.
No, she decided to get pregnant. She
does not. She cannot decide that.
She can't. So she can't say I can't. We're not having sex unless you put a condom on.
But that's still not. That's not a decision to not.
Oh and then they take it off. And then they take it off in the middle of it.
And then you say we're not having sex no more. And then at that point,
the women don't even know half the time. They call it stealthing, dummy.
That's illegal.
They call it stealthing, and y'all do a lot of illegal stuff. Who a black man gonna sit here and tell me about what's legal and what ain't?
He can
be held accountable. Hold on, y'all. We gotta slow down.
When it comes to following the law, boy, cut it out.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So hold on, Aaron. This is why we got to be very careful with our words. We cannot act as if the man is not giving the woman the sperm. She does not have a choice in the matter. What we are talking about, consenting people. So take out the whole condoms and all this other bullshit that you're trying to make it to prove a point. We're talking about consenting adults, whatever they consented to the condom or not. Regardless of that, that man got to decide to bust a nut inside of that woman for her to get pregnant. Stop trying to put it as it is a equal footing when he has to. We are talking about consenting. Stop trying to make it seem like as if he is not giving her the sperm. Please, brothers, men, we have to stop doing that and giving excuse and taking the power away from yourself. Be a man. Stop giving your power away by saying, I didn't know it was going to happen if I busted on her. She let me bust a nut at her. That's the dumbest thing any man or any man that claimed they are a leader to say.
No one said that. No one said that. No one said that. I'm saying that that's one side of the responsibility is him. The other side of the responsibility is her. They both have responsibilities in the matter. And they both
what responsibility are you talking about when he decides to bust a nut at her? What do she have? Hold on, please. Think about what you were saying. If you're really make it think about what you are saying to people that is less intelligent than you and higher intelligence than you. What responsibility do she have? We are talking about consenting. They already consented to have sex without a condom. That's already a consent to that.
That's responsibility right there.
So what part of that means bust a nut inside of me?
You decided to have sex with that man with a condom.
Who's you?
Her.
Okay, so you're not understanding my question. When she decides to have sex with that man?
That's it.
Hold on, please. Are you saying that any woman that decides to open her legs to a man without a condom, that automatically consents to busting on inside of her?
You don't know that's a high possibility?
Okay, I don't know why men have a problem with answering these questions. Once a man and a woman decides to have sex, are you saying now that woman is just automatically consenting for him to impregnate her?
Yes.
That is insanity.
It's not insanity.
So are we?
This is so dangerous. Y'all do not.
So Sharon, are you saying that there's an underlying? Sharon, I'm sorry. Are you saying that there's an underlying unspoken rule that you do not do that?
If you don't want to have a child, yes.
No, but if she didn't communicate, so when you have sex, right there, when you have sex like your man and you finish sex, like you semen comes out of you. So are you saying that she's not consenting to that part of it?
Correct. That's what I'm saying. She is not.
And I guess that's my question for you is, can you like expound on that for me?
Yes, because just because I have sex with my wife that doesn't mean I want to have a child with my wife. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, that makes sense. However, I think that's where us as people are being foolish and maybe just not thinking about things that we should think about. Because if you're going to lay down and have sex without a condom, that's what sex is. That's literally just what sex is.
So hold on. This is wild to me. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. This is very wild to me to hear my brothers say that they don't have no control of their penis and that the woman is responsible for her being pregnant because she didn't tell this man to put on a condom. So
Well,
now
I didn't say that.
you don't think I understand, but your words have consequences to what you are saying. Just because you didn't say it verbatim.
You applied something that was never
Hold
applied.
on. Just because you don't say something verbatim doesn't mean that it's not. We understand we are using the English language. Just because I say bread doesn't mean that I'm talking about a loaf of bread for a sandwich. Bread can mean a lot of things depending on the context of the sentence. So with the context of the sentence that we are saying right now, what you don't realize that you are telling other men, especially the ones that are not responsible, that just because he wasn't told by the woman to put a condom on, that is him now saying, hey, I guess she doesn't mind getting pregnant. And y'all don't realize the words that y'all are saying.
Sharon,
We need
respectfully,
men to be leaders.
So
If
let me
you
ask you a
don't
question.
want that woman that you having sex with to have a goddamn baby, do not bust a nut inside of that woman.
We
Point
1000%
blank,
agree.
period. Stop putting any kind of blame on the woman for her to lead you into not getting pregnant. If you are a leader, then lead men.
So
we agree.
So Sharon. Let's say let's do biology 101. Let's say everything you say is true, right? And that man said, I'm not gonna bust a nut in her. Do people not bust a nut spontaneously? Hey, do people not pre-cum? Can you not get pregnant both of those ways?
So get vasectomies.
You not pull out and still get her pregnant.
What does that? Okay, so what does that mean? That means that we are talking about the 0.001%.
No, it's not 0.101%.
Yes, because people that actively attempt to have children have difficult times having children, and they actively busting nuts on the ovulation time, and they can't have children. So it's not as easy as we're saying. So the idea that we got a whole bunch of pre-cum babies running around in these streets is just ridiculous to say. This is what I'm saying, that if men are going to be leaders, we got to start leading with not probabilities. We understand that it is a probability that one man and one woman can give a pre-cum baby. Okay, fine. I don't actually believe in it, but fine. Say you do, and it happened, and you believe that it got men out there that accidentally having pre-cum babies.
Yes.
I think we're
What I'm
away
saying
from
is
the
this.
point.
Well, hold on. If you are saying yes to that, I'm sorry, my brother, that you're not intelligent and critical thinking in this matter of the conversation. Other things you are very intelligent on. But if you believe that is a bunch of pre-cum babies out there in the world and that all these men are pulling out, you are insane with the mentality that you are saying that as soon as she don't force him to put a condom on, that he's busting nuts inside of her. And now at the same time, you tell me that these men are being very responsible and they have their pre-cum babies.
I think we're getting away from the
Hey,
point.
I'm gonna try to find the stats, y'all. If they got stats on how many pre-cum babies have been brought into the world, okay?
I think we're getting away from the point when we try to.
That's impossible to measure.
No,
You can't
yeah.
do that.
Yeah, that's hard to measure.
impossible.
But I think we're getting away from the point, right? Because I absolutely believe that men should be responsible, right? We both agree that should be the message that's put out
Yes.
there.
Yes.
However, when we're having a conversation about when you lay down with somebody and you know that you consent to sex without a condom, right? That see the ejaculation part is a part of that sex. Like I don't think that when I think that we're taking part of the responsibility off of women. I think that a woman also, I think
Who's
that
the
it's
one
50-50.
ejaculating?
I think it's 50-50, right?
Who is the one ejaculating?
You know, it's a pos- you know, it's a
Hold,
The
I'm
man,
asking. It's okay.
the man
It's
is
okay.
ejaculating.
Hold
I'll
on.
answer your
I'm asking Mon a question. Who is the one ejaculating inside of the woman?
The man is ejaculating inside of the woman.
So how does the woman have any responsibility of that man ejaculating inside of her?
Because she consented to sex, and that's the full process of having sex.
I think the problem is based on how you're speaking, right? You're taking self-discipline and self-control off the table.
No,
right?
Respectfully,
Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Hold on one second.
Because
right?
that's not what.
Because I'm a man, right?
Hold on. Let me
And-
just say this. Kuna, I muted you because you have background noise when other people are talking. Go ahead, Cuzzo.
Yeah. So I'm a man, right? And I've had sex with some women prior to getting married, right? And I didn't want to have kids with those women. So I did my due diligence to prevent having kids with those women, right?
Absolutely.
That's me exercising self-control and self-discipline over my own ejaculation, right? And when you express it as, well, if this man and woman, now you're putting the woman back into it and saying, well, if she consents to sex, then that gives this man the unmitigated gall to not practice self-discipline and self-control. I just think that's very unfair.
No, so this is what I think we're doing, right? I'm sorry, right? Because we're conflating different things. Absolutely, if a man does not want to have a child, he should be wearing a condom. Absolutely, if a woman doesn't want to have a child, she should be having sex with a condom and make sure no man goes inside of her with a condom. There is responsibility on both ends. However, if you're going to allow a man to have raw sex inside of you and then you get pregnant and you're like, what the fuck, bro? What's wrong with you? I'm pregnant now. I think that's crazy.
Exactly.
It's not crazy. It's not crazy because, like Cuzzo said, she's not the one that was irresponsible, right? The person who showed a lack of self-discipline is the man who could not control where his ejaculation, where his semen went, right? And you agreed. You said, hey, a man can control whether or not he wants to have a child with a woman, correct?
Absolutely.
Right. And part of that responsibility or part of that control is the man determining where his semen is going, right? You can either wear a condom, you can either pull out, right? And we know, right? And I'm talking about the men who have self-control, who is experienced when it comes to intercourse. You know that you when you're about to ejaculate. If you have a certain experience level, is that true or not?
Absolutely.
Right. So what I'm saying is you're giving excuses to those men who don't have experience and don't have self-control and self-discipline and have a full understanding of the ejaculation process, right? You talking about those men, right, who probably got into doing the intercourse and got too excited, right? Because they don't understand things. They're very inexperienced and things of that nature. You're giving them an excuse, right?
Yeah.
And that's what men we have to stop doing. We need to
Gotcha.
educate these men, right? That through experience and through self-discipline and self-control, you can prevent unplanned pregnancies, even if the woman consents to sex, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think you are very clear on the point that you're making, right? Now, these are the points that I want to make, right? You said that, is it within a man's control to control if he gets a woman pregnant? I think absolutely it is. And my question for you, and just if you can just answer it, is it within a woman's control to control if she gets pregnant also?
No,
So a woman cannot choose to not have sex with a man.
that's a different question, my brother.
Hold on. No, it's not, right? Because if a woman doesn't want to get pregnant, right, the number one method is what? Abstinence, right? Abstinence, because we're talking about consensual sex right now, so we can't deny that. We can be adults and say that. Now, what is the second best method, right? We can say birth control. That's an option, but we can also say only consenting to sex with condoms. Now, in this scenario, Sharon, you can say, well, maybe the condom had a hole in it or it was old and you got pregnant, but that would be an outlier scenario. I think if we're going to sit up here and say that I know women who's never had children and it was by choice because they're like, I don't want no kids and I'm not going to do that and I'm not taking those risks. Because women also have autonomy and sovereignty and can choose to take measures to not have kids. That's the only thing that I'm saying. Absolutely. And I think that if we're going to be preaching to men about responsibility, I'm going to tell them to wear a condom. I'm not going to tell them to pull out, right? If a man is telling me like I just pull out every time, I'm gonna be like, you are a dickhead. Stop using the pull out method and wear condoms if your goal is to not have kids. This is what I think holding men responsible is, not saying we should all be pulling out and that women have no responsibility within themselves if they end up pregnant. I think that's ridiculous.
And I 100% agree with you, Ma, and you articulated it better than I could. Thank you.
All right, let's welcome into the show Kasim. Good day, Kasim. What is your thoughts on this part of the conversation?
What's up, Sharon? You guys on the panel. This is a very interesting segment of this panel. And I think that the message should be that men should focus more on their part and their responsibility. And I remember when I got divorced and I had signed my divorce papers, I remember my lawyer telling me some very, very crucial information that I have always kept with me. He says that no matter what she says, right, when you guys are consenting to sex, no matter what she says, you take precautions and you strap up. Because at the end of the day, I've seen so many men to go on the woman's word and to have sex without a condom, without protection, and they ever get themselves in some pretty bad situations. He says, you've already got 3 children already. You're getting to the part of your life where the children are about to be old. So if you don't want to have any, no matter what she says or what she consents to, you protect yourself. And I've stuck by that, and I think that message needs to be out there.
And Kasim, and I totally agree with you, but you're also speaking to responsible men, right? About this, right?
Hold up, nerd. Let's ask him. Let's ask him his take first. What would your advice be to women who don't want to have children?
What would my advice be to women who don't want to have children? Either A, abstinence, or B, have some protection, or C, have the person they're having sex with to have protection.
That's all I'm asking.
So you agree with us?
But that's not. But here's the thing, right? So we don't disagree there. See, I don't think y'all understand the conversation, right? Because we don't disagree. If men and women don't want to get have children, right? The woman could be more responsible, and the men can be more responsible as well, right? But what we're saying is that the majority, the bulk of the responsibility falls on the man because he is the one who ejaculates, right?
Correct.
And the
What
issue
percentage?
is this. The issue is this, right?
100% of the time.
When even when I was married, right? Even when I'm married with my wife, right? We're not wearing condoms, right? And if we don't want to get pregnant, it's beholden upon me to make sure that doesn't happen. So I never accidentally got my wife pregnant, right? When we decided, hey, we want to have a child, then we were actively pursuing that goal. But when we decided, hey, we don't want to have any more children, or we don't want to have a child right now, guess what? It was my responsibility to make sure that we didn't bring any more children into the world. And I had to practice more self-control and self-discipline, right? We weren't wearing protection, right? But I was protecting us by controlling my body. So the message that needs to go out to men is for them to practice more self-control and self-discipline and take responsibility, right? Because I'm tired of us passing the buck of responsibility to the woman and then telling the woman once she gets pregnant what she can and cannot do with her body. And we let the men off the hook.
I just want to kind of bridge the two conversations because it sounds like y'all having two different conversations. So sex can prevent a person from being impregnation. We're saying sex does not cause impregnation. What causes impregnation is the actual semen. So when we say, so yes, we agree that what y'all saying is that sex can stop her from being impregnated, but her having sex is not what made her pregnant. What had her get pregnant was when you bust that nut. And I think that's the disagreement. So I gotta go. I know some other people want to get up here, but I come up here with my bad English stuff and just break it down so y'all can understand in my terms.
So
hey, that was a very good point, and I don't know how that is continuously missed. It makes no sense that we are trying to give somebody has an echo. So it makes no sense why that point is keep being missed. We cannot keep passing the buck at it is a equal representation on how she gets pregnant.
100% equal.
we keep passing the buck because it's a stupid ass conversation.
No, because you don't want no goddamn responsibility. Men need to
That's
be
fucking
leaders.
stupid, Shran. Shran, I fuck with you. That shit is dumb.
Send your $2, man.
You, nigga, I'm finna say 10. I'm finna say 20. Let's get this.
I know that.
No, hey, convert my fucking bullet. Yeah, convert my bullet. I got 10.
Hey, hold on.
Let's get
hold
this
on,
shit going.
Hold on,
No,
Josh,
fuck that.
Hold on. Slow down. Josh. My last kid is 8 years ago.
Okay.
Who is responsible for my wife getting pregnant?
You and your wife.
That is the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life.
That's retarded.
Bro, dumb. I'm responsible. Right.
No, we're
Literally.
We're adults. We're both responsible.
Thank you. Stop fucking taking accountability from women like that. We can't. You literally can't make a fucking baby by yourself.
Okay, perfect.
No one can. Men
bro.
or women.
I'm a man,
No,
bro.
you can't.
Hold on. So perfect. So what can my wife do with her husband to not get pregnant?
Okay, here's a list of things. She can use female condoms. She can have you strap up. She can get on a form of birth control. She can get on non-hormonal birth control. There are literal things that can happen post-coitus that can keep you from fucking getting pregnant.
This is the dumbest thing I ever
Nigga,
heard.
I can't pull out of a parking spot. Hold on. I got 3 kids because I can't pull out of a parking spot.
Hold on, slow down.
Fuck that.
Hold on. So you saying that the solution is to put my wife on hormones? Put something foreign in her body, right? That's one of them, right?
Did I not just
right?
say non-hormonal birth control?
So one of the
That's what I
things,
did.
so one of the things that you are suggesting is that we put hormones into our woman's body. That's number one. That's affecting her. She got to put something in her body to stop you from having responsibility, right? That's number one. Number two, you talking about condoms.
Yes.
And I need us to be realistic. Do we believe that majority of married people are wearing condoms?
If they don't want to fucking get pregnant,
Absolutely not.
If they
I'm
don't want
asking you a question, just answer the question. Do you
Your question's dumb.
Do you believe majority of married people are wearing condoms?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next.
Okay, thank you.
Next dumbass point.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand that the husband has full responsibility of getting his wife pregnant.
No, wrong.
And then you are okay. So this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to tell you straight up. And this is just going to be an honest answer, right? Hey, listen, the men that believe that the woman has responsibility for getting pregnant, you are just not wrong leader. That is it.
Have
You're not a
shared
leader.
responsibility.
You are
Stop
not
taking the words
hold
I'm
on,
saying
it's okay.
and changing them.
It's okay. Hold on. You're just not a leader, and that is
Gas
fine.
bill.
Hey, that's your opinion. I don't give a. I don't
It's
care
not
what
an
That's a
opinion.
goofy ass. It's
What's
definitely a
It's not
goofy
an
ass
opinion
opinion.
because a leader is not going to pass the buck on somebody else. That he is full responsible of his own penis.
No, that's a
It's
real.
his.
Oh, that shit's
So soon as my wife. So anyway, I don't understand.
Yeah, she needs to stop fucking you.
I'm,
End of
I'm
that story. Then.
confused.
If we're gonna be real.
I'm confused about my brothers thinking that this is
You're not confused. You're trying to paint a narrative. It's different. That's an entirely different story.
Right.
You're
Just
not confused because you understand what I'm saying.
Right.
Guys, breaking news. I have no control over you all your sperm. I have no control over that. I don't even have control over my ovaries. That's your guys. That's your fluid. You have to control your fluids in the best way you know how to keep it from going into my uterus and into the fallopian tubes into the egg. Okay, I have no control over your sperm. That's yours. Just like you don't have control over other stuff that I have, but that's your little mean. You should be in control of them and where they go. Not me.
With all due respect.
Hold on, y'all. So this way we because everybody want to jump in. All right, so we got Shadow, Kunert, Mont, and then we bring in Kasim. Got
Beatrice, with all due respect, you could also just not have sex with me. If we're gonna keep it a buck. Hey, I don't want to get pregnant, so unless you're gonna do something to protect yourself, again, both parties. People keep treating relationships like they're only one way, and that's what's irritating me right now. It's why I keep saying that Sharon and Brownsville are pandering today. Even if they're not, and that could just be me being oversensitive about it, and I can accept that too. But what I'm saying is that it sounds like every time we have a goddamn conversation like this, we're like, oh, well, men are always going to be the problem, and here's what men have to do to fix the problem, unaware of the fact that we literally have to make a baby together. When me and my wife decided not to have any more kids after our third, guess what happened? She got on birth control, and I started action. We will only have sex when she's not ovulating. If that's a whole situation, because we're taking steps together to make sure we don't get pregnant again. And if we do, we deal with that together too.
We don't get pregnant. She gets pregnant.
No, we don't. We have to go get pregnant.
Hold on. Let's stop being so reactive, please. Go ahead, Kunert. It's Kunert. Uda, I apologize. Uda, I'm gonna bring you in there as well. We got Kunert. All right, we got Kunert, Mont, then Kasim. Yeah.
All right. So I don't know, but part of being a leader is also understanding that responsibility goes both ways. It goes multiple ways, not just one way, not just two ways, multiple ways, right? It can go in multiple directions, right? Now you can say you're accountable, the most accountable for it. Okay, you can say that, but the responsibility goes both ways. Because everybody has an action within. Anybody who has an action within something has a responsibility within something. Your action is to say, I don't want to have a kid. You have to look up and say, what are the reasonable things to do in order for me to prevent not having a kid? On both sides, right? The man should say, maybe I should put a condom on. The woman should say, hey, you're going to put a condom on if you want to have sex with me. Point blank and simple, right? And there's other way or whatever other.
I don't think y'all men understand how much pressure it is in sex. Majority of you men are not even reaching for condoms because when you reach for that condom, you ain't getting no pussy.
Cool.
Straight up, because once you give that woman that little split second to think about what she's about to encounter, like let's.
And guess what?
I can't get behind that.
I just need my brothers to start being realistic
Pressure's
about what is going on. If we are going to be leaders, you need to take absolute leadership and stop passing the buck to somebody else and say, well, she let me. Stop.
Oh, we need to take accountability while not understanding that you just
being reactive. Hold on. I'll bring it back to you. I don't know. Hey, listen. Hey, look, maybe your woman is your leader. I don't know. And there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with it at all. So let's make sure that's clear. It is nothing wrong with
this money. Hold on. You got that. I'll be right back.
Nothing wrong at all. I know one thing for certain.
I don't
is
give a
that
shit.
I'm gonna lead my wife into be the most healthiest human being she can be by not pumping extra hormones into her that she don't need in her body.
Okay, Sharon, let me ask you this question. Let's take diverge just really quickly. I'm gonna ask you this quick question. So, Sharon, do you want to eat meat?
No, just for argument's sake, I guess.
Okay, you don't want to eat meat, right? So you control what food you put in your body, right?
Correct.
So, whatever. All right. So when you now you just whatever side effects you think are happening for the food you have in your body, right? You cannot sit there and say, I blame the farmer for putting X, Y, and Z in my food, and therefore I ate it. You would have to do your due diligence and say, you know what? Blueberries are healthy, right? Instead of eating some candy, right? You would say that eating vegetables is very healthy for me instead of eating a fried pork chop, right? You decide to do that, right? You can, and therefore when you decide to ingest it, whatever you give into some pressure, you decide to ingest it. Whatever happens after that is also part of your responsibility as well, because you chose your diet, right? Same thing that happens with anything else in life, especially with sex. If you want to do something,
all right, pause. Can you please pause? This is why this correlation don't work.
What?
It doesn't work because once I buy the food, it has nothing to do with the farmer or whoever made whatever. It has nothing to do with that farmer doesn't decide when I eat it.
And once you consent to sex,
do you understand that? So the farmer doesn't say, "Hey, you bought this food now. Now I get to decide when you eat it."
But you have to decide to buy it.
Right. So now you understand that once that happens, the farmer has no consent in what I do with that food.
But you decided in the first place to eat it.
So now I'm trying to get you to understand why the correlation don't work. Because now you are literally doing what I'm saying, that it's only one person responsible for putting that food in your body, correct?
So therefore, in that case,
hold on, no. Answer the question. So with that farmer analogy, that means it's only one person. Hold on. It's only one person that decides who puts that food in your body, correct?
Yes. And
thank you. And there go. That is the man that decides. Hold on.
No, that would be the woman.
Hold on. Be quiet. Don't try to change the analogy now. It's only one person that decides to put that semen inside that woman's body.
And there's only one person who decided to put a penis in her body.
What?
Hold on.
No, bro. That's talking like a nigga that don't get no ass. Stop playing over here, bro.
Hold on.
I don't get no women.
Hold on. Let me understand this. You gave the analogy of the farmer and the person that's buying the food,
and
right?
The consumer.
Okay, and then you also agree that only one person can decide to ingest that food, correct?
Yes.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so that person is the man. He is the only person that could put the sperm inside of the person. There's only one person that can decide. So what I'm trying to get you to understand with your own analogy, it's only one person that decides that.
And she decided to put a fucking penis in it.
Hold on,
oh my God. Hold on. Don't move past the fact that it's only one person deciding to eat.
Sharon, respectfully, this analogy works the opposite direction because
thank you.
I'm not dismantling your argument, but this particular analogy maybe
not my argument. Number one, hold on, Mark. Think about it. So in this case, who is the farmer?
The man.
How is the man the farmer?
Because the woman wants to have sex with me. she won't allow me inside her body.
Okay, so now you're saying that it is more women. Oh my God. How is the woman the farmer?
Because
the man the farmer?
When a man likes a guy and a woman likes a
when a man likes a woman. So who is selling stuff to the consumer? Men are buying or women buying?
So this is men.
Let's keep going with this analogy. Who's buying?
Who's buying? I got you. So a woman sees a man, she likes a man. A man sees a woman, she likes him, right? Women only have sex
no. So no, we're gonna go with the analogy. Because I think this is where the disconnect is, and I think we could get there with this analogy, which is wild to me. All right, so the farmer is the one selling, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that it's somebody going to the supermarket to buy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so who is normally selling and who is normally buying?
In your example, the man is typically seeking sex from women.
Okay, so the man is typically buying.
We're talking about
Yeah, no, we got it.
In
We got
the
him.
conversation, in the sense, like, we're not talking about prostitution. Hopefully, we understand that. We're talking about in the analogy.
Yep, for
Okay.
sure. Now,
In the analogy, so the farmer got to be the woman.
No,
because she is the one selling the product, and the man comes and pick up the product and buy it.
Yeah. So I
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, cuz I would like
hold
to
on, hold on. So thank you. So now we there. The woman is selling, the man is buying. So the only way is only one person that decides to eat the food. Now, eat the food analogy, a part of this conversation, is the one busting a nut.
Got you. I'll tell
Okay,
you-
so
got
therefore,
you.
it's only one person that can decide to bust a nut, or i.e., eat the food.
Yeah, got you.
Thank
This is why I think you're. That's
crazy.
I got you. So you made the analogy, but I don't think that the analogy can even be compared, and I'll tell you why. Right?
Yo, because I'm cooking up right now. I ain't gonna lie.
I got you.
You cooking, Ron?
Look, check this
You
out.
cooking?
Check this out, right? When men and women have sex with men that they like, and men have sex with women that they like, right? They're both getting things from each other. They're both consuming from each other. A woman cannot allow anything inside of her body that she does not want inside of her body. Women have sex with men that they want to have sex with. She wants that sex, right? It's
Okay, so
consensual.
hold on, so
Not that prime, but yeah.
Let me know when I can cut in.
All right, hold on, Mark. Hold on. So this is where my brothers can understand. We agree with the consenting to sex part. We understand that the woman, we are talking about consenting adults having sex. But just because you have sex with the woman, that doesn't mean she could end up pregnant. Pregnancy and sex are two different things, and we got to stop acting like they are not.
They are so closely related.
Pregnancy
Like,
is directly
so
resulted from
closely related.
sex. Like, that's crazy.
My brothers cannot be the my brothers.
I think conception is the word you guys
My
are
brothers.
looking for.
My brothers. I've been hold on.
Thing.
Hold on. I just want y'all to understand this.
You're trying to separate milk and
I just
lactose.
want my brothers to understand this. I decide when my wife gets pregnant.
That's stupid.
Or what the possibilities of her getting pregnant. Let me say that. You know what? Let me.
Okay, that's better.
I don't want to pigeonhole the conversation with me and mine. Shadow, please mute up while you are in the restaurant. We can't hear. We're gonna let Mont finish his thought. It was Mont, Kasim, Brownsville want to jump in there as well. And then we oh shit. So we'll go Mont, Kasim, Uda, and then Brownsville, and then the ladies could jump right back in it and have their thoughts on it as well. So we're gonna go Mont, Kasim, Uda, and Brownsville. We're gonna circle it back around. We're gonna circle it back around.
For sure. And I appreciate us being able to have this conversation, you know, in general. Yeah, even if we disagreeing, I appreciate us being able to have it, right? I think that this is so interesting to me because I've never heard this position of like kind of removing autonomy from women. Now I understand though, inside of a marriage, you taking leadership. I'm with you, Sharon. Like my woman not getting pregnant, I'm doing what I can to keep my woman from getting pregnant, right? Totally agree with you within a marriage and where the structure is leadership. However, I thought that we were talking about in general, like what's mostly going on out here. Because when we were talking about pre-sex and pre-cum babies and stuff like that, I think in general, the man and the woman have so much responsibility to protect themselves. Because I think that's first is protecting yourself. Women have their own forms of responsibility, their own forms of keeping themselves from getting pregnant, and we have our own. So, for example, using a condom, not coming inside of you. These are ways that we can prevent a woman getting pregnant. But a woman can track her cycle. She can get on birth control if she like. She can make sure you wear a condom. She can have a female condom. Like there are so many forms of ways for a woman also to protect herself and her future and her future seeds, her future children.
Have you ever used that female condom? Have y'all used that thing?
Me personally, I've never seen one.
All right then, bro. I've seen it and I tried and I used it on a lady one day. That ain't it.
It ain't it. I tried to
Yeah,
tell
I
you.
was gonna
Bro,
say,
I
why
did it.
y'all
That's how much
keep
SPX I'm having. I didn't bend it.
Hold on, he almost finished. I apologize. We apologize, Mont. But hey, I tried it and I used it as well. It ain't it. But go ahead, Mont. Finish up so we can get. So Uda is right after Mont. Is Uda then Brownsville? Let's go.
Yeah, and I understand your perspective. Y'all saying I tried it and I don't like it, and it's a lot of niggas who tried condoms and they don't like them, right? But you gotta use them. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Hold on, Mont. Look, let me tell you, Mont, think about it like this, Mont. Look, she gotta take off her panties and put on a plastic panty, and then put the thing in to make sure that it's into the right hole. And then while
You gotta
all
squeeze
that
it in too. You gotta squeeze it in there and all. You gotta put it in. It's a lot, bro. It's a
while
lot
all
going
that
on.
is happening, Mont, you can't lose the feeling of all the all of the feelings going on and around.
Yeah, the libido and all the energy.
It ain't working, bro.
Worst invention ever is if he like why who keep bringing that up in the conversation? Ain't it banned out of the United States or something? Like don't bring that up in the conversation.
Only people that never used it is gonna say that, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
Look, you all getting hot and heavy. Y'all both butt ass naked, and then now she gotta go put panties back on. It ain't working, bro. But go ahead, Mike.
No, I dig it. It probably say I hate plastic on furniture, but old people was like, I don't give a fuck. We gonna keep it on there. Like I hate plastic on furniture. I can't stand it. But yeah, that's all I was saying was like, I think that we all have responsibility in this. I think that men in general should be leaders. However, based on how our world is, how our society is going right now, a lot of men are not. They're not choosing leadership, right? And we have to have a conversation about do we force leadership on men? And is it because men are physically stronger? Are we forcing leadership? Are we forcing protection on them? And we got to have that conversation. So
thank you, and I appreciate that because guess what? It is okay for your woman to be leading you in a relationship, and that's probably the reason why babies are not being born at a high rate because women are grabbing hold to that leadership because most men are willing to give up their leadership, and that's why we in the situation that we are now, and why it's so many single men and women out there because men are not willing to be leaders, and now that women are being leaders, they are being leaders in their education, they are being leaders in their making money. They are being leaders in their relationships. And that's why there's a lot of men ain't getting no vagina. Y'all dry that vagina up and y'all ain't make it. Hey, it is what it is. The ladies are getting smarter. Go ahead, Uda.
How about if y'all were protecting us better, you'd get better for JJ. Okay, if y'all were doing a better, back to the title of the video, if y'all were protecting us better, you could get the better Versace. Okay, but since y'all don't want to protect us, you can't get the Versace. Y'all can go ahead.
Let me also address something in the chat, right? Let me address something in the chat before I pass it to Uda. Somebody said, you'd tell your daughter X, Y, and Z. I would tell my daughter that majority of these men are stupid and they are dependent on you to lead them in pregnancy and in the relationship. That's what I would tell her because that's what is being displayed. That majority of men are not taking responsibility when they having children, when they get married, when they are being in a relationship. Most men are just hanging out with a chick, taking them out to dinner until they eventually have sex. Then they have sex long enough to they eventually move in with each other. They move each other long enough, then they eventually get married or have a child before whichever one comes first. That's what most men are doing because most men are not leaders. That's just the truth of the matter. What I'm seeing as I started this show. But go ahead, Uda.
Yeah, bro. So, to me, hold on. Let me put my mic on. Is my microphone on? All right, yeah, man. I think it's up to men, bro. As men, I know me. I didn't have a kid till like 20-something years old. You know what I mean? And that's because I had my kid at 20-something years old, and I didn't have another kid till my 30s. You know what I'm saying? I lost my virginity. And I was like a preteen, like a teen, you know what I'm saying, when I lost my virginity. So I had years of doing it. But my father has 13 kids, and it's something that I didn't want to have. I didn't want to have 13 kids. I didn't want to have as many kids that I can't be there for. So I always looked at it as something that I can control. You know what I mean? If I'm having sex, I think the best way to not have kids is don't have sex. It's it. Condoms are not 100%. The first time I ever used when I was damn near 13 or 12, and they told me that then, they're not 100%. Condoms are not 100%. None of these things are 100%. So the only way is to be sure who you're having sex with or don't have sex. Straight. And as a man, you got to take more responsibility. Simple.
All right, go ahead, Brownsville. It's your turn.
Yeah, so I want to ask Mont a question, right?
Absolutely.
Are you there? So my question to you is this: do you believe that when women get pregnant, right, and they choose to have an abortion, should we give 50% of the blame for her having an abortion on the man who impregnated her?
When you say blame for having an abortion, I don't think you should blame any. That's a person's choice to have an abortion. I don't believe in like, you know, I'm not one of those people who think you can't get abortions. So that's her choice.
Well,
That's her business.
that's not what I'm asking you. So I'm saying,
Okay.
so let's take it off of you, right? Let's put it on society. Do society, when a woman chooses to have an abortion, do society put 50% of that blame on the man who impregnated that woman who chose to have an abortion?
No, because that was her choice.
Why was that her choice?
She didn't want a baby.
Right, but why was that her choice that she didn't want a baby? Why was it her choice and her choice alone?
Because we give women that choice, and men have no say in that.
So it's not because it's her body.
Yeah, she has. Yeah, it's her choice. That's how we got to structure.
Right. So since it's her body, right, she has autonomy to choose what she wants to do with her body. Right.
Correct.
And this is why the conversation is very hypocritical, right? Because the same men in society who attempt to evade responsibility with the impregnation part, right? We're saying that it's the woman's responsibility and the man's responsibility, yet the man is the one who is ejaculating inside of that woman, right? And that is a choice too. That's a choice. That's not something that just happens accidentally, right? Every man who has experience with intercourse understands when they're about to ejaculate. Would you agree or disagree with that, Mont?
Absolutely. And as soon as you're done, I gotta kill this because this is a weak one though. It's a weak perspective. I gotta kill it.
It's definitely not a weak perspective. What I'm saying is I'm pointing out the hypocrisy within men and the reason why women feel like men aren't interested in protecting them, right? Because too often men are attempting to evade responsibility and communicate an idea that men should evade responsibility and push more responsibility onto women, right? So I'm asking you this question, Mont. Are you involved in a serious relationship right now?
I'm engaged.
You're engaged, right? Is it your responsibility when it comes to y'all deciding to have a child, right? Or I think you have children already, right? Did you have any of those children accidentally?
Just one of them.
Right. And when you had that child accidentally, are you willing to take responsibility and say, hey, you know what? I lack self-control in that situation?
Absolutely.
Right. And that's all we're asking. All we're asking is for men to just be honest and say, you know what? I can control whether or not I impregnate a woman. And if I impregnated a woman who I didn't want to impregnate, that was because of my lack of self-control. That's all we're saying. We're not saying that women should not be accountable or they should have their autonomy totally removed when it comes to consenting to sex and not protecting themselves. We're not having that argument, right? We agree. We concede to that argument. We say, yes, we'll tell our daughters the best way to be responsible is abstinence, right? I have that conversation with my daughter already. Abstinence, right? And you know, when she gets old enough and she gets married, so I tell her, hey, listen, you want to date with intention, and when a man values you enough to make you his wife, that's when you consent to giving your body to him, right? So fathers have these conversations with their daughters as well. But what I tell my son is that he is so responsible for impregnating a woman. right? So therefore, if he doesn't want to impregnate a woman, guess what? He needs to exercise self-control, self-discipline, and maybe gain experience of his body so that he knows when he's ejaculating, when it's coming, and all that kind of stuff, so that he can do his due diligence, so that, you know, he understands whether or not he's bringing a baby into this world. So we gotta stop. We gotta stop, man. We gotta be leaders, and a
Yeah, so
leader takes responsibility and doesn't push responsibility away.
All right, let me
for
read. I'm
sure.
getting behind on the super chats. Mom, please, hopefully you can hold your thought real quick. Let me just catch up on these real quick. Dallas with the $5. Drop this guy, please. Shout out to Conversation with MJ with the $5. Folks do not know what leadership is. LOL. Let's not go down the rabbit hole. It's nauseating at this point. Damn. Shout out to the Verb Assassin. F around to find out. Self-thing happens all the time. It has happened to me. And it is considered and it is a crime. Ooh, y'all gotta understand. Y'all gotta start listening to our sisters, man. As the bad with the $19.99 from upon high and below, it's your decision. Thank you so much, Acid Bath. Shout out to Big Draws Forever with the $5. Either you think women are stupid or less capable of thinking as well as a man if you take agency from her. She is responsible for her body 100%, but you're also saying that men are not responsible for theirs. That's the problem that y'all missing. You could make your face all you want to. Phil James with the $1.99. Over 60% of women are on a form of conception. Hulu Live with the $5. Us men know about 10 seconds before we finish. It's men's choice to get a woman pregnant. Josh is in his fifis today.
Come get it, Cooley.
Shadow the Time Watch. I'm ready. Phil James with the $4.99. Why are you not communicating with your partner and figure out what is going on to work best for your personal situation? Miss Parker. Ladies and gents, whatever position, please incorporate courtship into your dating. Folks of each generation are rushing to have sex without knowing a person's mindset and values. Good convo, Sharon. Thank you so much, Miss Parker. Miss Parker. I appreciate that. Cool Live with the $2. Consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy. Get that through your heads, fellas.
I agree.
That's so degenerate.
I got you. I got you shadowing Cool Nerd, but let Mike get his thought out. Go ahead, Mike.
So Brownsville, I thought we covered this long ago, right? But I think all of the men on the panel, even the ones who disagree with you, can agree that if a man lays down with a woman and does not use a condom, he is 1,000% responsible for his fate. Does everybody agree to that?
Yes.
Everybody agrees that
Absolutely.
he's 1,000% responsible for his fate. What we're saying is that the woman also is 1,000% responsible for her fate if she consents to sex without a condom. If she gets pregnant, she can't look at me, a random person, and be like, that nigga got me pregnant. Can you believe that man nutted in me? And all, like, no, baby, if you had sex without a condom, you ate. That's like if you have sex without a condom and you don't get somebody's test reports, you asking for an STD. I'm sorry. Yeah, they should have told you. But
but why it doesn't translate into the baby deletion part? So that means
I'll tell you exactly
so I just want to say this. If we are going to continue to say that it's 50-50 on how she get pregnant, then therefore that man is also responsible 50-50 when she has a AB.
Got you. And I'll tell you exactly why, right? I'll tell you why it doesn't translate. Because a woman quite literally has 50% of the say in whether, she has 100% of the say in whether she wants to have sex with you or not, right? 100%. When it comes to her literally having the baby,
you literally have no legal claim whether as to make a decision whether she can keep that baby or not. It's just very
Pause.
plain.
Yes, you have it when you ejaculate. Oh my God. So what I'm trying to get you to understand, and my other brothers to understand, you cannot give her 50% of responsibility of getting pregnant and then also give her 100% of baby deletions. This is why this is why we are trying to get our brothers to understand. What's up, Sherelle? Our brothers understand that men are taking responsibility away from themselves by making it 50-50 and also giving them 100%. It cannot, it cannot, you cannot correlate that as the same thing. Hey, we got 50% chance that you're gonna get pregnant, but you got 100%. You have the baby or not. It can't work both ways.
So Sharon, you're saying that if I'm a man who does not believe in baby deletions, right? I'm like, yo, if I get a woman pregnant, she got to, my wife or whoever, I want her to keep it. And I'm not in favor of that. But when we have a baby, she says, I don't care what your beliefs are, I'm going to delete this baby. Are you saying that I should just never have sex with a woman in my life? I should never have sex with my wife because they have the ability to take that baby away, and then I'll be 50% responsible, even though I don't believe in it?
You should never bust if that's the woman you choosing that says she don't want to have a baby with you, even though you want to have one, which is a crazy.
Let's say she was in favor of it, and then she said, "I no longer want."
What I'm trying to tell you is this: so if that woman says she don't want to have no children, even though y'all married and she want to live with you forever, it is up to you to bust a nut in that baby, and then now you are giving her a decision, to delete that child or not.
Got you. What if she says, "I want to have a baby," and then she changes her mind? Whose fault is that now?
If she changes her mind about that situation, that would be her.
If she originally wants to have a baby, okay, but in that situation, at least you're gonna be fair. Okay.
Yeah. All right. That's fair enough. Kulu. Okay, we got.
And if she changes her mind, then that's just a woman who misled a man, right?
Yeah.
And that's a woman who we're gonna pretty much call her out and say, hey, you consented to having a baby with this man, right? He chose you. Y'all was in a committed relationship, and then you got pregnant, and then now you say you changed your mind.
Yeah.
Right. And that's her problem, right? And we're not gonna give any smoke to that man who did things the right way.
Correct. And
what was that? I didn't get that.
I know Cool Nerd wanted to jump in. We got Cool Nerd, and then Kulu and Shadow can have they quick back and forth. And I know Beachy and Bomb might want to. I'm not sure if Bomb want to jump back in, but we're gonna let Cool Nerd and then Kulu and Shadow can have they quick back and forth, and then we open it back up.
Okay. I just want to say something quicker, just about the leadership conversation. Responsibility is about the amount of choices you have during the process, right? Whenever you are responsible for the choices that you create or that you have, right? And whatever happens for the fallout of that responsibility that you had, that is where is the conversation, right? So if you have 3 choices in a situation, that means you have 3 responsibilities in a situation. There can be multiple people having multiple responsibilities for the same choice, right? Because they can have they could be dual choice. They could be dual people having the same choice in a situation, right? But if you do not have a choice in a situation, you should not have responsibility for that situation. Now, does that mean you're not accountable later? That does not take that away from that, and that's where the leadership comes into play. You have accountability.
All right. Thank you. Just go on mute because you have a background noise. Go ahead. Kulu wanted to have this conversation with Shadow, so we're going to allow them to have a quick back and forth. And he's going to wipe his mouth, goddammit.
Yeah, man, I think Shadow today, he's in a similar for some reason, more than he used to be, or like usually is. But I don't understand why it's so hard for men to understand, like, just because a woman wants to have sex, that's not her wanting to have a baby, right? She just wants to have sex, whether that be with her man or whoever she chooses, right? And that's why I said in my super chat, consent to sex is consent to sex. It's not consent to pregnancy. I've been with my wife 8 years, right? We have 2 children, and you know how many times that she got pregnant? 2 times because she consented to getting pregnant. I don't wear a condom, you know, so I don't want to hear that it's the woman's responsibility or it's woman's fault. No, it's not. Us men as leaders, like we all like to claim, it's our choice when we bust a nut. It's our choice when we finish. I mean, you can pull out a minute before you finish and do what you need to do to finish, you know, but all these men are choosing to go to the last second and just doing what they do and then blaming the woman for getting pregnant when it's the man's choice. It's to me, it's very simple. Consent to pregnancy or consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy. It's very simple. The Shadow's laughing.
It literally is.
I really am, because that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Kulu, I respect you, bro. You know that. So let's just keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Okay. You can't get pregnant without having sex.
Okay. And your point is?
Can you hear me?
Yes. And your point is?
Okay. So, literally, pregnancy is a very real potential of having sex. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so you probably shouldn't have sex with anybody. You probably shouldn't have sex with anybody. You don't want to get you. Hold on.
No, it's not a hold on.
You just cut me.
Hold on. No. Y'all men are not understanding what y'all are actually saying, bro.
Nope, I know what the fuck I'm saying. I'm saying you can't get pregnant without putting a penis in you. It's not that damn complicated, Sharon.
That's not. No, you are making it complicated because you're not comprehending.
You're right. As a man with 3 kids, I don't understand how to make a baby.
Hold on, you gotta be able to understand, right? That we are not saying that you could get pregnant without sex.
No shit.
You do understand that, right? So the argument is not about that you could get pregnant without sex. That's not what we are talking about.
Okay. Great. So we both understand biology.
So stop using that as an excuse to say that it is a 50-50 chance for women to get pregnant because it's a man and woman thing. It has nothing to do with each other.
Shadow, he's right.
Hey, I'm not fuck that. I'm gonna send him a gas bill. No, hold up.
You can't get pregnant without
It takes 2 people. Fuck that. It takes 2 people to have a baby.
Would you
it takes 2 people having sex to have a child.
Hold on. You asked me the question.
Tell me otherwise.
Answer my question. Can you get a woman pregnant without sperm? Just yes or no?
Technically, you get pregnant with pre-cum by definition. If we're gonna be literal about it, but sure. Sure. Well then, yeah.
So a woman cannot get pregnant without sperm. So if there's no sperm,
so a woman cannot get pregnant without a man.
No. Okay, so that's my point. If a woman wants to just have sex, that's all it is. It's up to the man to decide to finish inside her to then get her pregnant, correct?
Okay. So
I'm
just calming down.
Okay,
because I realized.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. Let me ask some really basic questions because this shit really kind of bothers me a little bit. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I ain't gonna lie. It bothers me a little bit that my brothers do not understand like what the conversation is actually about. Do we understand that pre-cum does not contain sperm?
Get the fuck out of here.
What?
All right, so okay, then, and they go the problem. This is why we keep doing these probabilities, and it's the 0.01% of a chance that this pre-cum shit. Can it happen that pre-cum have sperm in it? Yes, it can happen, but typically 98% of the time, pre-cum do not have any sperm in it. Does it happen once in a blue? Yes. So we got to stop saying that just because you have sex means you are consented to pregnancy. I've been like, Kudu just gave you an example that he's been with this woman for 8 years. She got pregnant twice because he chose to give her the sperm those 2 times. However many times he decided to give her that sperm, that's why she got pregnant, because they both was trying to get a child.
Both y'all are advocating
this whole idea that just because I'm having, like, you are telling women to stop having sex with y'all.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying stop having sex with people you don't want to have babies with. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, absolutely.
But and that's just like saying hey, we should convince people to stop going to the beach, to stop going to the deep end of the pool because they may drown, right? Instead of telling people, well, hey, if you take some swimming classes and learn how to swim, then you'll be able to be fine when you go into the deep end of the pool and when you go to the beach and get into the water. Right? And that's all we're saying, right? What we're saying is, it's better to teach men self-discipline, self-control of their own body, right?
Or I don't know, wild assessment. Maybe we should teach our kids to not have sex with people that they don't plan to have kids
What
with.
the fuck is going on?
I don't know.
Why we just can't have a conversation about what the
It's
fuck
a
we're
simple-ass
talking about?
conversation.
No, I'm tired of people trying to just be right about things instead of just having a conversation what we're talking about. We are not.
What did I just say?
Hold on. I need my brothers to understand the conversation that we are having instead of trying to be right in the conversation.
What is the conversation, sir?
The conversation is not about if you should or should not have sex with people that you want to have children with. We are not talking about that.
No shit.
Okay, so stop bringing up the fact that if you
it's
don't want
relevant to
to
the point.
stop bringing
It's
up
called relevance.
So stop bringing up the fact that if you don't want to have a child with the person you are with, don't have sex with them because it's irrelevant to the conversation right now.
Does it prevent the pregnancy?
Do you
simple question.
Hold
Simple
on.
Does it prevent
Again, you're not.
pregnancy?
I understand you want to be correct.
No, I'm asking you a question that you keep ducking.
Is that the conversation? Okay, you asking me something that is outside of the conversation, correct?
No, it's actually still part of the conversation.
No, it's not.
I'm saying,
Because we are talking about. So you saying that we are saying nobody disagrees. Nobody disagrees that you should not be having sex with somebody that you don't mind having a child with. That is not the conversation. You do understand that's not the conversation, right?
Okay, so I just want to make sure. Hold on, because Kulu did say.
Answer the question, please. We understand that's not the conversation, right?
Not say.
Hold on. I don't need explanations. I need clarity. Y'all don't understand what I need.
Here's why I can't give
I
clarity.
Josh,
it's why I'm
please.
confused.
Josh, please. I'm talking to you. Answer my question, and then I will answer yours, so we can have understanding because we keep missing. We are not having a conversation about who you want to have children with.
Correct.
Okay, so we're only having a conversation about who can actually impregnate a woman. That is it.
Still expensive.
Okay. And now we are only having a conversation of how she get pregnant, and how she get pregnant is sperm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the only person that
I don't like this because you're
sperm-
guiding this dumbass conversation. I don't even like the narrative.
The only person that can give sperm to a woman is a man, correct?
Fine. Sure.
That is the conversation that we are having.
No, that's the conversation you just led to because you didn't like everything else that was being said.
No,
everything I said is still relevant to
I
this
need you to
fucking
understand
point.
what I'm saying. I need you to understand that is the conversation that
Okay,
we are having. I believe what is going on, that you are having a separate conversation in your mind about the overarching point of creating children. We are not having hold on. We are not having an overarching point on who you should create children with. That is not what the conversation is.
You can't know what my point is because you cut me off every time I started actually building it. Which I made the point. No, and you're about to fucking do it again.
Yes, because I'm telling you what I'm explaining.
I'm telling you that's not what I'm saying. I'm telling you that's not what I'm saying. What you just said I was saying, Shalon, that is not what I'm saying. Specifically, what you just said is not what I just said. If you could mind, let me clarify what I was saying so you understand, so you can stop assuming what you think I'm saying. I said specifically, it is the responsibility of both people who are having sex if a baby is produced. It's not rocket science, it's actual biology. Hold
Thank
on.
you. Now stop there. No, stop there. How did that woman get the sperm?
By agreeing to have sex with that man.
Say what?
By agreeing to have sex with that man.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
His penis couldn't have been in there unless she agreed to it.
No, that's
in
not
most
true.
cases.
No.
In some cases.
No. Again, how did that woman get pregnant?
The man pointed at her and he went pregnant.
How did that woman get sperm inside of her body?
Pregnant.
From who? Who put the sperm? Who put the sperm in her body?
He did. When she
Thank
invited
you.
her. When she invited him.
When she allowed him to be inside of her without a condom.
Pregnant. Watch out. Pregnant. Quick draw.
So are we saying that women don't have any agencies or any choice?
That is exactly what he's saying, and that's what's pissing me off.
No, we're not saying that. What we're saying is men, right, have the responsibility to exercise self-control over their own body, right? The brother Mont, hold on one second. The brother Mont already admitted, right, that he had one child that he didn't want to have, right? He didn't plan to have, right? And he said, hey, this was my fault because I lacked self-control during the intercourse, right? So I'm just saying we have to be honest, right? The reason why you Cool Nerd and you Shadow and the rest of the men who agree with y'all, the reason why y'all are saying what y'all are saying is because y'all want to give excuses to men who aren't willing to be as honest and responsible as Mont, right? You know, y'all want to give those men excuses, right? To say, well, hey, the woman allowed me to do this, so I did it, and this is what happened, right?
No.
Even though he lacked self-control and self-discipline and you know, exercise his due diligence to not put his juice inside that woman.
So, I'm asking you.
I just wish he would stop putting words in my mouth.
Can two things be true at the same time?
Not, I mean, I hate when y'all ask those questions. Yes, I can have on black shoes and be looking up at a blue sky at the same time. Yes.
So if two things can be true at the same time, therefore, it could be my responsibility to control my sperm. It can also be her responsibility to not let me inside of her without a condom.
Yes. And
Okay.
and that's not and that's not what we are debating.
That's
right?
That's it.
But we're not debating that.
Yes, we are.
We already conceded. We already conceded, right? That the woman is consenting to the intercourse.
Yeah, that's a responsibility.
Right. No, but listen, she is consenting to the act. She's not consenting to you impregnating her. Those are two
Make that
different
shit
things.
make sense.
Wait. I got it. So Brownsville. Do we all know that having raw sex?
Okay, hold on one second. I need to have an understanding real quick. Hold on. I really need this question answered. If I go and cheat on my wife and I wind up getting a person that I'm cheating on pregnant, you come and I'm talking to you. Who is going to be to blame? Who are you blaming for that woman being pregnant?
I'm blaming you and that floozy. I'm blaming you and the broad you got pregnant. That crazy floozy you knocked up. Yeah, I'm blaming her too.
And guess what else? Now the other choice, the other question is whose responsibility for you cheating? That's your responsibility for you cheating because there's only one decision made in that aspect. That's your responsibility for you cheating, and that's both y'all responsibility for getting pregnant.
And this is the problem, right?
Bro,
Y'all don't-
my father
y'all
got
don't
13 kids. I didn't want to have that many kids, bro. I made sure that I didn't have that many kids, bro. What are you talking about?
You're in.
But see, Uda, you're a responsible man. You believe in leadership, right? The problem is these men, they don't believe in leadership and they don't believe in responsibility. So they are going to look
Stop putting words in my
for a
mouth, Ground
reason
Zero.
to pass the buck, right? And that's the danger in this, because we have an opportunity to educate younger men right now and say, you know what? When it comes to impregnating women, the choice is 100% yours, man. 100% yours, right? But y'all men are trying to make it seem like, no, it's 50-50.
It is absolutely 50-50.
And that's and this is why you guys are dangerous with your rhetoric, and y'all are leading younger brothers astray.
No, not at all. We're not leading younger brothers astray. We're saying that you have a part in this. You personally need to be responsible for your part, right? You have a part in this. You need to be responsible for your part. She also has a part in it. She needs to be responsible for her part.
Okay, so her part is saying, yes, hey, I want to have sex with you. So now what is your part of her being pregnant?
To make sure the sex is safe.
I need to make sure I put my a condom on. And I also need to agree to have a sex.
Okay, so you gotta agree, you gotta be the one that put a condom on.
And she also has to be the one to say, I want to have sex. And
this is fucking insane. Yeah, yo, listen here. Look, my brothers. I don't understand that. You just literally just said it again. That it's your responsibility to put a condom on. Then you check, and then when you realize that it's you again that is responsible, you try to pass the buck again that she gotta tell you.
Because two things can be true at the same time. I recognize duality.
You don't have the truth in you.
Hey, Sharon, do you know what a spermicide bullet is?
No.
Because I'm gonna stop this.
No, I'm not gonna.
You keep making a point that's not real.
Hold on, no, y'all keep moving it. Stop it. Hold on, please. The man just. This is the second time. First, we tried the whole farmer and the person that's buying thing. We already proved that it's only one person, and we agreed there's only one person that decides to eat, and we decided who that person was. We were able to say that.
No.
Hold on, please. Let's not backtrack to act like that's not what you said. It's only one person that decides this thing to be not to get the woman pregnant. You said it again. The man's responsibility is him putting on the condom.
Yes.
It's his responsibility for him putting on the condom. Let's do this again. It's his responsibility. Let me go on my Dr. Umar Johnson, Uda. It's his responsibility to put on a condom.
Wait,
good thing Umar was the idiot.
Responsibility
3 times in a row.
to put on a condom.
3 times.
It is the man's responsibility to put on a condom.
Who disagreed with that?
You know what? Hey, Uda, I have a question for you.
No.
Because Uda, hold on. No. Because I'm sick of you bullshitting this game. God damn it.
Want any more questions.
You can make these fake ass scenarios and get mad when we find
it's not a fake scenario. Stop. Y'all just have
they're
some
little fucking spermicide bullets.
It's okay. Y'all have some cognitive.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hold on. Y'all have some cognitive dissonance going on with y'all.
No.
And I don't understand it, and it's okay.
Stop fucking insulting my intelligence, sir.
You are doing it to yourself. You just don't want to concede to say, you know what?
You're literally gaslighting and you're doing
it's
poorly.
Okay for you to just say, you know what, Sharon?
No, fuck that noise.
It's okay to say, you know what, Sharon?
That women can use.
It's okay. Hold on. You get a chance to scream and yell at me. You do not want to just say, damn, it is my responsibility to put a goddamn condom on. It is 100% my sperm that I put inside of a woman. Just because I didn't take it from her doesn't mean that now I'm supposed to give her a 50-50 responsibility of impregnating her. But if she decides that she doesn't want to have a baby with me, it's 100% her. She decided she allowed me to bust a nut. God damn it, Kunert, put your damn mute on. This shit is crazy to me. I don't know. Maybe this is why so many men are saying that they don't have sex within a marriage, because your wife do not trust you to not get her pregnant. You don't trust y'all.
See, and then you start saying some crazy shit like
that. It is okay. It is okay. It's all right.
No,
That
it's
doesn't
really
mean that I'm talking to you. It doesn't mean that I'm talking to you personally. So for some
It's not a
reason,
personal.
y'all men think I'm talking to you personally. I am not talking to anybody on this thing personally that you are out there. Listen, whatever you do in your household to prevent you from having extra babies, I applaud that. Nobody is saying that y'all are out there doing that. But what y'all are doing is getting men that are naturally not responsible the excuse because that woman then forced me to put a condom on. It takes a responsibility from men to get say, hey, I'm going to be responsible for myself, because as long as she doesn't say it, I guess it's okay to get her pregnant. That is insanity. Shout out to the lie detector one. Please mute yourselves for a second. When who know their bodies and ovulation cycle knows when she most likely can get pregnant. Anytime people lay down with both consent to pregnancy. And also, this is how we know a lot of you men ain't really having sex for real. Because when they ovulate, and guess what happens? That's when she's her fucking horniest. That's when you get all the tricks. That's when you have her doing backflips. You get her to do whatever you want, whatever the nasty thing you ever thought of. That's when you can get her to do it. You wait till she out. You like, hey, babe, I seen this new move that you gotta do it now. And you like this? That's the day you supposed to do it. But your woman is not going to trust you because she know you are going to take advantage, and you gonna say, babe, it was too good. I couldn't control myself, and therefore she's not going to trust you to pop her off when it is time, when she is feeling her freakiest. And this is probably why, you know what, I'm gonna leave that alone. Hey, the lie detector. Women will check a man's credit score, social media, criminal background, but not check to see if he's wearing a condom. I guess it's out of her hands. Hey, shout out to Time Watch with the 10 ball. Thank you so much, my brother. Appreciate you. But the problem is that we are not understanding the pressure of sex. Most people are scared to even reach for a condom, because once they reach for a condom, that's girls. I'm like, you know what?
Then they probably shouldn't have been having sex with that person, because that's not intimate sex.
Oh my!
That's not intimacy. Yes, I'm explaining because
I don't think you
you're supposed to be teaching people how to be better.
Understand the conversation, my brother. I don't think you really understand the conversation. I really don't think you understand the conversation. The lie detector with $5. Wild, because you would tell your daughter to make sure she's safe in every aspect. And the main reason why we have to tell our daughters to lead in this situation is because so many brothers today is willing to do the opposite and be leaders. So yes, we got to teach our daughters to lead, you dumbass brothers out there, because y'all not willing to have no responsibility for your own body functions.
It's crazy. Like the reason it's so crazy is because I thought they was gonna have a consistent thought pattern. Because I can literally say everything that they said. Oh, they said, well, I'm not responsible for the baby deletion. Well, you could have had sex with her. You could have chose not to have sex with her, right? Like we can go back to these thought patterns, and I thought they was gonna be consistent. But I have learned that consistency is something that most people can live by nowadays.
I've been very consistent.
It requires explanation to actually be consistent. So that's a dumbass logic. Sorry.
I'm very consistent.
It's crazy. And then I hold on 1 second. Shadow want to jump in, Cool Nerd want to jump in, but this is wild to me. I ain't gonna lie to you. Shout out to Natasha Vincent with the $9.99 every time I check in. This women-focused topic is male centered. No matter how much Sharon tries to refocus the men, it's quite telling. Whew.
Yeah, so let me ask Aaron to Lucas and Josh a question real quick. So Aaron to Lucas, have you ever impregnated a woman that you didn't want to, and it wasn't your fault?
Number one, wait, let's start off with saying this. Number one, no one disagreed with you about who. About
No,
it
I'm
being-
I'm just asking you to answer the question.
I have, yes.
Okay. So you saying you've
It's my fault.
impregnated a woman, right? That you didn't intend to impregnate,
Yep.
right? Was it your fault or her fault?
Both of our faults.
Okay, so you're saying that you didn't understand your body chemistry at the time?
No, I understood my body chemistry. I said it's my fault, and it's also her fault.
No, but what I'm saying, let's stick to you for a second, right?
Okay.
Y'all consented to sex, right?
Yep.
And then y'all consented to unprotected sex, right?
Well, actually, in that instance, we actually had a condom on.
Okay, you had a condom on, right?
Yes.
And you did. So did you did you not understand that, or you didn't feel something happening to the
It
condom?
didn't break. It didn't break.
Huh?
It didn't break. And I have a DNA test with my son. Yes. It didn't break. And I told that.
All right, hold on. Kunal, you got, I don't know if you connected to something else, but you have this weird. Okay, I think you're good now. Get answer the question now.
Yes, I had a condom. Actually, in this situation, I had a condom on, and she took a Plan B, and I watched her take the Plan B, and I took the DNA test, and it's my child. Yes.
Right. So what I'm saying is, did you not realize that the condom malfunctioned?
No, because the condom did not break in an obvious manner.
But that's a miracle, baby. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. So that's some type of I never heard of that. I never heard of what you said. So you're like, that was like God's intervention with your situation.
That's 1 in a billion right there. A Plan B, condom didn't break, and that's crazy. I ain't never.
Right. That's a situation I never heard. But now I want to get to Josh. Is Josh there?
But but Brownsville.
Yeah,
Josh,
I'm still here.
Hold on, Edelman.
I'm still here.
Josh.
Well, wait, hold on. It's still both of our faults, regardless.
Right, I understand that. Like, your situation is 1 in a billion. Your situation is different, right? That God ordained for that to happen to you, my brother. I want to go to Josh, though. Josh.
Okay.
Did you ever impregnate a woman unintentionally?
Never. I don't even. No, absolutely not.
Right. So why are you caping for men who are being less responsible than you?
Because again, y'all keep trying to conflate conversations, and that's weird to me. In each situation, I actually learned about female contraceptions through other women I was having sex with. Like, I learned about the little spermicide bullets that women can choose to use. I learned a lot of shit throughout college. When I was swinging, yeah, shit was weird, but I learned a lot.
But that doesn't answer the
that
question.
water just went in my mouth.
But that doesn't
fuck.
answer the question, Josh. Because the rest of the men on the panel, besides Aaron to Lucas, right? Because Cool Nerd, that was some type of God intervention what happened to him. But I'm sure either man would say, hey, you know what? Either man, did you ever impregnate a woman unintentionally?
No, all of my kids was playing. And to give you more evidence, when we first got married, my wife wanted to have a kid, and I told her I wasn't ready. So she had to wait until I was willing to impregnate her. That's why our first kid is 2 years after I got married, because they was playing. Like, we have so much.
How was you able to control it? So for the young men who are listening to Josh and Afro Nerd and they don't think it's possible, how were you able to control not getting her pregnant?
Hey, cuz that's Cool Nerd. That's a different person. That's not Afro Nerd, cuz.
That's another nerd. Hey, no, the whole point, how I was able to control is I understand how the body works. I understand that for a woman to get pregnant, semen must meet an egg. So I understood that we had to have prevention measures, as in, even if I'm wearing a condom, I still pull out. Like, I don't know why we don't talk about that. Like, if you try not to get nobody pregnant just because you got a condom on, that doesn't give you the right to bust inside of her still. Like, you still should pull out. So, like, I don't know, maybe my daddy was in my life, and my daddy taught me these things that, you know, you still pull out condom, no condom. That was like middle school, I think he told us that.
Uda, did you ever impregnate a woman unintentionally?
Yes. I would say yes, bro. I would say yes.
Can you elaborate on what happened?
I was having sex, so I mean, it was my fault. I was having sex, but I had my first son. My first son was conceived like that. You know what I mean? But I got custody of my child and stuff. But yeah. And I didn't intend to have it, but we were having sex. That's irresponsibility on my part. I think that was on my part. That was irresponsibility on me.
And can you elaborate on that irresponsibility? What exactly did you do that was irresponsible?
First of all, having unprotected sex with a person that you don't want to marry, I don't think I want to really, really be with, and all of those things. That's layers to the irresponsibility already. You know what I'm saying? Straight. You don't need to be having unprotected sex with a person that you don't even think you want to marry, be with, and all of those things. This is real. You know what I mean? So, yeah. And that's what came with that. I think it was.
And then, so expand on that part. So you still had unprotected sex with her. Did you do something else wrong during the unprotected sex?
I came. I busted a nut, bro. Straight. I think that's what I did, man. I think, yeah. I think it was wrong. Yeah.
Why you say you did? Did you bust a nut or you didn't bust a nut? Did you? What's this question?
I already answered that.
You said I think I busted a nut. I don't know how y'all ain't know what happened that night. Was you drinking Hennessy or something?
I was on the Henny at the time. I was on the Henny, but yeah, I did though.
I will never be clicking the link again. You guys have ruined my experience. On YouTube, I'm deleting my application when I leave here. I cannot believe I had sat here for over 2.5 hours and listened to y'all discuss your sperm and not have accountability. He was the only one that actually said what kind of, besides Sharon, pull out, fool. I mean, it is not that complicated. I'm not going to be responsible for you not controlling your little men. And how dare you? I'm so offended. I feel some type of way. I'm going to be doing the most cash money talking about some of you all first chance I get, because how dare you all think that that's our responsibility? Like, y'all want us to keep, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all want us to carry all the weight, all the burden, carry the cross, carry the sin, carry the sperm. Y'all putting too much on our back, carry the protection. Okay, y'all don't want y'all just want to graze through and blame us for everything, and then we got to this point, and you men still won't take accountability for your own little guys. Somehow that's got pushed back on us still. This is so terrible. All you got to do is keep it. I don't even want to say it because I just feel so. This is low. Like, we are, all of us up here are older adults. We're not like, you know, preteens trying to learn the bees and what they call it, the bees and honey, or what bees and birds of life. We supposed to know what you're supposed to do. Uda up and told me he don't know. Guess he, but Uda, get off the panel. I don't know. You. So what's going on with y'all's body parts? You know it's about to happen. We know when it's about to happen. This is very terrible sexual education. Sharon, I highly suggest maybe you all have a sex ed panel to educate grown men who didn't learn proper sexual education.
Anyone gonna tell her how dumb she
really
sounds?
Sad, okay, and I don't know what to
That's a
say.
dumb bitch right there. But tell her shut the fuck up.
But how long?
Who's that?
How long, Beatrice? Hold
on.
One second, Beatrice. How long? This is important. How long?
Hold on, Ethan, man. Let's get the disrespect in check first. Let's get the disrespect in check first.
Yeah, that was that. Look, that's somebody say yes. Thank you, guys.
What's going on, bro? We're not doing all of that black woman slander over here, bro. We don't do that just for nothing. If you argue with somebody, then argue. We ain't just
black woman
jumping out the window with combo stuff.
Fucking simple. Shut fuck up.
Nigga, use the only sense.
So first of all, Clamps, stop
bro.
Platform for no reason. I don't know what your issue is, young man. Clearly, you know what, young man. If you want to
faking ass nigga off the fucking panel, he's a Jafake.
If you want to talk like that, my brother, you don't have to be cammed up. Like what is wrong with you brothers, man?
What did he say? I can't hear him.
What is wrong with you brothers?
You'll have to read
It must not
that. We
be
know
mentioned
it
in
though.
here.
He just what the frick?
No, but listen, is it interesting though? This feature, this is good. The same men that's willing to protect you are controlling their nut. The ones that are not willing to protect black women are loose with their nut. Listen, this is a form of protection. Listen,
Okay.
random women is not safe for black women. I don't know why.
Receive that.
We got to understand that the correlation is that their thinking is all off. Listen, so we can't expect them to make rational decisions.
I received that.
even in the
Something ain't
bedroom.
right. I received that. I do see. I didn't catch that. There is a common denominator in you all's thinking, the protection of the black woman, and how you are maintaining and operating, controlling your. I didn't even see you. Thank you for that, because that brought a whole new enlightenment to the conversation. Y'all, some of you all who gave the worst responses to protection of the woman are giving the worst responses to protecting unwanted pregnancies or unplanned pregnancies, we can say, or your own nut. Y'all the same. So y'all a different type of species. Y'all not the normal type of man. So okay, so we need to separate. I don't know what the boys to men is going on here, but we need to separate the real men from the imitators or something. Y'all need to get a badge of honor or a stamp or something to let us know, okay, these are men who understand like a man. These are children who think like kids, and they don't, their opinion doesn't even matter. So we can move accordingly. Because I don't know. I just, so mark yourselves in a category so we can know who to just completely dismiss from not only conversations, but from society. Because this is awful. This is awful. This been like 3 hours of sperm coming. You are Shadow. You don't need to say nothing else. You really was going hard on this. Yeah, I know there's no virgins on this panel, but besides that weirdo who was up here, who possibly is, the rest of you are. No one up here is a virgin. Okay, and that's fine. And if you were, that would be fine too. But no one is. But at this stage in life, y'all don't know how to hold it in, what you're supposed to do. I don't know what to do from this. Like I don't even want to be here no more. I might just leave the whole app because this can't be real. The majority of you all don't know how
It's
to
real, B. It's real.
It seems like it is real. Shout out to BJ with 1 eye. I'm quit YouTube after this live. LOL. Y'all are crazy. There's something wrong with y'all. God damn it. Shout out to Detroit Cornish with the 2-ball. Either man looks like an auntie driving a Bible study. Damn.
So
I actually agree with you today.
Hey, you look like he might choose you, Eda man. He said you looking like you about to get chosen.
Eda man speaking facts today.
So, Beach, I have a quick question. So you observed the whole conversation, right? I want you to tell me one person who was like, that men do not have any responsibility.
Have you been here? Have you all listened to yourselves talk? There's only been a few that were. I don't want to be obvious, but we can see who made sense. Most of you all were not making. No, you too. I don't remember you saying anything profound, and that was holding accountability for your nuts.
No. We definitely held accountability for our nuts. No one said it's not the man's responsibility. I don't think anybody said that. I never heard anybody say that.
Yeah, actually, y'all were saying that.
Hold on, but so his question is something that is not men's responsibility. The color she put in her hair is not your responsibility.
No. I didn't say. No one said it's not a man's responsibility for pregnancy. No one said that. I don't think anybody. No one said that on this panel.
No, I'm trying to figure out. Hold on, because there's a lot of things that's not men's responsibility. So I'm trying to understand what's the basis of your question.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Because what people are saying is people saying that they can't control their nut or it's not their responsibility. And I didn't hear anybody say that it's not their responsibility for pregnancy. But what we are saying is that women have agency. Women are adults that have agency. They also have responsibility as well. And that's the argument. And I think that women, let me not speak for y'all.
Hey, Kunal, why do you need women to be responsible for them being pregnant? Why is that such a big deal for you?
Well, because I think that we talk about respecting and protecting black women, right, on this panel, and we're not giving them any agency. So how do you respect?
You're missing my question, right? why is it such a big deal for you to give women responsibility in pregnancy?
Because they are adults and they have agency, and I respect them.
But what you're talking about, that agency and respect that you're supposed to be given, that is for consent and sex.
It's for consent in the whole process.
Right. So the whole process, those are two different processes.
So what?
Those are two different processes because me, Ida Man, Brownsville, and Kulu, neither one of us are wearing condoms with our wives. And for some reason, they ain't getting pregnant. So we understand that sex doesn't have anything to do with our wives getting pregnant for some strange reason. But you, on the other hand, think that our wives do have some kind of say-so with where our sperm is going.
So no, I didn't say anything about where your sperm's going. I said the whole process.
So so now you caught up to the conversation. This whole conversation is about who is in control of the sperm.
No, that's not the conversation. I'll start the conversation. So it's not the conversation.
No, that is the okay. I'm telling you, and for some reason you're telling me that it's not because you want to have the conversation you want to have, right? And that's why I asked you why you keep trying to include her into it. I don't understand this thought process. We are talking about that. Us as men, me, Ida Man, Brownsville, Kulu, and Uda are saying that we have 100% control over our sperm, and if we are going to get a woman pregnant, that is nothing to do with her consenting to us having sex. That's what we are saying.
It's also it does because she could also say it's not going in me.
Okay, again, let me try this again. When we are having sex with the woman we decide to have sex with, and that woman decides she wants to have sex with us as well, we are saying that 100% of her getting pregnant is on me.
Nope. It's 50-50.
Okay, so now we're back in the conversation. So why is it that you want to give that woman some percentage of what you do with your fluids?
Because it's going into her.
From who?
From me.
Okay, so who's responsible in that situation?
Both of us.
How is she responsible for your fluids?
Because she allowed me inside raw.
Okay, we agree to that. She had consented to sex. How is she responsible for you putting you? How is she responsible for you putting your sperm inside of her body?
Because she understood the probability of that happening and the possibility of that happening.
This is crazy as hell.
Verbo, can you please take it home, girl? Because I don't got nothing. I'm really counting on you to go and run this in because I got some nothing.
I think women are intelligent, very intelligent.
This is okay. So when she says, "Okay, we are having sex with no condom," when did she say? Like, I'm trying to understand how, if she's going to make you bust a nut inside of her, how did she decide that?
That can happen too. That can happen too.
Huh?
That can happen too.
No, you're missing what I'm asking. How did she decide that?
She could put you in a position where you can't
okay, again.
She can't wrap her legs around you?
No, she cannot put her legs around you. No.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Listen, y'all. Listen here. I don't know why we trying to act like y'all men don't be falling out when her legs is. I don't understand. Y'all be falling out all the goddamn time. Now all of a sudden, y'all, every last one of y'all, daddy long stroke.
So the probability is 0 if there's no sperm in there. Even if you're all inside her guts, the probability of her getting pregnant is 0 without sperm, which we as men choose to give or not give.
And you know what? Let me welcome into the show the beautiful verbal assassin. Good day, beautiful. What is your thoughts?
Good day, everybody. Everybody on the panel. BG Bomb, is PhD ever still here? No, I don't think so. So anyway, hi Sharon, how are you? So yeah, this is I'm not okay. Anyway, you guys have actually said it all, so there's really nothing that I can say that's going to change their mind. But I do want to ask a question. Does anybody on the panel own a pew pew? Yeah. Anybody?
Yes.
You're the only one that owns. Okay. So, as the owner of a pew pew, who's responsible for making sure the safety is on so nothing ejects?
I am.
The owner of the pew pew, right? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What on a man's body correlates with a pew pew that something ejects out of? The barrel.
Hey,
No.
I believe the song goes, "This is my rifle and this is my gun."
So if you have a pew pew and you walk up to somebody and you pull it out, maybe you're not really intending to actually eject it. I don't know. Maybe you are, right? Anyhow, it ejects because you didn't have the safety on. And that person gets shot. That person is 50% responsible for getting shot because you didn't have the safety on your pew pew.
Well, I would say
No,
that's
actually, Queen, that's a great question. And that's called the accidental discharge, and you will be charged with manslaughter or murder.
Right, but will the person who actually got, discharged upon be 50% responsible and also be charged with something?
No, they are 100%
Oh.
the victim.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me ask you this question though. Would you be charged with that if you were at a gun range and that person said, "Shoot me"? Or matter of fact, they didn't say shoot me. They said I'm gonna stand in front of the target.
But that's not a correlate. That's a completely different scenario.
No, because that would be the act of sex. You said,
No, it's
"Hey,
not.
there's a gun in front of me, and I know that person's shooting, and you know what? I voluntarily stand in front of that target."
No, Aries, it's a perfect analogy. It Perfect was. one. It actually really was. It's perfection. Thank you.
And also another
Look, y'all lucky. Hold on, y'all lucky. Verbal didn't go further and said, "And is your ammo? Or you got hollow points? Or are you shooting blanks?" You lucky she's left it there. That part, because the majority of these males up here, they ain't really hitting on nothing, and we know that as late. So
supposed to be in a situation.
But Aaron, to Lucas, even with your analogy right there, right? So even if you're at the gun range, right, your eyes are supposed to be trained on your target, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if somebody comes running in front of your target, right, you're still not supposed to pull the trigger.
No.
If you are focused and concentrating on your target, then you would show restraint. Right? You're not going to shoot something that you're not supposed to shoot unless you lack experience.
Yeah. Hey, but we don't know who lacks experience or not. That's not a factor. The fact is
it is a factor.
Yeah, hold on. So again, you missing the analogy, Kuner. The shooting part is the sperm releasing part.
Yep.
All right. So her being at the gun range is the sex part. Yes, we decided to be at the gun range together, but that other person at the gun range that got shot, who is the responsibility of that person getting shot and not having a safety on?
Did they choose not to shoot that person? Did both parties?
This is when the cognitive dissonance is like, this is your analogy that I'm breaking down. This is the second time I broke down your analogy, and you still don't want to admit that it's okay. It's okay.
The analogy is you have to be two choices. The problem is, it has to be two choices. Both people have to make a choice.
Okay, so again, the choice.
Okay,
again.
I'm not saying
Hey, look. It's okay. We're just going to give a PSA to the ladies.
How y'all not insulted about not like?
It's okay, nerd. So what I'm saying is this. So ladies, what y'all need to start asking these brothers, you need to really ask the significant person that you are laying down with. You need to ask him who is responsible for a human being getting pregnant. If he says a 50-50, you know what it is.
But I just don't understand how they can take they pick and choose. These males pick and choose because and they're always hollering about women taking accountability, but they are the ones who never want to take accountability for anything, but they want the benefits of leadership. It does not work that way.
No.
You're a leader. If you're such a leader, no, you take responsibility. You take responsibility for what comes out of your body. Period. Because you do not have to eject your fluids into another person's body. You don't have to do that. And the only way she can get pregnant, the only way that she can get pregnant is if during the act you decide to inject your fluids into her body. You can have sex with her and never get her pregnant if you choose the safety.
And you can also never get pregnant if you say, hey, you can't have sex with me unless you put a condom on.
Hey, you can look, this is how silly it is.
Oh my God.
Hey, look, you can also get pregnant. You go to artificial insemination. What the fuck?
So women don't have choices? No, Sharon, yes or no? Do women have
I think women's choices would be to run far away from you.
Do you understand? Hold on. Why are you asking me about if women have choices when the conversation doesn't have anything to do with that at all?
It has 100% to do with it.
It does not have anything to do with if she has a choice if you want to lay down with a man. We are not talking about if a woman has a choice to say, hey, sir, can you please give me your sperm? And then you say, yes, I would give it to you. Even if she decides to say, hey, I want to be pregnant by you, Sharon, because guess what? That's why I ain't never let people see my children. I try not to, because if I date a woman, she like, shit, let me get one of those. What size do they come in? Can you put that? She like, can you put that vortex on me? And it's 100% my choice to decide to say yes, I will give you the baby, or say no, I do not want to have a child with you. That is my 100% decision.
50% truth.
And you make that choice by not having sex with her.
Agreed.
If you can make that choice by making sure that you don't eject anything into. Why is this so difficult?
Not having sex with her.
I quit. Tyler, don't say nothing else.
I don't understand why.
Don't say a damn thing else.
I don't understand why men are acting as if we have like we don't have people that we want to have sex with but don't want to have children with.
Yeah. Then don't have sex with them.
Again, I don't understand if you not
Why you
understand.
feel
I said something, right? And I don't understand. Human beings, we have sex with other human beings that we don't want to have children with. That happens. We do understand that, correct?
Yeah.
We need to take lust and degeneracy off the value system. But go have sex with people you're not trying to have.
Okay, so now tell me how you're gonna. Okay, so now tell me how you're gonna correlate that to what we are talking about in this conversation, please. I need to understand how because I'm not really comprehending how y'all men think at all. We are having a very specific conversation. Very. And then
you want me to actually explain it?
How are you tying in the lust and degeneracy at the top of the value system? Because we are not saying there's no way in this conversation we are putting lust and degeneracy at the top of anybody's value system in this conversation.
Okay, so are you ready? Are you actually going to listen this time? Because you've been stopping me all day. I need to know if you're listening, Sean, because I'm gonna answer your question. Here's how you're putting lust and degeneracy at the top of your value system, sir. Because if you are having sex with someone without the intent of being intimately, of having a family with that person, you are literally just engaging in the act of lust. You're just engaging in sex, literally for pure satisfaction.
Can you please stop?
God damn it.
You're not understanding. I'm confused. Right?
I just tried it. You just stopped.
Hold on. Okay, so let me try to get you to understand one more time. We ain't never say that you eliminate lust and degeneracy. What we say is, let me make sure I say it slow. Remove lust and degeneracy from the top of your value system. So therefore, you're still going to have lust in your value system, but it's all the way at the bottom. but it's a way when you approach a woman, you're not like, oh my God, I can't stop myself. I just want to lust over her. And so we put it at the bottom of the value system, not eliminate it. So hopefully now we are in the same conversation.
No, we're not in the same conversation because you're still pretending like 1 + 1 equal. It doesn't equal 2.
That's it. Hey, I'm not saying
Like,
that. I think that
fucking crazy.
I just think that
So, hold on. I got a question. 'Cause I'm trying to understand y'all train of thoughts. What can a woman do to get my seed? Like what can she do? Because
Open her leg.
Are you asking the women or are you asking the men?
No. The reason I'm asking this question is, right, after we agree to sex, she can't do anything to get my seed. I willfully have to give it to her.
But you know what? You're eliminating the possibility that you want to willingly give it to her and she don't want to give it. So you're eliminating that possibility. So she has to protect herself from that. She has to say, no, I don't want to.
No, you're missing the point that I'm saying.
So many things that happen.
If a woman can say she wants your seeds, there's nothing she can do to get your seed unless you give it to her.
Sure.
And how do you deliver that seed? Wait, how do you deliver that seed?
So do you first agree with that point?
Yes. So
no,
listen.
Shadow, I want to make sure Shadow agree. Shadow, you agree that it's nothing this woman, because I'm starting to see if y'all really leaders, if women taking y'all seeds. And so the question I'm asking you, Shadow, if a woman wants your seed, what can she do to take it from you?
Open the legs and allow me to have sex with her. Literally,
No, she can't.
It's a fucking
that's
direct
not
reaction.
great. No, it proves your point right there, Eat a Man. It proves your point. If he don't want her to have it, but she wants it, all she got to do is lay down, and is a bunch of men that is willing to do something that's not in their best interest because they're gonna say
Right, that's where baby daddies come from.
Sure.
Thank you.
But you're missing,
yeah. Hold on, no. So what he don't realize is what we've been saying all the time, that these men are not in control of themselves or their relationships. Most of these men are just willy-nilly, just moving out through life. They have no control of themselves. They have no control of their situation. They have no control of their woman, and that's how they want to be because they do not want to be responsible. And we know why, Eat a Man, because being the leader of your family is very difficult.
You deserve a Grammy for that freestyle.
But I'm just saying, listen, it's plenty of women who opened their legs to me and they didn't, and they wanted my seed, and I said no. We still had sex, but they wasn't qualified for my seed, in my opinion. So y'all saying no. Once those legs are open, she have access to my seed, and y'all don't understand how that's flawed in y'all thinking.
No.
Wait, so you had a bunch of unprotected sex? Wait, hold on. I want to make sure his point's right. So you had a bunch of unprotected sex with people you didn't want to have.
Hold on. So now I see what's going on. Hold on. So look, Shadow's trying to have a moral conversation. Right? He's trying to change it from a logical conversation to a moral conversation. Yes, we are human beings, and yes, we actually have sex with other human beings without wanting them to have a baby. Yes, we had unprotected sex.
And that's the problem.
Right. And that's the problem with what? Hold on. The problem with what?
That's the problem
with what? With what?
Right now, from people listening on the outside who have never heard this conversation before, it sounds like you're advocating for casual sex.
Right, there we go. And so therefore,
wait,
that's why you haven't. Hold on. So that's why you are having a moral conversation instead of actually having a conversation to what we are having today. And this is the problem that we having. Yeah. We need y'all to understand what we are talking about versus what your moral is. We are not talking about no moral code. Most people understand that we are not talking about a moral code, but you keep trying to move the conversation into some moral code that we are not having. Even Brownsville, the one that is the leader of saying take out lust and degeneracy, can understand that this conversation has nothing to do with telling people to have casual sex. Nothing to do with that at all. We are talking about the responsibility of society that men have and telling men to stop passing the buck to women.
All right.
Right.
Hey, listen, Sharon. I'm not having a moral argument, but I am having a realistic argument. All I'm saying is this. I don't disagree with anything E-Man said. I'm saying, and she has a responsibility too.
So what is her responsibility to my seed?
Her responsibility there's no possibility for it to get in there. Because you're responsible, right?
But you control that, though.
No,
Do you
hold on. This is coming
understand
from the
that?
man that said that his woman told him to put on a condom, took a plan B, and she still got pregnant.
Yeah, that happened.
She had no control over your seed. It made it through a condom, a plan B, and everything. Women have no control over your seed.
Hey, but you know what?
Hold on, Kunard. Hold on. I think you need to take a break and listen to what was just explained from what you.
I heard exactly what he said.
Hold on, no, you did not. It's no way possible that you heard that and still have the same argument.
Yes, I did.
You said you had a condom on and you took a plan B.
Yep.
So therefore, she did everything she could to prevent herself from getting pregnant. Correct? Is that would that be a true statement?
Yes.
And she still got pregnant because of what?
Because we had sex.
No, because she didn't have control of your seed.
No. So it's not because y'all had sex.
We had sex. That's it.
No, it's because you and your semen were inside of her.
Yes.
Your semen. It don't have nothing to do with the sex. Because she protected herself 100%. A condom and a condom and a
I don't think y'all understand.
I don't understand what the fuck is the problem with y'all. Hold on, please. Stop trying to have a gotcha moment and listen to what is being said. Please. Y'all not listening. Either man made a great point. If you didn't bust a nut inside of her, the semen would have never went there because she took all the precautions that is needed to not be pregnant. Condom and a plan B.
Yes.
But somehow the semen still got there. So she was not responsible for your seed not impregnating her because she took every precaution to stop it.
Hey,
that's because he got that super sperm.
But all I'm saying is this. Listen, Sharon.
Wait, she took every precaution but one.
Hold on.
Wait, she took every precaution but one. She still had sex with him.
Hold on, please. I don't need that dumbass. Please, I need.
It's the fucking point.
No, it's not the point.
That's his
we
point,
are not talking about unconsenting sex. I don't know what y'all don't get that.
This conversation is
she consented to sex, right? She consented to sex. She also told him to wear a condom, and she also took a plan B.
What's the result of sex?
Orgasm.
So the result? Okay, so the result of me having sex with my wife last night, she did not get pregnant.
Maybe.
Are you?
I can't believe you kept going this long with him because like we really broke it down to this point is that sex does not equal baby.
Wait, but let me ask you a question. E.
No. No, absolutely not. I'm done. I'm done.
Responsibility.
No, I'm done.
It's a wrap.
I'm done. Like this is crazy to me that you're saying sex equals baby. That is insane to me.
No, I'm actually asking a different question.
No, it's not. It's just this is just crazy to me.
When you make a decision, only
oh my god. Hey, my brothers, y'all need to understand. Sex does not equals pregnancy. Men, take responsible of your own actions. Please. We'll see y'all later.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me